Chapter 38-49. Fourth more. As soon as Hu Yang appeared, the breath of that great deity swept away, causing a sound of exclamation in the sword hall. You know, Yuten's mystery is only one side of the world, the strongest is Yuten's lord, and only one ruler. But aside from Yuten's lord, the strongest in Yuten's secret territory are those undead saints, but the number of undead saints in Yuten's south secret place is not many, and any one is definitely a big man. In this city, the great deity is already a terrible powerhouse. At least the city owner of this city is far from the great god. Great deity? The young man in the golden robe was also shocked, but at the thought of his teacher's strength, he immediately felt relieved. I didn't expect that there is still a great deity in this small town? The cold old man squinting glanced at Hu Yang, but shook his head, and said, A great deity is not qualified to be in front of the husband. Presumptuous. As soon as the words fell, I saw a strong breath of divine power swept up directly, sweeping everything and destroying everything. The breath of Populus Euphratica was completely covered or even defeated. Undead saint! Hu Yang was overwhelmed. While many disciples in the sword hall were shocked, they were excited again. Immortal saint, for these young disciples in the sword hall, it is almost a legendary existence, but I did not expect to see one today. Ha, see it, this is my new teacher, Lord of the Eyes. The young man in the gold robe was very proud of seeing his master show great power. Teacher, this man is an undead saint. I am not his opponent, Hu Yang said softly before blocking the sword without double sides. Well, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but suddenly he frowned. Are you in trouble again? Really, in the void not far away, there were more than 10 streamers rushing straight. At the beginning, it was only black spots, but in the blink of an eye, it already appeared in the sword hall. And these more than 10 figures can be more swaggering than when the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe entered the sword hall. Although the cold old man was an undead sage, he broke into the sword hall without being notified, but it was only after entering the sword hall that he showed his divine power. But the more than 10 people who are here now can detect the scorching weather from them from a distance. The breath of divine power was extremely powerful. For everyone in the sword museum, it was like a god, making them trembled. More than 10 figures appeared in front of everyone in the sword museum. Undead saints are all undead saints! Even the cold old man was shocked. He looked at the sudden appearance of more than 10 people. Not only that, they have a strong breath, much stronger than the strongest undead saint I have ever seen. At least it has reached a level of 6th, even 7th. The 6th and 7th order true sanctuaries are absolutely superlords in Yuten's secret territory, and are not comparable to other first order true sanctuaries at all. In the presence of more than a dozen people, the arrogant and cold old man who had just been so arrogant immediately rose up and stood there, showing the color of awe, and dared not say much. Who among you is Hu Yang? The icy voice, like a god, came from the purple-haired woman headed by more than a dozen silhouettes. The purple-haired woman's breath was also the strongest. Jian Wushuang saw at a glance that she had reached the top saint level. Have you come to this little guy? Jian Wushuang glanced at Hu Yang in front of him, already guessing in his heart. This Populus Euphratica bears a deep hatred of blood and blood from the beginning. He started practicing sword art in the sword hall and waited until his strength became strong. After more than 30 years, he chose to return, and his expression was not as depressed as before. Although Chiu reported it, he was afraid that it caused a lot of trouble. Sure enough? Hu Yang sighed lightly, with a trace of misery on his face. Hu Yang! The purple-clad woman looked down at Hu Yang. I am the 9th elder of Yuten Palace. You killed my core disciple of Yuten Palace. The crime is so wicked that I will take you back for punishment. The voice of the woman in purple was trembling, and when she heard her words, there was a commotion. It turned out to be Yuten Palace, but also the 9th elder shot it himself? The cold old man's voice was a little trembling. As for the young man in the gold robe next to him, his frightened body shivered. Yuten Palace, which is recognized as the strongest force in Yuten's secret realm, is the Lord of Yuten who controls Yuten's secret realm, and the elder is under the Lord. The elders of Yuten Palace casually took out one of the highest beings among the undead saints, and their status was even more sublime. Any one was lame, and the entire Yuten secret place would tremble with a super-existence. This man named Hu Yang dared to kill the core disciples of Yuten Palace, but also attracted the elders of Yuten Palace to come to him to catch him? The cold old man admired. Hu Yang's face was like standing water. He looked up at the woman in the purple dress without any thoughts of resistance. Sir, I am willing to go back with you, but this matter has nothing to do with my teacher and this sword hall. Be implicated. My Yuten Palace has always had clear grudges. It was the one you killed, and naturally you will only find you. The woman in purple clothes said coldly. Thank you. Hu Yang relieved, and was about to leave with this woman in purple. At this time. And many more! A bland voice sounded from behind Hu Yang. Hu Yang turned his head subconsciously, but saw his teacher Jian Wushuang. Teacher! Hu Yang frowned. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. People in Yuten Palace, this Populus Euphratica is my disciple. He made a mistake. I, as a teacher, can't let go of it. So you, the Yuten Palace owner, know that I asked someone to greet him, and that's all for now. Jian Wushuang said the wind is light and light, very casual. But it was heard in the ears of everyone else who was there. Even a few women in the purple clothes from the Yuten Palace were frightened. Yuten Palace he knows? The trustee said hello, the matter is over? What a joke! Who is the owner of Yuten Palace? That is the deity in the hearts of all practitioners in the entire Yuten's secret realm. It is the most powerful existence in this world. Even the top undead saints must kneel before the Lord of Yuten and tremble. The owner of the Sword Museum, who is he? Can one person ask Yuten to come forward in one sentence? Do you dare play with me? The woman in Z's eyes froze, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. I don't have one. I've been in the news. It's no surprise that your palace master will look for you right away. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3850. Fifth More. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang behaved very casually, was very safe, and felt extremely confident. In fact, Jian Wushuang is certainly confident, Lord of Yuten, but a ruler. When Jian Wushuang was weak in the early days, he ran through the realm of the gods. One of the rulers of His Majesty's Majesty. He doesn't need to call the Lord of the Heavens at all now. He just said hello to the 3 leaders of the Heavenly Palace. This is enough. With his current strength and status, a casual word is enough to shake the mountain in the early days. Even if he greets at will, the 3 palace lords who cut the Tianmeng didn't dare to neglect. Immediately the Lord of Yuten was reached as quickly as possible. As for the next, the saints from Yuten Palace were scorned by Jian Wushuang. They did not believe what Jian Wushuang said. They thought that Jian Wushuang was playing with them. Not only them, but even Hu Yang thought so. He also worried about his teacher. But when the woman in the purple clothes was about to take down the sword Wushuang, in their hearts, the Lord of Yuten actually passed them on. Palace, has the messenger been heard? The woman in the purple dress froze slightly, but when she saw the content of the message, the woman in the purple dress was pale and frightened, and an unprecedented terror appeared in her eyes. This was the messenger of the Lord of Yuten. Stupid, what are you doing? Immediately, give the one in front of you, and wipe out the anger of the other party at all costs. If the other party is even dissatisfied with you afterwards, a few of you, as well as those close to you, including your teacher or friends, wash your neck and wait to be slaughtered. Yuten's lord was obviously really angry. There was even a deep panic in that anger. This panic was felt by several women in the purple clothes. How can this be? The woman in purple and the undead saints from Yuten Palace are trembling at the moment. From the words of Yuten's lord, they realize that they may be a real super-existence in front of them, even better than their lord. The Lord of Yuten is even stronger. Is it the master of the top rules from the early world of the gods, or even the master? The woman in purple thought in horror. As an elder of Yuten Palace, she knows more about Yuten's secret realm than others. She knows that she is only in the secret territory of one side of the world, and their lord of the palace is only a ruler in the pre-God world. And in that early divine realm, there were many rulers who were stronger than the main rule of his palace. Chances are they've met one now. Taking a deep breath, the figure of the woman in purple immediately fell down. In the sword hall, everyone was waiting for the reaction of the purple women. When they saw the purple women falling down, they thought their women were about to start. But in the end, the woman in purple came to Jian Wushuang, but she knelt down on one knee directly. "Am offended when I don't know the identity of the adult. The adult can dispose and punish me etc. at will, but I also ask the adult to know for those who are not guilty, they can open up and let me wait for my life." The woman in purple was kneeling there. Her head was very low, and the other undead saints were also kneeling down there. The atmosphere did not dare to come out. Silence. The entire sword hall was dead. The cold old man and the young man in the golden robe felt at this moment an unprecedented chill that filled their whole body and mind. The 9 elders of the magnificent Wutan Palace, one of the highest powers in Wutan's secret realm, are kneeling down at the owner of the Sword Museum, asking for their lives. "No, how is this possible?" The cold old man's eyes also rounded. "Teacher." Hu Yang looked at Jian Wushuang in wonder. "The owner!" The disciples in the sword hall were equally trembling. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. "I said, just do it. Yudan Palace should not be held to my disciples." "Dare." The woman in purple shook her head again and again. At this juncture, let alone Hu Yang just killed a core disciple of Yudan Palace. Even if Hu Yang killed most of the core disciples of Yudan Palace, she would never dare to say more. "Okay, you can go, but when you go, take these guys along for me, too. My Jiandian temple is too small to tolerate them." Jian Wushuang pointed at the cold old man and Jean. The 2 young men in robes smiled. "Yes." The woman in purple clothes nodded respectfully. After getting up, she said nothing to directly use the means to capture the cold old man and the young man in the golden robe, and then took away the undead saints of Yutan Palace. In the early morning, the woman in purple clothes waited for the sword house to calm down again. "Okay, they are all separated, go and practice swordsmanship." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and walked towards the backyard. "Teacher." Hu Yang wants to keep up, but pauses on the way. He wanted to know who his teacher was, what his amazing identity was, and why even the elders of Yutan Palace had to kneel before him. But Jian Wushuang obviously did not intend to tell him what he meant. The Sword Museum calmed down again, but what happened before was really seen clearly by many Sword Museum disciples. These disciples were all excited and were guessing the identity and strength of the museum owner. Not only that, the incident also passed through these disciples and soon spread within the city. But it was only in this city, and it could not be transmitted to other places, so it passed, and there was almost nothing to believe. These people who have lived in the secret world of Yutan since their birth have long recognized that Yutan's secret realm is heaven and earth, and the Lord of Yutan is the strongest being. Strong, they dare not think about it. 10 days later. "Hu Yang." Jian Wushuang called Hu Yang over. "Teacher Hu Yang is very respectful. After a while, someone will come to visit the Sword Museum. You wait at the door, wait for him to come, and take him directly to me." Jian Wushuang instructed. "Yes." Hu Yang nodded respectfully, even if he immediately waited for the gate of the sword hall. After a while, someone came to the gate of Sword House. This is an old man dressed in black, with a thin body and a goatee's beard. This old man has a unique breath, at least Hu Yang cannot see the truth. "Dare you ask your excellency to come to visit the teacher?" Hu Yang looked at the person. "Yes, you are the little friend of Populus Euphratica, right?" The goat-bearded old man smiled. End of this chapter, dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3851. 6 more. Hu Yang's friend. Hu Yang smiled slightly. "Sir, come with me." Hu Yang immediately led the goatee-bearded man to the inner courtyard. In the courtyard, still under the old tree, Jian Wushuang and the two sat there with tea in front of them. Teacher, it's here, Hu Yang said. Yuten, meet Lord Jiantian He and Madam. The goatee-bearded man immediately saluted. Yuten? Hu Yang stunned. In the secret territory of Wutan, everyone knows that the most powerful is the master of Yuten, so most people will avoid these two words when they are named. And the person in front of him is called Yuten? Don't all of you in Yuten's secret realm regard Yuten's lord as a god? Why is this standing in front of you and you don't recognize it? Leng Rushuang smiled lightly. Hu Yang fiercely stared. He had understood what Leng Rushuang meant. Yuten, are you lord of Yuten? Hu Yang man looked at the goat-bearded old man inconceivably. Oten lord, in this Yuten's secret territory, that is the supreme deity, who controls everything. The practitioners in this secret realm start from birth, and they believe in this Yuten lord. Populus Euphratica is no exception. But now, the supreme deity in his heart even stood in front of him, and in front of his teacher. It was obviously very respectful and restrained. And then thought that the Lord of Uten had just described himself as a friend of Populus Euphratica. Hu Yang just felt his head full of cyanosis. Oh my God, teacher, what is there? Why is Yuten's lord so respectful to him? Hu Yang growled in his heart. Okay, Poplar, go down first. Jian Wushuang waved. Hu Yang nodded his head, then walked out of the courtyard, but apparently he hadn't recovered when he left. Inside the courtyard. Master of Yuten, sit down. Jian Wushuang waved. Don't dare. Lord Yuten stood there, very restrained. He is of course restrained. He is not as ignorant as the cultivation in this secret realm. He is very clear about the existence of the person in front of him. That was one of the strongest gods in the early days. Although it was only the ruler of the rule, it was enough to be tied with the master. Even the masters of the early gods were faintly led by him. He is the lord of the void realm. In the face of such a superexistence, it is good to not kneel down directly. How dare he sit down? Lord of Yuten, did you come for that thing 10 days ago? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes. The Lord of Yuten nodded quickly. 10 days ago, my subordinates didn't know Taishan, and offended your lord. I have punished them severely, but today I came to the lord intentionally. You paid for it. In fact, Jian Wushuang said at the time that things were over, that is to say, they would not be held accountable, but the Lord of Yuten took the initiative to pay for his crimes. Haha, that matter is over. I won't blame you anymore. Jian Wushuang laughed. Listening to Jian Wushuang's own words, the Lord of Yuten was relieved. By the way, Lord of Yuten, you are the ruler of His Majesty's rule, and you are still at the core level. Then you should know about the triple path, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Of course I know, and I have been practicing in that second Dao realm before, but only after that happened 10 days ago, I immediately rushed over from the Dao realm. Lord Yuten respectfully said. The triple path realm is of great use to the early divine realm. At the beginning, Xianxin did not use this treasure to all the high-level practitioners in the early divine realm, but only selected some of them who had a good faith and secretly entered the triple path to cultivate. But after thousands of years, most of the undead saints who entered them broke through and became the masters of the rules, and the masters of the rules have also greatly improved their strength. Plus a few of the gods themselves' cultivation in the third Dao realm fully affirmed the efficacy of the triple Dao realm. Therefore, this treasure began to be used by many high-level practitioners in the early gods. In the 2,000 years, there have been a large number of undead saints in the early gods, and the masters of many rules have been sent to the triple path. Among them, the Lord of Yuten is himself a ruler of the core layer of the Heavenly Alliance, and of course he is also qualified to enter the triple realm. Have you been cultivating in the triple realm before? Jian Wushuang looked and asked. How effective is the practice? It's amazing. In less than 1,000 years I have already mastered one more rule. From the void realm to the void realm. This is the reason why my talent is more general. Several of them entered at the same time as me. The ruler of the second Dao realm has been ascending 2 realms in succession. This Triple Tao realm is definitely an incredible place, Yuten Lord exclaimed. After that, he did not forget to glance at Jian Wushuang quietly. Because there is a rumor in the Triple Path realm that said that the Triple Path Real was brought back from the universe battlefield by Jian Wushuang. It seems that the improvement of the strength of the senior Taoist practitioners in the Triple Realm is really good. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly and then said, Okay, nothing is wrong, you can go back and practice well. Yes. Lord Yuten left immediately. In the courtyard, only Jian Wushuang and his wife remained. Before, we just wanted to find a quiet place to live a quiet life, but after the incident of 10 days ago, we were afraid that it would be difficult to continue a quiet life here. Cold as frost. It doesn't matter, we can just change places. Jian Wushuang smiled. Nodded coldly. In recent years, he and Jian Wushuang have traveled all over the world together, and have come to this secret world to live an indisputable life, really very happy. This happiness, of course, she wants to continue as long as possible. Jian Wushuang also knew this, and he was willing to accompany his wife. Suddenly. Ha! Jian Wushuang's look suddenly changed. What's wrong? Len Rushuang looked over. Shuang, I am sorry. Jian Wushuang frowned and said apologetically. The frost was immediately clear. Is Xingong? Len Rushuang asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. Xian Xin just sent me a message saying something happened to Xingong, and asked me to go as soon as possible. That being the case, then go. Len Rushuang smiled slightly without paying any attention. But Jian Wushuang is still a little apologetic, because he just said that he would take the cold place to the next place to continue this quiet life, but in a blink of an eye he had to go back to the Star Palace. Go, don't forget, you are the biggest pillar of Taichu God Realm. Taichu God Realm needs you. Len Rushuang whispered softly. Jian Wushuang nodded. Emperor Zhoutian. Chapter 3852. The first is more. In the Sword Hall, Jian Wushuang called Hu Yang. Hu Yang, my master, and I will leave here soon, Jian Wushuang said directly. Leave? Hu Yang said for a moment. Teacher, where are you going? Beyond this world, it should be a very remote place for you, and this sword house, I intend to give it to you. Jian Wushuang looked at Hu Yang. With a wave of his hand, a sword intention rushed directly into the body of Hu Yang. I left a kendo in your body. This sword intention barely reached the threshold of the ruler. You can learn by yourself. If, in the future, you can fully understand and grasp the meaning of this sword, you can leave this world and come to me, and I will accept you as a named disciple. Do you understand the sword? Hu Yang clenched his hands. The disciples must work hard. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. After the explanation, he left with cold as frost. As for the sword hall, he opened it casually. Many disciples in the sword hall and Jian Wushuang also admired Hu Yang a little, but he only admired Hu Yang's heart. He left a sword meaning, this sword meaning. It is difficult to fully grasp the talents of Hu Yang. This is also a severe test for Hu Yang. If he could really grasp that sword in the future, Jian Wushuang would not mind accepting him as a named disciple. After leaving Wuten's secret realm, Len Rushuang chose to return to the ancient Holy Realm, and Jian Wushuang immediately left and rushed to the Star Palace. Within the horoscope, the alert is obviously much stricter than before. When Jian Wushuang came to Xingong, the Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of Heaven and the Heavenly Ancestor were already waiting there. Tiaho Xiaoyu, am sorry to disturb you and your wife. Xian Shidao apologized. Anyway, let's be serious, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. This time some of you were so anxious to call me over. What should have happened to Xingdong? Yes, I am in a crisis this time, Xian Shidao said. Crisis? Is it the ancient night magic palace? Jian Wushuang frowned. The overall strength of the Star Palace is now extremely arrogant. Not only does it have its own place, but only a few of the Shinto people. It is the four masters of the fighting force, and the existence of thousands of rules. Such strength, in the Star Domain, the only person who can bring a crisis to the Star Palace is the ancient Night Demon Palace created by the ancient Night Demon King. Yes. Xianxin nodded, and then began to narrate in detail. Things are caused by the Triple Path. This rule is a treasure. The Triple Path realm is counterproductive. At the beginning we did not use this Triple Path realm in the whole Taiji world, but as one practitioner entered the Triple Path realm, his strength was significantly improved. In order to upgrade Taichu as soon as possible, the combat power of the Divine Realm began to impress the delay in the early Divine Realm, and convened a large number of powerful men from all sides to practice in it. Although these were all completed in the Taichu Divine Realm, even in the Taichu Divine Realm, there were eyeliners and spies from other astral realms, as well as those forces in this astral realm. In the world, the powerful parties of this star domain have also received the news, and this news naturally reached the Ancient Night Magic Palace. Ancient Night Magic Palace is now the absolute overlord of this star field, and judging from the style of the Ancient Night Magic Lord, he has always been extremely domineering. Before, it was just because my star palace was weak, and the Ancient Night Magic Palace it doesn't look at us, but the magic of this triple world now marches countless powerful people in this star field, and the Ancient Night Magic Palace naturally became interested. Just a few days ago, the monarch and his majesty of the Ancient Night Demon Palace came to my star palace. Jianjin dominates? Jian Wushuang looked. He also knows that the ruler of this monarch is a lone master in this star domain. Its combat power is relatively strong among the high masters, and he is deceitful. He must be resentful with many major forces in this star domain. After the rise of the Demon King, the Beihai Palace was destroyed and the Ancient Night Demon King was created. The monarch ruled and then worshipped the Ancient Night Demon Palace, and became a master of the Ancient Night Demon King. After the ruler of that monarch arrived, he directly proposed that the Triple Path realm, of course he said it better, saying that the Ancient Night Demon Prince was very interested in this Triple Path realm, and wanted to borrow to play and wait for a while time will send me back to the Xing Palace again. Xian Shinto sneered. This kind of deception to a 3-year-old child, we will naturally not believe it. We refused to give him the Triple Path, and the monarch and his lord immediately turned his face with us, and even fought. However, although this monarch and his lord's strength is good, he is considered to be very strong among the higher lords, but the 4 of us these years have also been cultivated in the Triple Path, and the strength has greatly improved. Coupled with those strongest treasures you brought back from Xiaoho Xiaoyu before, we easily passed him off. Of course, for the sake of the Ancient Night Demon King, we just defeated him and let him go, but when he went back, he informed the Ancient Night Demon King of it, and also said jealously to me the palace humiliated him violently, angered the Ancient Night Demon Prince, and directly rumored that within 10 years, I, the Star Palace Lord, was required to take the Triple Path to personally go to the Ancient Night Demon Palace to pay guilt, otherwise he would directly take a shot and completely destroy my star house. After the mysterious Shinto man spoke, his look was obviously with a touch of worry. Not only him, but also the 3 mysterious gods, the Ancestor and the Ancestor of Heaven. Although in the past few years they have cultivated in the 3rd realm, their strength has been greatly improved, but they can only kill the Ancient Night Demon King dominated by Yi with only one move. They are a little bit faced with no confidence. I understand. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he nodded slightly. He has understood the cause and effect of this matter. It is nothing more than that the Triple Path world is too magical, which caused the ravages of that Ancient Night Magic Palace. But the Triple Path realm is the rule of treasure he brought out from the Red Cloud realm. It has unprecedented use for the entire Taichu deity. How would the mysterious gods surrender this Triple Path realm? Heavenly friend, we are calling you this time, and we want to discuss countermeasures together to see how we can resolve this crisis in the Shingon Palace, said the Master of Space and Time. The Triple Path can never be surrendered, there is no doubt about it. Yes. The Ancestor and Tianzu both nodded. Xianxin, in my opinion, it is better to just abandon the Shingon Palace. We will go directly to the Tai Chi God realm, and we will not come out of the Tai Chi God realm in the future. Your ancient Night Demon King is strong, but as long as we stay in the Tai Chi God realm, he also has nothing to do with us. The Celestial Alliance Lord said lowly. Chapter 3853. Second more. Abandon the horoscope? Several of the masters present were stunned. If they directly abandoned the Shingon Palace, and they all returned to the early divine realm, then the ancient Night Demon King did not take them at all. After all, in the early days, the realm of God was exclusive from the outside world. The ancient Night Demon King was even stronger. In the early shooting world, he could only maintain the power of the ruler. His combat power was at best enough to reach the master. Long life, otherwise you dare not venture into it. But the key is that the Star Palace has existed in this star field for so many years, more or less, and has more strength. Apart from that, there are thousands of rulers in the Star Palace alone. This is a very powerful combat force. In the future, the battle with Devil Star will be used. It is a pity to abandon it like this. And once they choose this way, then they are destined to hide in the early world of the gods in the future, unable to come to the universe battlefield. When it breaks, it breaks. In my opinion, it is the most unfortunate way to directly abandon the Shingon. Now that we have the triple path, we can easily create a large number of rulers in the early world of God, and even many masters. As for the supreme treasure, one of Tiahao's friends brought it back from the Red Cloud realm before. We can use it enough. Even if we do come to the universe battlefield in a short time, it is not a problem. Tianzu also said. I agree. The Lord of Time and Space also nodded. Xianshen, the Lord of the Celestial Sect, the Lord of Space and Time, and the Heavenly Ancestor all looked at the Xian Shinto. The Shingon was created by the Xian Shintoists. It must be abandoned directly. The most reluctant one is naturally Xianshen. Zuanshen's brow frowned deeply, and his heart was full of hesitation. But before waiting for Xianshen to reply, Jian Wushuang suddenly said, In fact, this matter has not yet reached the point where the Shingon will be abandoned. Huh! Xianshen looked up immediately. The other three masters also immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Tiaho Xiaoyu, do you have another way to get out of this crisis in the Shingon? The Master of Time and Space asked. The solution is there, and it's very simple. I went directly to the Ancient Night Demon Palace and talked to the Ancient Night Demon King. Jian Wushuang smiled. What kind of method is this? The Lord of Time and Space frowned. The Ancient Night Demon Monarch is overbearing, and his strength is overwhelming. If you go to him, he may kill you without saying a word. This is not the solution. Heavenly friend, this method is impossible for you at all. The Ancient Night Devil is definitely not that hard to listen to you. Unless your strength is strong enough, you can compete against him or let him do nothing to you, so maybe I will listen to you. Tianzi said. I should have such strength. Jian Wushuangdo. What? Xianshen Taoist, Lord of Time and Space, Lord of Heaven and Earth, and Heavenly Ancestor all looked at Jian Wushuang together. Tiaho Xiaoyu, you just said you have the strength to compete with the Ancient Night Demon King? Are you sure? The mysterious man with a mysterious face. You know, the Ancient Night Demon Prince killed the top master with one stroke. The formerly recognized strongest player in this star domain, Yu, was dominated by this Ancient Night Demon Lord. He was scared and furious. How strong Jun is, in the end, is a mystery. But there is no doubt that in this star field, it should be unstoppable. And Jian Wushuang said that he could compete with that Ancient Night Devil? Please rest assured. I know the origin of the Ancient Night Devil. I know the details and strength of him, and I probably know him. Although I am not sure of winning, he wants to win me, but it is not so easy. And if I simply save my life, even if the Ancient Night Demon King is even 2 or 3 times stronger, I do even think about it. Jian Wushuang is very confident. He did have that confidence. When he went to the Darkened Demon Realm, his combat power had reached the 2nd level of dominating level, and he made a huge breakthrough in the Darkened Demon Realm, mastered a trace of the law of the universe, which increased his strength many times, and after returning from the Darkened Realm, he stayed in the Red Cloud realm for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, he could have been in the Red Cloud realm twice. With the help of those opportunities, his strength was also greatly improved. He also has a lot of whole cards in his hand. Now he is really strong, very strong. And that ancient night demon is a prisoner who escaped from the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. Its strength is either the top dominate of the second series or the primary dominated level of the third series. For these two levels, if it is the former, he can fight head to head, and even the outcome is unpredictable. As for the latter, he can easily entangle him to save his life even if he is not an enemy. Therefore, from the beginning, Jian Wushuang did not have much fear of this ancient night demon, because the other party couldn't help himself. Jian Tianhou, you really have the confidence to deal with that ancient night demon king? The Lord of the Sky is still unbelievable. That's natural, everyone is at ease in this horoscope, waiting for my good news. Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing him so confident, the four masters glanced at each other and nodded secretly. In their impression, Jian Wushuang has done wonders for them more than once. Like the darkened demon realm, in such extremely dangerous places, they repeatedly discouraged them before they asked Jian Wushuang to break in. But as a result, isn't Jian Wushuang alive and out of the dark demon realm? Like the Red Cloud realm, for a long time, no one in this star field has been able to pass the test of the first day of the Red Cloud realm, but Jian Wushuang has broken through and brought a lot of treasures from the Red Cloud realm, and that incredible triple path. All of these add up to their confidence in Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang said that they had the confidence to face the ancient night devil, they also chose to believe it. But you should be careful. If you can't defeat that ancient night demon king, you will retreat. After all, it will not work. We abandon the Shinggong Palace and retreat to the original world directly. Rest assured, I'm not going to make a joke about my life. Jian Wushuang was smiling. After saying goodbye to the four goddess Xianxun, Jian Wushuang left directly and went towards the ancient night demon palace. The ancient night magic palace was once the old nest of Beihai Palace. At first, Xianxun brought Sword Wushuang to get the Huangquan sword. When he saw Beihai Palace's old nest, Jian Wushuang was quite amazed. Dominated by a very powerful Tianpeng, all died. Now Jian Wushuang is here again. Chapter 3854. Third more. Beihai Palace, no, it is now the ancient night magic palace. Jian Wushuang is in black, with a sword in his back, standing in the void, looking down at the huge magic palace covered by the magic array in front. Compared to Beihai Palace, the ancient night magic palace now has a stronger overall strength, and the palace gate is more magnificent. Jian Wushuang swept directly to the entrance, and as soon as he approached, the two figures blocked directly in front of him. Who? The breath emanating from these two figures is extremely not weak, and they have reached the level of the four realms. Troublesome announcement, said Blood Sword, came to visit the ancient night demon. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Blood Sword, Lord of the Blood Sword? Both rulers were taken aback. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Jian Wushuang is recognized as the strongest and most anti-rule ruler in the history of this star field, and it can compete with the top masters. These strong are certainly awesome. Like the two rulers of the Void Realm who are standing in front of Jian Wu's two sides, if they saw Jian Wushuang before, they must be respectful, but now, thinking of the huge ancient night magic palace behind them, and the one who has the sky the ancient night demon king of the thorough means, their vigor is also full. Lord of the Blood Sword, wait a moment here, and I'll report it for you. One of the rulers immediately went in to inform. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, and stood here quietly. The magnificent palace is magnificent. The ancient night devil wearing a dark ink armor is sitting there, and there is a large number of beautiful girls dancing there. The ancient night devil is holding a fine wine in one hand, holding a beauty in his hand, and looking at the beautiful Ji below, so leisurely. The ancient night devil has indeed been very leisurely these years. You know, he escaped from that eternal hell. Eternal dark prison is almost a huge battlefield of Shura. The prisoners detained there can only survive as much as possible. To this end, the prisoners must always be careful and not tolerate a slack. How can there be a leisurely and comfortable life? The ancient night devil was imprisoned inside. I do and know how many years. He has been driven crazy. Now he managed to escape. The first thing he did was to occupy a large area and search for beautiful women to enjoy the blessing of all people. Relax your mind and body. At this moment, the ruler of the notice came in. Devil, the Lord of the Blood Sword, went outside the palace and said he was visiting the demon. The ruler said on one knee, respectfully. Visit? There are also several masters in the palace under His Majesty the ancient Night Demon King, all of whom came here at this moment. Are you sure you are talking about visiting, not visiting? June, she ruled. It's clear, but he's talking about visiting. The ruler of that name. The Lord Junji frowned immediately. Visits and visits seem to be only a word away, but their meanings are quite different. You know, now the ancient Night Demon King is the absolute overlord in this star field. The power of all the parties in this star field, including the top masters, must come here to see him, honestly. But the Lord of the Blood Swords who came here now said it was a visit? Visiting is tantamount to placing yourself on the same level as the ancient Night Demon King. The Lord of the Blood Sword? The Lord of Arul? The ancient Night Devil's eyes looked down, but his eyes were very flat, without any anger. If the other party is a top master, he may still be annoyed when he comes to visit him, but he is too lazy to care about just being a ruler. After all, the ruler is just an ant, and he doesn't care. Devil, the Lord of the Blood Sword is indeed the ruler of the rules, but it is the ruler of the most outrageous rule in the history of this astral field. His talents are unparalleled from ancient to modern. When the world was born, he already had the top dominance. Oh? The ancient Night Demon King's look moved, apparently interested. The ruler has the combat power of the first-level top master? These talents, even in the vast universe, are not many. Ha! I didn't expect your star field, and such a genius. After knowing Jian Wushuang's combat power, the ancient Night Devil was surprised. The Lord of the Blood Sword is not bad. If you capture him and let him completely surrender to me, then when he breaks down to become the master, he may become one of my arms. The ancient Night Demon chuckled, that cold his eyes looked down. Empty Lord. Devil. The Emperor salutes respectfully. Do you know the Lord of the Blood Sword? The ancient Night Demon asked. Of course. The owner of the sky smiled slightly. He is indeed the first demon in our star field and the strongest ruler in history. This is true. His combat power is comparable to the top master. This is also true. And the one who recognizes his top dominance is me. At the time in the Red Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang challenged the strong players from all sides, and the only top master who took the initiative to challenge was the Empty Master. At that time, Jian Wushuang fought against the Empty Master. Although falling into the downwind, the Empty Master had no way to take him. Afterwards, the Empty Master publicized the sword to have the top dominating power. But now the Empty owner has already surrendered to the ancient Night Demon. This is also smart enough. After knowing that Beihai Palace was easily overthrown by the ancient Night Demon King, he took the initiative to surrender, and His Majesty also has a large force, who also joined the ancient Night Demon Palace. The position of the ancient Night Demon Palace is second only to the ancient Night Demon King, and the ancient Night Demon King is also generous. He followed the ancient Night Demon King and also gained a lot of benefits-strength ratio before that. It also improved a lot. Since you've dealt with it before, it's even simpler. You go and catch the Lord of the Blood Sword and bring me to see you. The ancient Night Demon commanded. Devil, although I am a lot stronger than the main one of the Blood Sword, but the Blood Sword's life-saving ability is very good. Even if I can't beat me, I can easily leave. With my strength, he took it. The owner frowned. Oh? The ancient Night Devil raised his eyebrows and laughed afterwards. This is even more interesting. Anyway, although you fight with him, I will see how capable this ruler is. But you be careful when shooting, but don't kill him. Yes. The Emperor smiled, then turned to go outside the palace. The ancient night demon is not interested in these beautiful ladies in front of him, but permeates the power of the soul, paying attention to the sword unparalleled outside the magic palace. Chapter 3855. Fourth More. Outside the magic palace, Jian Wushuang was waiting there silently. Suddenly a figure looted from the inside of the demon palace and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Are you, empty master? Jian Wushuang showed surprise. The Lord of the Blood Sword, it's been a long time. The Emperor smiled indifferently. Did you even join the ancient night magic palace? Of course, the so-called knowledgeable person is Junjie, and the devil are in the world. No one can resist this star field. What's weird when I worship under the devil? Not to mention the benefits I have gained under the devil in these years. Now I'm His Majesty's first general. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are extremely talented, but no one can guide you in this star field, so you are still only the Lord of the Rules. Why not worship His Majesty and become His Majesty like me? A major battle, as long as the Demon King will give you a few words at random, maybe you will break through directly and become the master. In the future, will I wait for the Demon King to fight the universe together? Wouldn't you be happy? Said the empty master. Brief to His Majesty the ancient night Demon King and become his next general? The sword has no weird color on both sides. Empty master, I don't like sending you under the fence like you. If you dominate, I will naturally break through slowly. The master is troubled. I came to visit the ancient night Demon King today to discuss something with him. I want to talk about something? It should be your Shingon thing, right? Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Haha, your star palace has been dominated by several masters, and has been indifferent to humiliate the monarch and master of the ancient night demon palace. The demon is already aware of this, and it is quite angry, and it is about to destroy your star palace. At this time you come to ask for mercy again. I'm afraid it's too late. Of course, if you worship His Majesty and become your Majesty's warlord, the Majesty will definitely not be offended when you open your net. Even your star palace will rise in this star field in the future. What? The host continued to invite. I am the owner. I said that I am not interested in what kind of warlords, and I am too lazy to tell you more. You still have to talk to your devil and tell him to come out. Jian Wushuang was carrying his hands coldly. Road. Toasting without eating and drinking, that's the case, then I can only catch you to see the demon. The voice of the empty master was cold, and a mighty divine spirit swept out of him. The next moment, the empty master will start directly. I saw the Lord's slap turned, and a red gold sledgehammer appeared in his hand. The sledgehammer was so powerful that it was the strongest treasure in attack. Hum. The void shook slightly, and the red gold sledgehammer of the empty owner directly transformed into a red gold lightning, smashing across the void towards the sword unparalleled at a terrifying speed. The red gold lightning is extremely fast, and the mighty power is extremely powerful. This empty master seems to be stronger than he was at the beginning. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows lined up. As soon as he saw the red gold lightning, he could see that the empty master's power was better than the last time he had met him in the Red Cloud Realm in time. We have to be a lot stronger. Of course, he is no longer comparable when Hongyanji was born. The sword unparalleled sword came out directly. Huang Quan's magic sword turned into a dark phantom, and one sword was cut out at will. It is indeed a very random sword, but the origin of the Kendo universe contained in sword art is extremely strong. Huh! A low impact sounded, and the arms of the empty master sank slightly. What? No, Lord frowned. But sword unparalleled and one after another, each sword is so casual and plain. But this sword came, but the owner could not resist with all his might, and even if he resisted, it was extremely difficult. How is it possible? How does his swordplay work so well, and the power contained in this swordplay? His divine power is obviously not very strong, but the swordplay shows up and completely covers my strength. Sledgehammer. Emperor's face was incredible. The last time he played in the Red Cloud Realm, his strength was not as strong as he is now, but he could still easily suppress Jian Wuxuang, but he could not kill the other party. But now fighting again, his strength has obviously become stronger, but can fight, but is he completely suppressed? The demon wants me to pay attention to the size, don't accidentally kill him, but in this situation, how can I still have the opportunity to pay attention to the size? I saw the abrupt scream of the Lord, and at the center of his eyebrow, a cold light suddenly appeared. This ray of light is directly integrated into the surface of the god's body, and the breath on the master suddenly increases suddenly. He wields the power of the red gold sledgehammer, and instantly gets a tremendous increase. Boom! The red golden sledgehammer ran down and down, as if the whole world was oppressed. Second level combat power? There was a flash of surprise in Jian Wu's eyes. The last time the empty master played against him, it was just the normal first level top dominated combat power, but now he fights again. Its combat power is obviously among the top masters, which is extremely terrible, and it is still on display. It is comparable to the attack power dominated by the second level. It seems that he did get a lot of benefits under the ancient Night Demon King. Jian Wuxuang nodded secretly, followed the figure, a simple rush, and the Huangquan Excalibur was also a simple straight piercing. His divine power has not been improved, but the origin of Kendo universe contained in swordsmanship is suddenly richer than before. Clang! Huangquan's Excalibur struck directly with the red gold sledgehammer. The sledgehammer looked very heavy, and the sword unparalleled Huangquan Excalibur looked very thin compared to the sledgehammer. But in this collision, the swordless Huangquan's Excalibur did not move. Instead, it was the red gold sledgehammer in the empty master's hand. At this moment, it was directly thrown out. In the hands, the magic soldiers were thrown away. The sword Wuxuang Huangquan's magic sword power had not been completely exhausted, and it still stabbed directly on the god's body. The master's body was violent, and his breath instantly weakened. How can it be? The empty master stood still again, looking up at Jian Wuxuang. His face was incredible. Is it possible? When he met last time, he was able to easily suppress Jian Wuxuang, but now in a blink of an eye, with the help of the ancient Night Demon King, his strength improved, but was easily defeated by the opponent? The Lord of the Blood Swords turned out to be so bad? Defeated the empty master in front, but Jian Wuxuang did not feel the slightest satisfaction. For him, the masters of the level of the empty master are as difficult to attract his attention. Ancient Demon Lord, you should have seen it after seeing it for so long, Jian Wuxuang said suddenly. His voice echoed throughout the magic palace. Chapter 3856. Fifth more. Ha! Magnificent laughter rang through the world, and within the rules of the ancient Night Demon Palace, a burly figure of a black warframe slowly stepped out. Behind this burly figure, he also followed several masters who surrendered to the ancient Night Demon Monarch, including the Monarch Master. Is the Lord of the Blood Sword right? Someone under me said that you can compete with the top masters at the level of the Lord of the Rules. I am still not quite convinced, but now you see, you are better than they say. Many more! The owner has followed me all these years, and his strength has improved a lot. I have also taught him a trick. The combat power that broke out in a short time can barely reach the second level, but you are still defeated by your sword. I am afraid that your strength is better than the one I defeated before. There was a trace of heat in the eyes of the ancient Night Demon King. I decided, starting today, you are my first general, and as for the master, let me be the second general. Hearing the words of the ancient Night Demon King, the emptiness of the mouth of the Lord was slightly drawn, and he did not speak. The world has always been respected for its strength. Jian Wuxuang defeated him. If he really worshipped His Majesty the ancient Night Demon King, it would naturally be the first general, and his position must be higher than him. You are the ancient Night Demon King? Jian Wuxuang took a closer look at the ancient Night Demon King. It is worthy to escape from a purgatory-like place in the eternal dark prison. The breath and oppression of the ancient Night Devil are extremely strong. The whole person stands there without having to take a shot, but it feels like a worldwide demon in general. The spirit alone is enough to make ordinary masters afraid. The ancient night demon, you want me to be your general, and that's simple, as long as your strength is strong enough to tremble me, but until now, I have not the slightest tremor, or even the idea of fear. Jian Wushuang smiled. Ha! A genius like you is a bit arrogant and normal. You want to see my strength, I fulfill you, you are optimistic. The ancient night devil laughed, and waved directly. Ha! Convergence of divine power, the ancient night demon's right hand became crystal clear, and immediately directed towards the location of the sword Wushuang, a direct shot. A simple shot, but instantly there is a towering handprint condensed in the void. This handprint contains 5 different rules at the same time, and they are perfectly integrated with each other, exuding a breathtaking sense of extinction. As soon as it took shape, the huge surrounding space was completely shuttered, as if it could not bear the power of the palm print. Around the demon palace, the lords of the ancient night demon palace, including many rulers, saw their palms widened and exclaimed the moment they saw the print. In their eyes, this palm print, he was terrible. Those masters saw it more thoroughly, and they could very clearly sense the power of their body that shivered in the palm print. This power is like being able to kill them at will with one hand. And indeed it is. At one time, this ancient night demon prince killed the top-level Tianpeng master with one hand, and then he will dominate the heavy damage of the second level of Yu, scaring him away. Now this palm, the ancient night demon, is just to deter Jian Wushuang. He doesn't want to kill Jian Wushuang, so the power of this palm has not reached the level of killing Tianpeng, but it is also amazing. At least the average master can't afford it. Seeing this huge palm print bombarded, Jian Wu's eyes were dim. Before this ancient night demon master did not shoot, Jian Wushuang could not judge his specific strength, but now he really shot. Jian Wushuang knew that the strength of this ancient night demon king should not have reached the 3rd level. It is estimated that the peak of the 2nd series, or the most extreme. The strong at this level alone are not yet qualified to make sword Wushu fearless. I saw the sword Wushuang still inexorably wielding the Huangquan divine sword in his hands. A heavy sword rises, forming a heavy and heavy earth sword area. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushu already covered dozens of major sword areas in front of him. He stood there, motionless, and let the huge palm print bombard the earth sword. Ha! The roar of terror was shaking, and the destruction of that huge palm print could erupt completely, sweeping frantically around everything. However, in the very center of the palm printing power, Jian Wushuang still stood there intact. In the dozens of major sword areas on his body, although most of them were defeated, there were still a lot of them left. That is to say, the palm of the ancient night devil has not broken his sword art at all. Ancient night devil, is this what you mean by absolute strength? Jian Wushuang's mouth slightly tilted. Only with this strength, I am not qualified to subject me. Ha! The ancient night demon frowned. Is it bodyguard sword art? But this bodyguard sword art is so good that it can't break my palm directly? But following the ancient night devil laughed again. Ha! It seems that the devil is looking down upon you. When you just played against a master, didn't you give up all your combat power? Ancient night devil, I don't need to say any more nonsense. I really want to see how strong your combat power is. Jian Wu's eyes flashed hot, followed by his figure, and he took the initiative. Call! With the huge wings spreading out, Jian Wushuang cast the Xuanguang Phantom, and appeared directly in front of the ancient night demon king like a teleportation, and then the Huangquan Excalibur cut out. Wow! With the sword, the space was cut open relentlessly. This sword is not very powerful, but... The ancient night demon stared fiercely. Good rich Kendo universe origin, the richness of this Kendo universe origin. I see you on the 1st floor of Eternal Dark Prison among the countless second-level masters, few are comparable. This kid, the ruler of every rule, has such a high sense of the origin of Kendo universe? Wow! 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 I saw one after another, Jianguang. In any one of the sword lights contains the very rich origin of Kendo universe. The blessing of the origin of Kendo universe has greatly enhanced the sword's sword power. The ancient Night Demon King waved his fist and blasted forward. The fist and Jian Guan collided again and again. The power was overwhelming. This boy, the perception of the origin of the Kendo universe is too high. I am afraid that among the third-level masters, they are all very powerful. His sword skill is also extremely exquisite, even under my boxing skills. The ancient Yimajuan was amazed, but beyond his surprise there were more surprises. To him, the stronger the sword is, and the more upset he is, the happier he is. Because in his eyes, Jian Wushuang is already his general. 3 heads M. Chapter 3857. 6 more. Huh! Another collision, Jian Wushuang and the ancient night demon's stature pulled apart. Ha ha, little guy, you are really surprised me. A ruler is so high at the origin of Kendo universe. Today, you will surely become the first warlord of this devil. Shengzhenshin, his body was full of magic, and the power of those two fists suddenly increased to a whole new level at this moment. Okay? Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he could just use swordsmanship to fight against the fist of the ancient night demon, he himself knew that this was the reservation of the ancient night demon. The most dominant master of the second series is purely powerful in divine power, which is much more powerful than sword warriors. Huh! Huh! After two fists smashed, Jian Wushuang was already struggling. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. Jian Wu's eyes were cold. Huang Quan's sword in his hand was cut straight out, and a swift sword light came. While cutting to the ancient night demon, a special force poured in among the lights. With the addition of this special force, the power of Jian Wushuang, a sword, instantly increased several times. Pun! They trembled in emptiness, and the ancient night demon king stepped back 3 steps in succession. At the same time, his right hand fist was slightly numb, and he still felt a little pain. But the ancient night devil did not pay any attention to the pain in his arm, but stared at Jian Wushuang. Just that power, that supreme power. Nothing wrong, it is the law of the universe. Absolutely the law of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword has even realized a trace of the law of the universe? An ancient horror flashed in the eyes of the ancient night demon. The law of the universe is supreme. Even the master, it is extremely difficult to understand a trace. Any master, as long as he comprehends a bit of the law of the universe, his strength can undergo qualitative transformation. Like him, although he is the most dominant master of the second series, the law of the universe has always been unattainable to him. As for the ruler, the universe recognizes that the ruler is able to comprehend a rule of the universe that belongs to a super genius rarely seen in billions of stars. This kind of super genius is enough to make those big forces in the vast universe madly compete for it. Countless top extremes are very eager to accept such super genius as disciples and inherit the mantle. Anyway, this ancient night devil is also the second highest standing, and he himself comes from the depths of the universe, and there are many geniuses he has seen. Super genius, but he has never seen it before. Master of the Blood Sword, follow me. I guarantee that you will become the master within 100,000 years, and I am not just a solitary master. I also have a division in the depths of the universe. There are all the strong ones, and you follow me to the depths of the universe, and I let the supreme strong person of my division personally come forward to accept you as an apprentice, said the ancient night demon prince. He now does not want Jian Wushuang to be his sire. This level of super genius is not what he controls at all, but his division can. He couldn't wait to return to the teacher's gate with Sword Wushuang now. Sure, men? Jian Wushuang's expression moved without questioning. There may be a division behind this ancient night demon king, but the division door must not be strong, otherwise how could this ancient night demon king be held in the eternal dark prison for so many years? Don't care about the division behind this ancient night demon king. Ancient demon lord, am not interested in you or your division. Now you think about how you won't be defeated by me. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and Huang Quanshan's sword turned into a bend in his hand. However, when the air strikes came out, there was a trace of the law of the universe in Jianguang, which instantly caused Jianguang's power to skyrocket. At the same time, the mighty realm of magic light and the realm of mysterious light are fused together, directly oppressing the ancient night demon monarch. The combination of the two fields, even the most dominant master of the second level, such as the ancient night devil, has also been greatly affected in this field. The ancient night demon prince immediately fought with Jian Wushuang, but after just a few times of confrontation, the ancient night devil found himself in a slight disadvantage. The Lord of the Blood Sword has a superb understanding of the origin of the Kendo universe. He also has a trace of the laws of the universe. Sword skill is also extremely good. Although his divine power is much weaker than mine, he can rely on the wonders of the laws of the universe. The surrounding area is actually faintly overwhelming me. Guillermo Jun couldn't help but marvel. He has heard rumors long ago that after a practitioner has realized a glimpse of the laws of the universe, his strength will soar many times. Now it seems that this is the case. When Jian Wushuang did not use the laws of the universe, his combat power was barely dominated by the second level, but now using the laws of the universe, that combat power is definitely the peak of the second level. Haha, Lord of the Blood Sword, you are very good. In this case, the demon is no longer hiding it. The laughter of the ancient night demon echoed. Even if he saw him slap, there was a black glove on each of the two palms, and the black glove exuded a very strong sense of destruction. It was an extremely powerful treasure. This ancient night demon king finally came out to attack Arca. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he has long noticed that the ancient night demon has always been fighting with himself empty-handed. His two fists were extremely stiff, and they were absolutely comparable to ordinary treasures. He repeatedly collided with his own Huangquan Excalibur without any damage. However, after incorporating the laws of the universe into his swordplay, he couldn't carry it anymore, and now the ancient night demon king finally took out his strongest treasure soldier. The prisoners in the Eternal Dark Prison are indeed so good, they can just come up with one, and they are so arrogant. I used many methods and the laws of the universe to force my attack to Bora. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The battle with this ancient night demon king made Jian Wushuang more interested in the many prisoners in the Eternal Dark Prison. He has decided that when this time is over he will set off to practice in the Eternal Dark Prison. Of course, the ancient night demon king in front of him is still unsolved. Master of the Blood Sword, watch the fist! The ancient night devil's eyes flashed a strong light, and the entire person was completely transformed into a wild beast. I saw the overwhelming violent breath coming, and the ancient night demon slain directly before the sword had no double-sidedness, and his strength no longer had any reservation, and at this moment completely poured out. Chapter 3858. The first is more. So strong! I saw the ancient night demon turned into a fierce beast, and two fists blasted frantically. The boxing method was arrogant and overbearing. Each of the most important fists contained incredible power. Jian Wushuang and the ancient night demon's fist, each the collision only felt a heavy mountain oppressing him. In less than a moment of fighting, Jian Wushuang was completely crushed ruthlessly. He even felt the pain in his palm and couldn't hold the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand. In terms of strength, the gap is too big. Jian Wushuang sighed. After all, it is the most dominant master in the second level. The divine power alone is much stronger than Jian Wushuang. This ancient night demon is not vain, but he directly presses people. Jian Wushuang is difficult to resist. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang pulled away abruptly and pulled away from the ancient night demon king again. The ancient night demon monarch was so powerful that he did not immediately catch up. Why, I know that you can't beat it, and want to stop it, laughed the ancient night demon. The ancient night devil, it really deserves to have escaped from that place, and the strength is really great, Jian Wushuang said. He said very easily, and those who watched the battle next to him, such as the empty master and the monarch ruled them, did not know what Jian Wushuang said. Only the ancient night demon king, in the same words, his eyes and pupils shrank sharply. Escape from that place? This boy, do you know where I come from, and know that the eternal dark prison can't be achieved? The ancient night demon frowned. Ancient night devil, to be honest, this time I came, I was quite looking forward to your strength, and now it seems that you did not let me down. You are very strong, better than anyone I have ever dealt with. They are much stronger, and you are also qualified to let me use Wu Wei. Jian Wuxuangdo. Wu Wei. What is it? The ancient night demon is unknown. Sword Wuxuang took the Huangquan Excalibur in his hand and took the scabbard on the back, followed by a slap, and a black Excalibur exudes gloom in his hand. This black Excalibur gradually floated there. At first glance, there was nothing strange, but the ancient night devil came from the depths of the universe and was held in the eternal dark prison for so many years. His vision is naturally not low. At the moment of the black Excalibur, his pupils narrowed sharply. This black Excalibur seems calm, but under the surface calm, there is an unprecedented coldness and darkness. The most important thing is that this black Excalibur has an incredible power. This extremity seems to be able to tear apart everything in the world, not only the ancient night devil, but everyone around it, staring at the black Excalibur. At that moment, the sharpness in the black divine sword seemed to tear their souls in half. Heartbreaking and frightening. What is this treasure? A horror flashed in the eyes of the ancient night demon. Jian Wuxuang smiled lightly. He held the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand and rushed forward with the divine power. Wow! A dim shadow of the sword rushed out, like a cloud of mist, directly covering the void in front of him. In the mist, there was an unprecedented cold light flashing. The strongest sword attack created by Jian Wuxuang Misty. Humph! The ancient night demon snorted, and his fist turned into a roaring dragon, which burst out. Everywhere you go, space collapses. In a blink of an eye, the shocking sword light contained in the mist collided with the fist of the ancient night demon. Pun! Only one loud noise was heard, and the huge ancient night demon palace shook violently under this impact. At the very center of the two, the ancient night devil's face changed suddenly, and a horror appeared in his eyes. Following his figure, he stepped back one after another. Each step was heavy and powerful, breaking the void. After standing firmly, the ancient night demon prince immediately looked at his right hand. The black gloves on his right hand originally exuded an extremely thick gloom, but at this moment the gloom was much dimmer than before. My strongest treasure, soldier, did I get some damage? How could this be? The magical face of the ancient night devil is incredible. You know, this pair of black gloves was obtained by him when he fought with people in eternal dark prison and spent a lot of money on a second-ranked strongest man. Extremely, the theory level is among the strongest treasures, and it must also belong to the necessary. This glove is his strongest attacking soldier. But is such an attack on the magic soldier, now in the collision with the sword unparalleled swordsmanship, only a single collision, his gloves are slightly damaged? The Excalibur in your hand. The ancient night demon relooked at the black divine sword in the swordless hands, and his expression was constantly changing. From the start, he was shocked, and finally turned into ecstasy. The rule is precious. Yes, that Excalibur must be the rule of noble. Otherwise, how could a single collision cause some damage to my strongest Excalibur-esque gloves? And the Blood Sword Lord's sword power can be improved all at once. With so much, this must be the credit of that rule of treasure. The ancient night devil is really excited. He never expected that the Lord of the Blood Sword in front of him would not only be a legendary billionaire astral super genius, but the latter also had the rule of treasure in his hands. The rule is precious, let alone the master of a second series, even if it is the third series, or even most of the fourth series, there is no such treasure. Such a treasure is enough to make any master below the fifth level crazy. He is an ancient night devil, and he is naturally crazy. Kill! The eyes of the ancient night demon king flashed unprecedented fierceness, and the whole person turned into a fierce beast, and flew towards the sword unparalleled again. And this time, the pervasive power on him is obviously stronger than just now. Jian Wushuang is also not afraid. Wu crying Excalibur is in his hand, but he himself has realized a bit of the law of the universe. With this piece of cosmic law, he can barely use a small part of the power of Wu cry Excalibur, and this small part of power can greatly improve the overall strength of the sword. This is also one of the spirits of Jian Wushuang who dared to face the ancient Night Demon King before. After coming out of the dim demonic realm, he realized a bit of the law of the universe, his strength sword, and then obtained the Wu Weeping Sword, which made his combat power soar to a whole new level. Because of this, he dared to say that it was enough to fight the ancient Night Demon King, and the outcome was unpredictable. Now, the power of this magic sword Wu Wei is gradually revealed in the sword without hands. Chapter 3859. Second more. Outside the ancient night magic palace, a large number of people gathered. These are the strong men under the ancient night magic palace, of which only a few dominate, but the rule master has a lot. At this moment, they were staring at the battle in the void ahead. The two sides of that battle were truly the ancient night devil that they had determined to be invincible in this star field, and the other was the Lord of the Blood Sword. At the beginning they thought that there was no suspense in this battle. It was considered that the Lord of the Blood Sword was able to make a move in the hands of the ancient Night Demon King, but what happened? The two of them have been fighting fiercely until now, and it has been a while, but they haven't decided the winner yet? What is this concept? Devil and he have all come up with their strongest attacking soldiers, but they still can't win the Lord of the Blood Sword. Not only was he unable to win it, the Demon King was at war with the Lord of the Blood Sword, but he couldn't take the slightest advantage, but he was suffering from the sword art of the Lord of the Blood Sword everywhere. The Lord of the Blood Sword, isn't it just the Lord of the Rules? And he said before that his combat power barely reached the threshold of top masters. Can you see this scene? Where is the threshold of top masters? How much do adults have to be weak? These ancient Night Demon Kings are shocked at this moment. They didn't know Jian Wushuang's strength before, thinking that Jian Wushuang's strength still stayed at the time when the Red Cloud Realm was opened. At that time, Jian Wushuang was at best comparable to the top master. But the average top master, in the ancient Night Demon King said, it is almost the same as the ants. The ancient Night Demon King can kill the so-called top masters with one move. Like the Beihai Palace's Tianping master, it is killed by the ancient Night Demon King with one stroke. At that time, the ancient Night Demon King did not even use his strongest treasure soldier. But now, the strongest treasure soldiers are also used. The ancient Night Demon Prince obviously does not retain any strength, but the Master of the Blood Sword can still compete with the ancient Night Demon Lord. Even relying on swordsmanship, he occupies some advantages. This is scary. It's no wonder that the Lord of the Blood Sword can come out alive from the darkened demon realm, so powerful. Even if you enter the deepest part of the darkened demon realm, I am afraid that you may not encounter much danger. Before, I thought Lord Demon King was absolutely invincible in this star field, but now it seems that someone can still compete with it, and the only thing Lord King can counter, it is probably the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the ruler of every rule, can even fight like this with Lord Majiwen. Great! Can't help but wonder. There is no way. It is the combat power revealed by Jian Wushuang, which should not be possessed by a ruler at all. It's too much against the sky. In the battlefield, the ancient Night Demon King was shocked by the appointment. He really has now revealed his strongest strength, and the power has burst to the extreme. However, the sword in front of him is based on a part of the power of the magical sword Wu Wu Xingjian. Many mysteries are performed at the same time. The power will not be worse than him, and Jian Wushuang's sword skill is extremely high, and his perception of kendo is much higher than his perception of boxing. His only advantage should be spent in eternal dark prison for too long, and his experience in killing is extremely rich, but despite this, Jian Wushuang can rely on swordsmanship, but he can still compete with him, even with some advantages. The most important thing is that there is another hidden danger in the ancient Night Demon King, which is the huge gap between the magical soldiers and the treasure. The rule is precious. The power is too strong. Although my gloves are the best of the strongest ones, the ratio is still far from the rule. I fight the Lord of the Blood Sword and my fist is against him. The rule of the Supreme Treasure Sword also expands again and again. Every time I collide, my strongest treasure boxer will be slightly damaged. To this day, my strongest treasure boxer has been damaged a lot. I'm afraid these gloves are broken. Ancient Night Devil frowned. But just then, hum! An incomparable breath came from the void above. The ancient Night Demon King immediately looked up and looked away, but at this look, he found a majestic and monumental stone monument, magnificently enlarged in his pupils. The surface of the steel is also surrounded by countless secret patterns. These secret patterns are extremely complicated, and his towering steel was crushed directly towards him in time. The rule of treasure is another rule of treasure! The ancient night demon screamed inside. The rule of treasure, he spent so many years in the first floor of eternal hell, and also met countless prisoners, but from the hands of these prisoners have never seen a rule of treasure, but now, he is from the eternal escaped and came to the star field at the edge of the universe. As a result, in such a remote star field, he not only saw the rule of treasure, but also saw two things at one time, both from the same person. This second rule is a treasure, of course, it is a town monument. When Jian Wushuang returned to the chaotic world of ancient times, he took the town's steel refinery and collected it. After comprehending a bit of the law of the universe, he has been able to master this town monument, but because of the particularity of the town monument, its true power is worse than the normal repressive class arcana, but it is also powerful enough already. At this moment, the town of Tianbei was oppressed oppressively, and the ancient night demon prince also mentioned the sword threat of sword unparalleled in the front, so he could not resist the oppression of that town of steel. Boom! The huge town monument fell directly on the ancient night monster. The terrible power instantly dropped the ancient night devil into the ground below, and severely fell on the Earth star, so that a deep invisible pit appeared on the Earth's ground. Many powerful men of the ancient night demon looked at this scene in horror. They saw the invincible devil in their hearts, and they were directly manipulated by a stone steel to the ground. Suddenly, a figure has risen to the sky again. It is the ancient night devil, but the ancient night devil at the moment is slightly pale and looks a little bit embarrassed. Awesome, there are two rules to the treasure. The ancient night demon stared at the sword unparalleled. You are also terrific. You were hit by the front of my town's monument, and you didn't receive it much. It seems that you not only have your own deity, but even the top armor of the body, it is also very good. Jian Wushuang also said. The ancient night demon snorted, but his heart began to figure out. The Lord of the Blood Sword has great strength, and there are two rules of treasure in hand. I am not a rival, I am now his opponent. Now I think it's almost impossible to capture him. In this case, he can only use the last trick to kill him directly. 3 heads M. Chapter 3860. Third more. Ancient Night Demon King wanted to have a sword capture. After all, Jian Wushuang is a real super genius, and there is not necessarily a single one in the billions of stars. Such a super genius is of immense value. If he can receive His Majesty, he can get incredible benefits. But with the strength that Jian Wushuang is showing now, he wants to capture it, which is simply a lunatic dream. In this case, he can only step back and kill Jian Wushuang. He knew that in such a remote star field, the Lord of Swords and One Rule could have such combat power. It must have been an incredible opportunity, like the two rules of his treasure, which fully explained this point. So even if Jian Wushuang could not be earned, as long as he killed Jian Wushuang and got his two rules, he was searching for Jian Wushuang's Jianquan ring, and he believed that his gain would not be low. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you can drive me to this step, you are really good, but it's also over. The ancient night demon stared coldly. Next I will show my strongest hole card, this move even though I have been in that place for a long time, I have only performed it 10 times. You can be proud of this trick. As soon as the ancient night devil's voice fell, a lot of black gloom began to condense on his body. Are there any whole cards? Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but admire him. This ancient night devil can always survive an eternal dark prison, and the method is really extraordinary. Until now, there are still no cards. And the ancient night demon king has been fighting with him for so long, and he also knows his strength, but still dare to say that this trick has the opportunity to kill himself, then obviously your power is extraordinary. Drink! The ancient night demon lord drank violently, and the breath on his body was suddenly abruptly weakened at this moment, and a hot spit of blood was also sprayed from his mouth. It's a special mystery, and the cost of his mystery is definitely not small. The sword has no two-sided dignity. When he noticed that the breath of the ancient night devil was weakened a lot, he realized that this trick is not trivial. Boom! The ancient night demon king shot. I saw a lot of dark light condensing at a horrible speed, and in the blink of an eye formed an ancient black giant finger. This black giant finger, carrying the earth-shaking power of extinction, came directly to the sword without fingers. This trick! Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he could feel the terrifying power of this trick. If it is said that the ancient night demon under full force broke out, its combat power is already the most extreme of the second level, then this finger that he costs at a great cost now has absolutely exceeded the second level and reached the level of the third series, and the higher level dominates the level. Oh, this trick, but the secret technique from my own division, was created by the Supreme Hand. The power is extremely powerful. I spent 40% of my divine power and some blood at one time before I could barely show this trick. I don't believe he can resist it. The ancient night demon king's eyes were cold. However, under his gaze, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly erupted into a towering divine power. Boom! The divine power is frantically crisscrossing, and the next moment is directly burning at a horrible speed. Dragon extermination, magic power burns. As soon as this divine power was burned, the sword's divine power increased by 100-fold in an instant, and under the amplitude of various mystic skills, his power at this moment has completely reached a completely new level. Guardian of the Earth! Sword Wushan swiftly exhaled the Excalibur in his hand. Driven by the laws of the universe, Wu Chang's Excalibur also exhibited decent power. In a moment, a major area of sword condensed in front of Sword Wushuang. It took 40 hours to form a full 43 major ground sword areas. Yes, 43. This is after Jian Wushuang came out of the dim demon realm, and spent thousands of years in the Red Cloud realm. In those thousands of years, he used the opportunity in the Red Cloud realm to improve his strength again, not only on the laws of the universe, but also on kendo. In swordplay, he now has a higher sense of the origin of the kendo universe. Among the third-level masters, he has reached the extreme. With such a sense of the origin of the kendo universe, fully exerting the trick of guarding the earth can instantly condense the 43 major sword areas. These 43 major sword areas are stronger than stronger. Boom! The old black giant finger slowly extended, and finally bombarded the land of the sword on the surface of the swordless body. The instant power broke out. 43 major sword domains, and its 30 heavy sword domains, were like transparent window paper. They were directly broken by the black giant finger, followed by the black giant finger. 1132. The first 39 was defeated in the blink of an eye. But by the time of the 40th épée, the speed of the black giant finger was obviously slower. In the 41st épée domain, the black giant finger paused for a long time before barely breaking. As for the 42nd weight, the black giant finger failed to defeat the 42nd sword area and dissipate. The black giant finger most stopped at the 42nd level. I used the technique of dragon extermination and the strongest defense sword and earth guard under the premise of a surge in divine power, but I was also defeated by the 41 heavy sword domain. The power of this finger is really real. Sword Wushuang could not help but admire. Jian Wushuang was just admiration, but the ancient night devil was horrified, even terrified. How can it be? I spent great divine power and even sacrificed some of the strongest means of casting blood, even if it is the general third-level elementary master in the eternal dark prison. It is estimated that it will be badly hit by this move. Every ruler of the rule, not only I completely block this move, and still rely on the perfect protection of body swords, I didn't even break his body swords with this trick? How could he be so strong? The ancient night demon trembled physically and mentally. But Jian Wushuang's cold eyes had already looked at the ancient night demon king. Ancient night demon king, your strongest means have already been performed, so you can borrow me another sword. Jian Wushuang slowly raised the wu-crying Excalibur in a frantic flame, and waved wildly. The next moment, a horrible, hazy sword shadow was cut out directly. The strongest swordplay, hazy. The same sword can be used to perform the sword unparalleled operation after the dragon annihilation. The power of this sword is much more powerful than before. Not good! The ancient night demon king's face changed greatly, and he could see at a glance that the sword might be extremely powerful. At least it had reached the threshold of the third level. Even if he did not dare to pick it easily in his heyday, let alone his at present, the divine power and blood are greatly damaged, and the combat power is at most only 60% of the heyday. 60% strength. How dare to take this sword? Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 38-61. Fourth is here. Escape! The ancient night devil does not hesitate. I saw that his body's shape suddenly changed from 1 to hundreds, and his figure fled from all directions. Although the mist formed by Jian Wushuang's hazy sword technique enveloped the past for the first time, it only covered part of the body. The covered figures were all annihilated by Jian Guang, but it is clear that the deity of the ancient night demon is not among these figures. Wow! The shape of the sky suddenly dissipated, and the figure of the ancient night demon monarch had appeared in the void far away from the sword unparalleled. Obviously the strength is damaged, but there is still such a powerful life-saving technique that can be cast from the eternal dark prison. Even if it is seriously injured, I can't kill him. Sword Wushuang retracted the two-handle rule arcane, also stopped the burning of divine power in the body. The ancient night demon king, at this moment, stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn look. As for those strong men who watched the ancient night magic palace, they were silent. The battle in front of them was in their eyes from start to finish, and of course they saw it at the end. Ancient night demon king showed his strongest hole card, but he failed to break even the sword unparalleled body sword skill. The last sword of Jian Wushuang, but the scared ancient night demon monarch fled, and did not dare to compete with it. Obviously in this battle, the sword is unparalleled. On strength, Jian Wushuang is still above this ancient night demon king. From today on, the strongest in this star field is estimated to be replaced by the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Emperor sighed inwardly. Me, I even ran to the Star Palace to let go of the word, and even the Lord of the Blood Sword was actually attracted by me. The ruler of that monarch was terrified. Previously, the ancient night demon king supported him. He didn't care about Shinggong at all. Even if he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him, he didn't care. But now he knew that the strength of the Lord of the Blood Swords was even more terrible than the demon behind him, which made him truly frightened. He can imagine that if Jian Wushuang is going to kill him, the ancient night devil may not stop it, and even if it is to stop it, it is probably impossible to stop it. Master of the Blood Sword, you won this battle! The ancient night demon king finally spoke. He didn't say much, nor did he justify himself. Losing is losing. He spent so many years in the eternal dark prison. I do know how much there is. If he did even have the courage to admit defeat, he would have been killed for a long time. Ancient Night Demon King, you are really strong, especially the last finger, almost defeated my strongest body protection means. I can beat you, but also fortunate, plus the assistance of the treasure. Jian Wushuangdo. Treasure is also a kind of strength. The ancient night demon Jun smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, here is at the gate of my ancient night demon palace. Why not go with me to the demon palace? Let me talk about it in detail. How about it? Let's talk about it in detail? Jian Wuxuang looked, and then nodded with a smile. Since the ancient Night Demon King invited me, then I'm welcome. Please ask the demon to lead the way. Haha, come with me. The laughter of the ancient Night Devil is extremely happy. Just now, Gu Yejuan is still thinking about playing his strongest hole card to kill sword warriors, but now he blinks and invites sword warriors to enter the magic palace to discuss in detail, and sword warriors also directly agreed. This is also normal. After all, Jian Wuxuang had no major resentment against this ancient Night Demon Prince, and before the rule of the king and the prince went to the Star Palace, there was some friction. But this friction is not really hatred. The ancient Night Demon King wanted to kill Jian Wuxuang because Jian Wuxuang was pregnant with treasure. He longed for it, but since he couldn't kill him, he naturally didn't want to be at odds with Jian Wuxuang. After all, Jian Wuxuang's strength now eclipsed him. The most terrible thing about Wuxuang is his potential. The master level of the rule is so strong. Who knows how strong he will be when he breaks through and become the master? As for Jian Wuxuang, he can't kill the ancient Night Demon, but he also needs to know some things in the eternal dark prison from the ancient Night Demon, and of course he won't choose to be evil with the ancient Night Demon. Both knew that the other was strong, and could not be the enemy. In the magnificent magic palace, the ancient Night Devil did not choose to sit on the towering throne above, but sat in front of the case with the sword without a double face, which is also a respect for the strength of the sword without a sword, and put the sword without a sword completely on an equal footing with yourself. On the case, there is fine wine. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this is the wine I collected from the treasure house of the Beihai Palace after I overthrew the Beihai Palace. This wine is of great help to the practitioners who dominate the following. The most important thing is that it tastes good. Do you want to taste it? Taste? Said the ancient Night Demon King. Jian Wuxuang glanced at the fine wine, but shook his head. No, I don't want to hide it. I came here this time to find you the ancient Night Demon King. Oh? The ancient Night Devil frowned. You came for the Star Palace thing? This is one of them. Jian Wuxuang nodded. This is something I have done too much in, and I will give you the Lord of the Blood Sword. The ancient Night Demon voiced solemnly, followed his eyes and glanced to the side. Magic Monarch. The monarch dominated and immediately fell to his knees. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this matter arises because of this monarch. He saw the special treasure of the Star Palace, the Triple Path, so he asked for it in the name of my ancient Night Magic Palace. After the Lord of the Star Palace defeated, I told the treasure to me when I came back, and told me that I was bitter. I am the Lord of the ancient Night Magic Palace. In order to maintain the face, I was told that the Lord of the Palace would send the treasure to him. Come up, Ancient Night Demon King said. I can understand. Jian Wuxuang nodded. He could see that the ancient Night Devil did not lie, and there was no need to lie. In this case of the ancient Night Demon Palace and the Xing Palace, the monarch and the king dominated a large part. Now Junie is here. What do you do with the Lord of the Blood Sword www. Novel. It doesn't matter if you kill him directly. The ancient Night Demon took a drink from the case, feel free to say. He said easily, but the monarch who was kneeling beside him was terrified. Devil, forgive me, forgive me. The ruler of the monarch kept asking for mercy, but the ancient Night Demon Prince did not look at him. To the ancient Night Demon Monarch, this monarch is the master of the First Order. As far as the master of the First Order is concerned, such a master is a lot in the universe, he doesn't care. However, Jian Wuxuang is different. This is an incredible super genius with unlimited potential in the future. What he has to do now is to pull as much as possible with Jian Wuxuang, but he will not fight against Jian Wuxuang for the sake of a prince. Chapter 3862. Fifth more. Kill it? Jian Wuxuang watched with interest, kneeling beside him, the monarch who was begging for mercy. This monarch dominates the mighty masters, and he is definitely a top-level existence in this star field. Once there was no sword double-sided to such an existence, he had to look up, but now he is kneeling in front of himself. Can decide its life and death. It's nothing, I'm too lazy to kill you, but you have to go to my star house. As for what to do, you should consider it yourself. Jian Wuxuang rode. He said to Terra now that killing a high master has no sense of accomplishment. Thank you very much for the Lord of the Blood Sword, spare your life. The ancient Night Demon Lord said coldly. Thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword, thank you for the Lord of the Blood Sword. The monarch ruler was relieved. I immediately set off and went to the Star Palace to pay for my sins. Jian Wuxuang just waved his hands arbitrarily, followed by looking at the ancient Night Demon, solemnly. Ancient Night Demon, when I come this time, there is actually another more important thing. Jian Wuxuang lowered his voice, and the ancient Night Demon became aware, and immediately commanded. You all go down. Yes. The empty host and others who escorted aside immediately bowed and left. In the entire Great Hall, there are only Jian Wuxuang and the ancient Night Demon King. The latter also directly imposed a heavy prohibition to prevent someone from hearing the dialogue between the two. Master of the Blood Sword, you can speak now. The ancient Night Demon Lord looked over. The ancient Night Devil, I didn't meander, I just said I'm very interested in that eternal dark prison. Jian Wuxuangdo. You really know the eternal dark prison? The ancient Night Demon looked solemnly at Jian Wuxuang. In the previous battle with Jian Wuxuang praised him for being out of that place. At that time, the ancient Night Magic King guessed whether Jian Wuxuang knew his origin. Now it seems that Jian Wuxuang did know. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I can ask, how do you know the eternal dark prison, and how do you know that I escaped from the eternal dark prison? The ancient Night Demon asked. This is very simple. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly, and then turned over and took out something. Du Ye Mo Jun, you should know this thing in my hand? What Jian Wuxuang took out was a token. This is a disciple's token of Hangyun's veins, and it is also a token of the disciples of the inner door. Gu Ye Mo Jun was completely shocked. He was in the vein of Hongyun when he broke through the kingdom of God and committed a great crime, and was detained by Hongyun in an eternal dark prison. After that, he stayed in the vein of Hongyun. He didn't know how many years. He knew the vein of Hongyun naturally, and knew the power of the vein of Hongyun. Like the division behind him, in fact, it was not a weak side. There are several supreme people sitting in the town, but his teacher did not dare to offend Hongyun, knowing that he was being held in the eternal dark prison, and pretended not to see it. I can imagine that the Red Cloud is strong. However, the people of the Red Cloud have not appeared in the eternal dark prison for a long time. For these dozens or even hundreds of chaotic times, no new prisoners have been held in the eternal dark prison. Therefore, the eternal dark prison has been circulating. It is said that the pulse of Hongyun has been completely destroyed. And after escaping from the eternal dark prison, this ancient night demon is affirming the fact that the vein of Hongyun has been destroyed, for which he is extremely happy. But whoever thought of this blink of an eye, he met the disciple of Hongyun. No, you are just a master of the rules, and it looks like you haven't cultivated for a long time, and Hongyun's pulse has long been destroyed. I don't know how many years, you must not be a disciple of Hongyun's pulse in the peak period. If I guess you should have been in the Hongyunimai Divine Kingdom site for a while, and you got the opportunity left by Hongyunimai before you became a disciple of Hongyunimai? Asked the ancient night demon. Yes, I have been a disciple of Hongyunimai for a long time, so you do have to worry. I will hate you because of Hongyunimai, and I will detain you again in the eternal dark prison, not to mention this. No idea, no ability. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Well, since you have just become a disciple of Hongyun, that is not my enemy. The ancient night demon nodded secretly. He was imprisoned in the eternal dark prison for so long tortured by Yunyun, and after suffering torture, he managed to escape by now. If he does not resent Hongyun's pulse in his heart, it must be impossible, but Hongyun's pulse it is overthrown. The Red Cloud strong man who had detained him in the eternal dark prison originally is estimated to have died long ago, and naturally he will not be implicated in Jian Wuxuang. After all, Jian Wushuang only got a chance in the near future, and then he worshipped under the gate of Hongyun. I am a disciple in the heart of Hongyun. Naturally, I know the existence of Eternal Dark Prison, and I also know that you escaped from the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison not long ago. As for my coming to you this time, mainly I want to ask you something about the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wushuangdo. You ask about things in Eternal Dark Prison, do you want to go in? The ancient night devil frowned. I have this idea. Jian Wushuang smiled. There are countless strong men in the Eternal Dark Prison, even the first level. There are countless tops of the second series, and even the strongest of the third series, so of course I want to go in and go through it. You have the tokens of the disciples in the heart of Hongyun. You can mobilize the power of the magic circle in the Eternal Dark Prison. It is an invincible existence at all. This experience, you will not be in danger. That's it, but I still want to get some information about you from the Eternal Dark Prison. In addition, although I know that the Eternal Dark Prison is hidden in the depths of Red Rock Mountain, I don't know the exact location of the entrance. You have to guide me for the ancient night devil. Jian Wushuangdo intelligence is simple. I can tell you everything I know. As for the way, it is not impossible. But I have one condition. The ancient night devil is right. Conditions? Jian Wushuang's expression moved. Tell me. I have an enemy in the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. It is an outrageous lunatic. I fell into his hands and was tortured by him for billions of years. It is better to die than to live. This hatred I have never forgotten, but his strength is far superior to me. Before in the Eternal Dark Prison, I had no way to take him at all. Even if he came out of the Eternal Dark Prison one day, I am not his opponent. So, I want you to take a shot and help me revenge. The ancient night demon gnashed his teeth and said lowly. End of this chapter. Chapter 3863. 6 more arrived today. Revenge? Jian Wushuang glanced at Guillermo Mo Jun in shock. He could see that the ancient night demon monk absolutely hated the enemy, or when he said this, he wouldn't grit his teeth like this. And he could also hear that the reason why the ancient night demon hated each other was not because the other party had killed some of his close relatives, but because the ancient night demon had been captured by the other party in the Eternal Dark Prison. Passed, and fell into the hands of the other for 1 billion years. In those billion years, the ancient night devil must have suffered the inhuman torture of the other party. However, since the opponent is powerful enough to capture this ancient night devil, how did the ancient night devil escape from the other hand? Jian Wushuang wondered, but didn't ask much. Ancient demon lord, who is your enemy? Jian Wushuang asked. Star demon ancestor, among the many masters on the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison, stands at the top and is one of the most terrible masters, said the ancient night demon king. On the realm, this star demon ancestor is also just the third level as the primary dominating level, but his combat power is extremely terrible, and there are many means to emerge. I am also the highest in the second level, and the life-saving means is also good. It can be met by the general third level. Escape. But in the face of this ancestor of the demon, he easily captured me. I had no resistance at all, and he was tortured for billions of years. He finally got bored and let me go. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was still wondering how this ancient night devil ran away from the ancestors of the star demon. The feelings were not escaped but released by the other party. After tormenting for 1 billion years, knowing that the ancient night demon lord hated it, the star demon ancestor still dared to let go of the night demon lord. But how confident the star demon ancestor is in his own strength. In terms of strength, the ancestor of the star devil should also be far better than the lord of the blood sword, but the lord of the blood sword is a disciple of Hongyun. You can use the power of the Eternal Dark Prison as long as he is standing by you. In front of you, you can easily use the power of the French array to suppress it and kill him. No matter how strong he is, there is no room for resistance in front of you. Ancient Night Demon King said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then said directly, Ancient Demon Lord, I promise you, after I go to the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, I will find a way to find the ancestor of the Star Demon and take revenge for you. Thank you? The ancient Night Demon's eyes lit up suddenly. Well, now you first tell me some information in the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Immediately, the ancient Night Demon King began to narrate carefully. It was said for 3 days and nights, and at the same time, the ancient Night Demon King also gave Jian Wuxuang a very detailed information of the strong. On the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, there are countless powerful men, and after a long period of time, most of them are known and have extremely detailed information. After that, Jian Wuxuang went to Hongshu Mountain under the personal guidance of the ancient Night Demon. Before heading to Hongshushan, Jian Wuxuang also greeted the mysterious gods first, telling them that the crisis in the Shingon had been lifted off, and that the ruler of the monarch would immediately go to the Xingtuan to pay the crime. As for the ancient Night Magic Palace, and they will never be hostile to the Star Palace again, so they don't have to worry about it. In fact, even if Jian Wuxuang didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for the Xian Shinto people to know a few of them. After all, outside the ancient Night Demon Palace, the scene where Jian Wuxuang and the ancient Night Demon battled head to face, but many people saw it, and the news of this battle is bound to spread in this star field. Jian Wuxuang and the ancient Night Demon are fighting head-on. Under the premise that all combat power has erupted, the ancient Night Demon is still defeated. This news can cause a huge sensation in this star field, and Jian Wuxuang is bound to will replace the ancient Night Demon King to become the strongest recognized in this star field. With this battle as the background, the ancient Night Magic Palace will naturally not be the enemy of the Star Palace in the future. When Jian Wuxuang and Xian Shin talked with them, they also told them to go to Hongshushan for a while, so that they didn't have to worry because they would not be in danger. Xian Shinto people are also more at ease. Jian Wuxuang also rumored to speak to his wife Ling Wuxuang, and with the latter's consent, he really set foot in the Red Rock Mountains. Red Rock Mountain, extremely deep. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I ran out of here from the beginning. The ancient Night Demon Monarch led Sword Wuxuang, and came to the place where the bloodstone was piled up. In the center of this bloodstone pile, there was a heavy magic circle. This method is extremely esoteric. Jian Wuxuang only looked at it but couldn't understand it at all. This legal array should lead to the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. The reason why I was able to escape from the Eternal Dark Prison was because I just noticed a space crack nearby, and I immediately seized the opportunity to escape. When I stepped out of this circle, I met a master of your star field, the Horned Owl. I searched the memory of this Horned Lord. He discovered this law formation 160,000 years ago, and has been studying under this law formation. Finally, it was difficult to find a flaw in this law formation, and then he barely opened a connection the gap on the first floor of Eternal Hell, but it didn't take long for it to repair itself, so I can't even go back to Eternal Hell now. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are a disciple of the inner gate of the Red Cloud. There are tokens of the disciples of the inner gate. I do not know that I can rely on the tokens to open into the Eternal Dark Prison, said the ancient Night Demon. I don't know, but you can try it. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly, even when he took out the token of the disciple inside the red cloud. As soon as the token appeared, Jian Wuxuang immediately discovered that the token had a certain connection with the heavy law formation in front of him. With the movement of Jian Wuxuang's thoughts, the magic formation was slowly operating. After a short time, a complete space channel slowly appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang. Haha! It seems that the token of this inner disciple can indeed open the space channel into the Eternal Dark Prison. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there are many strong men in the Eternal Dark Prison, especially the means of many strong men are very terrible. Although you have the disciples' tokens, you must not be careless, or some sudden attacks can be done without you. With the slightest awareness, you will be killed, so that you will not even have the opportunity to take out the tokens to mobilize the power of the magic circle. Guillermo Jun said. I know, thank you for reminding me. Jian Wuxuang nodded. In addition, the ancestor of the Star Devil. The ancient night demon continued. Rest assured, the things I promised will be done for you. Jian Wushuang smiled, even if the spin directly into the space channel. Chapter 3864. The first is more. Eternal dark prison, gray and gray, seeing no light at all. The fate of those prisoners held in the eternal dark prison has been almost destined since they were held in the eternal dark prison. Perhaps when the vein of red clouds still exists and is in its heyday, there will be 1 or 2 lucky prisoners who can be released, but since the vein of red cloud collapsed, this eternal dark prison was abandoned in the Red Stone Mountain. In the eternal dark prison these prisoners will never see the sun again. Somewhere in the void, a space passage suddenly appeared, and the shape of Jian Wushuang stepped out of this space passage. After he walked out of the space channel, that space channel also converged and dissipated. However, the token of the inner door disciple is in Jian Wu's hands. With this token Wu Jian can still open a space passage at will and leave here. Here is the first floor of the eternal dark prison? Jian Wushuang looked up, looking around. In the eyes there is endless void and earth. The whole earth is black and blue, dead, without any vitality. Standing in the void of the eternal dark prison, Jian Wushuang only felt that there were some meager rules of heaven and earth, and even the aura of heaven and earth was much thinner than the outside world. Master Wu is right. The eternal dark prison does not have a cultivation environment at all. Generally, the first level or the second level dominates. If it is held in this first level space, it will barely reach the third level. The series dominates the elementary level, fearing that they can no longer be promoted. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. The vast universe, the closer to the center, the better the cultivation conditions. This star field, like Jian Wushuang, is located at the most marginal place of the universe. Compared with other parts of the universe, the cultivation environment should be extremely bad, but the cultivation environment of the Eternal is even more than his star field. Dozens of times or even more than 100 times worse. In such an environment, even those who have some talent to dominate the rules of strength cannot be improved much. According to the ancient Night Demon King, he has been staying in the 9th dark area of the first level of the Dragon domain before, and the Horned Lord reluctantly opened a gap in the first layer of Eternal Dark Prison. He seized the opportunity and escaped immediately. That is to say, the place where the heavy circle is linked in the Red Stone Mountain should be the 9th dark zone of the Dragon domain, which is where I am now. Jian Wushuang secretly said. From the ancient Night Demon King, he has learned some basic conditions in the first floor of this Eternal Dark Prison. The first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison is huge and immense. Its area is vast and even exceeds one side of the astral realm. There are 8 domains in this first floor. These 8 domains refer to 8 huge territories in the first layer. These 8 territories occupy 90% of the entire first layer of space, and they also have the most powerful people. As for the remaining territories and the environment, even worse, few prisoners are willing to go there. And the number of prisoners held in the Eternal Dark Prison is more than hundreds of millions. Among these billions of prisoners, after countless fighting battles, gradually they have created some top performers. On the first floor of the entire Eternal Dark Prison, there are 10 superpowers recognized at the top. These 10 people are called the 10 Kings. Among the 10 Kings, 8 each occupy a large domain and become the lords of this large domain. Even the name of this domain is named by this king. The magic dragon realm where Jian Wushuang is now is the territory occupied by that dragon lord. Although the Lord of Dragons is only worthy of merging the 6 rules to reach the threshold of 3rd level domination, the secret techniques and methods he possesses are extremely good. The understanding of the Tao, including his unique skills, is extremely terrifying. Although the realm is only the 3rd level primary master, but in terms of combat power, it is even stronger than the ordinary 3rd level higher master. Jian Wushuang's mind recalled the words of the ancient night demon. The Lord of the Dragons, and the other 9 kings with the same name, are extremely scary. On the first floor of this Eternal Dark Prison, there is absolutely invincible existence. Except for the competition between the 10 kings, countless others the prisoners on the first floor, including a large number of masters who have reached the third level of combat power, must be more than weak in front of the 10 kings. In the domain of the demon dragon, there are 108 dark areas. Each dark area has a lot of strong people. Like the 9th dark prison where I am now, according to the information obtained by the ancient Night Demon King, there are more than 10 thousands of prisoners. Although most of them are only the highest level of the 2nd level, there are still thousands of people who reach the 3rd level, and the strongest of them are 5, namely the 1,000 Blades Lord, the 9 Penal Monarch, and Bao King, Sword Dome, Blood Rain Lord. The ancient Night Demon King has been in this 9th dark zone, and has been running for more than 10 times. He knew all the powerhouses in the 9th dark zone. Among the 5 strongest people, although there are still many gaps compared to the super strong who is ranked as the king like the Dragon Lord, compared to other prisoners, they are still a lot stronger. According to the ancient demon monarch himself, with his life-saving ability, in the 9th dark zone, he encountered any one of the thousands of 3rd-level masters, and he was not afraid and could escape. But the 5 Blade Demon Lords, the 9 Penal Monarchs, the Blood Bao King, the Sword Dome, and the Blood Rain Demon, all took out one, but all of them were likely to kill him. The 9th dark zone, the 5 strongest beings, I am afraid that even if the combat power has not reached the 3rd level of the higher dominating level, I am afraid that it is infinitely close. Jian Wushuang sighed. In terms of combat power, he can only be regarded as the equivalent of the ancient Night Demon, and it should be the highest level of the 2nd series. This is still on the premise of his use of rules and treasures. As for the master of the 3rd series, the strength is definitely stronger past his so, in the first space of the eternal dark prison, the strength is stronger than him. Too much, just the 9th dark area of this dragon domain, stronger than him there are many. Of course, even if he is stronger than him, he is a disciple of Hung Yunimai who can mobilize the law of eternal dark prison, so he has stood invincible from the beginning. I came to this eternal largely for the sake of experience, and there are so many strong men in this eternal hell, and the branch has such cheats. I do know the first thing I encountered in this eternal hell. Who is the strong one? Jian Wushuang had a glimmer of expectation in his heart, and immediately he wandered in the gray void. At the same time, the power of his soul, which was not retained at this moment, spread directly. Chapter 3865. Second more. Although the cultivation environment in the eternal dark prison is extremely harsh, the limitation of the soul power of the practitioner is not too great. It is similar to the Red Cloud realm. The soul power of the Sword Wushuang is fully released, which can diffuse a range of 100,000 miles. There is no one within 100,000 miles. Jian Wushuang shook his head and didn't care, but continued to move forward. Just half a day later. Finally someone. Jian Wushuang's expression moved, and within his soul's power range, he had sensed the presence of a forceful atmosphere. This breath is not much worse than the ancient night devil. And on the ground not far from Jian Wushuang, a figure also rose, and his eyes looked at where Jian Wushuang was. Dare you to use the power of your soul to investigate so brazenly? Is it the 9th dark area? The 5 strongest, or is it one of the top 3 of the thousands who dominate the 3rd series? But judging by the power of the soul, the other party doesn't seem to be too strong. The 2-meter-tall man wearing a blue battle armor and frowning his wings frowned, his heart hesitating. In the eternal dark prison, the killing is too crazy. Countless prisoners must desperately kill others to take possession of each other's treasures, so as to enhance their strength and make it easier for them to survive. Because of this, among these prisoners, except for those extremely powerful outside of the strong, confident group, most people are careful. Like this, it directly releases the power of the soul and unbridled to investigate the surrounding scenes, and few people dare to do so. So when he realized that the power of Jian Wushuang's soul was swept away, the cold man with the twin wings was thinking of escaping for the first time, but he suddenly appeared the power of Jian Wushuang's soul, which was not strong. It could even be said that relatively weak. If it is indeed the top of those prisoners, the power of the souls should not be so weak. Anyway, as long as I don't meet the 5 strongest, even if there is a top of the thousands of third-level masters, I can easily save my life by my means and go and see. The cold-winged man made up his mind and approached the other side slowly. Soon Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the sight of this cold man. Bearing the Excalibur, so young, this appearance, I have never seen it. Among the many strong men in the 9th Dark Zone, it seems that he does not exist. The cold man frowned, staring closely at the sword Wushuang. And the breath of power in him. The Lord of the Rules? Is it just the breath of the Lord of the Rules? The cold man was taken aback. The first floor of the current eternal dark prison, hundreds of millions of prisoners, can survive the crazy killing of hundreds of chaos ages, and any one of them is extremely powerful and arrogant. Generally, the lowest level is the second highest level. Dominated by the first and second series, they will die in this eternal dark prison. It won't be long before they die. This is the case for the first level and even the general second level. And the Master of Arul even came to the eternal dark prison? What secret technique did he use to hide the breath of my divine power, so that I couldn't cut it, or was he the ruler himself? The cold man couldn't be sure, but soon his eyes were cold. Whether he is the ruler or not, anyway, he can be sure that he is not one of the 5 strongest in the 9th Dark Zone. In this case, I have nothing to fear. The cold man stretched his wings behind him and turned into a black streamer, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang like lightning. Is this my first opponent when I come to eternal hell? Jian Wushuang smiled and stared at the cold man in front of him. The wings are born with a back, and the air is extremely cold. With this look, he should be the master of the wing family. In the swordless hands there is an extremely detailed information of the strongman given by the ancient night demon. More than 90% of the prisoners in the 9th Dark Area are recorded in it. The wing leader in front of him is naturally also on the strong information. According to the information given by the ancient night demon king, this wing dominates the many prisoners in the 9th Dark Zone. The strength should be the lowest. When it comes to melee killing, he has just reached the peak of the second level. No, but his life-saving means is very good, slightly stronger than the ancient night devil. Because of this, he can always survive in this eternal dark prison. Who are you? I've been in this 9th Dark Zone for so long. Most of the strongest in this 9th Dark Zone I have seen or known, but I have never heard of you. Staring at Jian Wushuang. My name is the Blood Sword, and I just came to this demon dragon realm not long ago. You naturally don't know me. Sword Wushuangdo. It turned out to be a strong one from other domains. The dominating master nodded secretly. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is too large, and the number of prisoners who are still alive is endless. Some of them like to roam around, such as from one large area to another large area. This wing master has been running in the 9th Dark Area of the Dragon Domain. He knows some of the strong in the 9th Dark Zone and even other dark areas in the Dragon Domain, but if he is a strong person in other large regions except the Dragon Domain, he knows not much. Blood Sword, are you the master, or the master of the rules? See, master asked. Did you know this battle against me? Jian Wushuang smiled. Then you will die. The Prince of Ce is no longer nonsense, and he saw a dark flash of light suddenly on his body, and the wings of his back shrank fiercely. It was originally a human practitioner, but it turned into a huge monster with wings in a blink of an eye. Oh! A sizzling hissing sounded. This hissing sound was accompanied by a sonic attack and rushed into the soul of Jian Wushuang's soul for the first time. This should be the body that is dominated by the wing. Jian was eyes fixed. The body was exposed at the beginning, and the strongest killing trick was displayed. It seems that all the practitioners in the eternal dark prison are not soft-hearted. Seniors. Jian Wushuang rolled his divine power. Facing this wing master, he wouldn't try it slowly as he did in the ancient night demon palace against the ancient night demon king. As soon as this wing master dominated, he went all out, and Sword Wushuang naturally burst out his strongest combat power instantly, even the blades used. At this moment, He also directly used the magic weapon Wu Crying Sword. The trace of the universe's laws that Wushuang understands also instantly merges into swordsmanship at this moment. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3866. Third more. Wow! Wow! The monster that the wing dominated was extremely fast, and just a flicker appeared before the sword without two sides. Jian Wushuang directly stabbed a stab, and the surging divine power came out along the arm, so that there was a shock in the space. The wing master turned around swiftly, avoiding the sword with great flexibility, and the moment he turned around, the pair of wings behind him suddenly turned into a terrible blade, hissing. The air was cut relentlessly. The layers of Daoguang, which are layered on each other, cut directly towards the swordless double head. Winged sword? And fast! Jian Wushuang was startled. It was a surprise that Ci's move was unexpected, but his response was not slow. Get away! The sword Wushuang held the Wu Crying Excalibur, which triggered the cosmic laws that came with the Wu Crying Excalibur, and the immense and swift sword swept straight down. Clang! The sword light containing terror force hits the wings of that wing dominator at the same time, making a sound of metal impact. The wing dominator only felt a sting from his wings, but his body quickly retreated. Retreating to the surrounding void the wing leader could not help looking at the wings behind him, and saw a gap faintly appeared at the point where he had just fought with Jian Wushuang Jianfeng. Vaguely blood flowed out from that gap. How can it be? A glimmer of horror flashed in the eyes of the master of the wing. My wing tribe, the hardest part of the whole body is the pair of wings, which have been tried and tested by me. After so many years in prison, I have killed countless times with people, and I do know how many times I use this wing to fight against the enemy, whether it is to resist the opponent's attack damage, or to collide directly with the opponent's magic soldier. My pair of wings have never been hurt, but now. Just one swell, did my wings hurt? C dominated in horror, and could not help looking at the sword with no sword in his hands. What level is the Excalibur in your hand? C dominated. You try a few more times with your wings, and you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, followed by a sharp rush. Huh! 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 I saw a row of mighty jiangwangs displayed from the swordless hands one after another, directly covering the front wings of the wings. The main body of the wing swayed, relying on his own body, to shuttle from this sword light. After breaking through the sword light blockade, his shape turned into a black lightning, and he slammed into the sword unparalleled. C dominated the unbelief, and this time he still used his pair of wings to attack. Only this time, he only used one wing, but it was the strongest sword he created in the eternal dark prison for so many years. Buried! There was also a low howl in the mouth of the master of the wing. This low howl accompanied the sonic attack, and madly hit Jian Wushuang's soul to understand the sea. But Jian Shuangshuang is a perfect creature. On the soul, unless it is an attack that ignores the soul and directly targets the consciousness, it is invalid. This sonic attack can't affect Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang still wields the sword in his hand, but this time he casts a hazy look. Wow! The hazy sword shadow invaded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a full mist. But in that mist, there was a heartbreaking cold light. Clang! It was another fierce collision. This time, the wing master found that the pain from his wings was more severe, and the gap that appeared at the collision with the sword front was also larger. His body exploded again. But this time he felt it from a close distance, feeling the true power of the sword with no sword in his hands. The rule of treasure is what you have in your hand. It turns out to be the rule of magic sword. The voices dominated by C are a bit harsh, and they are even more shocked than ever. The rule of treasure is the treasure on the first floor of the eternal hell, which is definitely a legendary treasure. Not to mention the average prisoner dominates, even if it is the 10 strongest kings recognized in the first floor of the eternal hell, in their hands. not necessarily possess the rule of treasure. But now, this person who doesn't know where to come from, and who just emits the rule's breath, has the rule of law. No wonder his feathers collided with his sword, and there was damage. No matter how hard his wings are, he is only comparable to the strongest treasure. How can he compare with the rule of treasure? Not only has the rule of treasure, but his swordsmanship also contains a supreme cosmic law. His swordsmanship is also extremely powerful, and his combat power is definitely stronger than mine. The master of Ce knew it. He can't even care about Jian Wushuang even realizing a trace of the law of the universe now. He wandered for so long in the eternal dark prison, knowing that the eternal dark prison is dangerous. The moment he knew that the man in front of him was overwhelming and knew that he was still above him, he had already made a decision. Escape! There was almost no hesitation in the of Ce. Seeing that the situation is not good, fleeing directly, this is the life-saving way in eternal dark prison. I saw that Ce dominated the huge monster that was originally transformed, but at this moment the volume was abruptly reduced, but the speed of bursting out instantly was extremely amazing. This speed is much faster than the average second-level master, and even faster than the average third-level master. The Wing Master was still fighting with Jian Wushuang the previous moment, and the next moment has escaped thousands of miles, leaving Jian Wushuang no space to chase in an instant. It's so fast, it's no wonder that the speed of this wings can survive in the eternal dark prison. This speed alone, I am afraid, will make most of the third level helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferent. Seeing Ce dominate the escape, he did not chase. Because even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up. However, in this eternal dark prison, he wants to kill this Wing Master. Even if the speed of this Wing Master is 10 times 100 times faster, he can't escape. The wing is dominated by Ce, you still stay. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth with a smile, and when he turned the palm of his hand, a special token had already appeared in his hand. The Wing Master, although fleeing, has been paying attention to the movement of the swords in the rear. When Jian Wushuang was found standing there, and had no intention of chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly he heard the laughter issued by Jian Wushuang, and at the same time he saw that Jian Wushuang took out something. What did this blood sword come up with? Ce dominated the sword and stared at what was taken out of his hands. He had seen that it was a token. But this token, it instantly shocked him. Chapter 3867. Fourth more. Hongyun Yame's token? No, that's impossible. Ce dominated the anger. At first, he committed a heinous sin in Hongyunimai. After that, a disciple of Hongyunimai himself took him into this eternal dark prison. The disciples of Hongyunimai did not know him. But there are hundreds of people in Hanyun's veins who have not come to eternal dark prison. Hundreds of chaos ages haven't detained newcomers in this eternal dark prison. This led to a rumor circulating in the eternal dark prison, saying that the vein of Hongyun had been completely destroyed, and their eternal dark prison had also been abandoned. After so many years, many prisoners in the eternal dark prison have long believed this rumor. But Ce's dominion never imagined that the person in front of him would be carrying a disciple of Hongyun's disciple, and he was a disciple of Hongyun's disciple. What is even more frustrating is that he knows the privileges of Hongyun Yame's disciples in the eternal dark prison. With his life-saving means, as long as he does not meet the 5 strongest in the 9th dark zone, he will be killed by reason. However, no matter how strong his life-saving ability is, in the hands of a disciple of Hongyun, he has no effect at all. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang directly started. Relying on the tokens of the inner disciples in his hands, the sword unparalleled guided a trace of power in this eternal dark prison circle. Suddenly I saw the surrounding world shaking, and then a horrible power came and acted directly on the body of Ce. Ce dominated the madly fleeing figure, and stopped on the spot. Then the whole person fell as if the power of the French array rolled down directly to the ground, and finally fell heavily on the ground below, lying there, unable to move in the slightest. Master Wings dominate! Jian Wushuang's figure flew over at this moment. You are not a prisoner from other large realms, you are from the outside world, you are a talented disciple of the Red Cloud. C dominated his head reluctantly, his face full of anger, resentment, and despair. Detained in eternal dark prison for hundreds of chaotic periods, this Winged Lord dominates the natural resentment against Hongyun. I thought the Red Cloud was gone, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. But now, he was repressed by the other party by relying on a disciple of Hongyun's disciples to mobilize the Falun Gong to suppress his death. In such scenes, how can he not despair? Swordwing Master, I will give you 2 ways to let you choose. Jian Wu's eyes calmed, overlooking the Winged Sword Lord on the ground. The first way is to submit to me for 100,000 years. Not only can I spare your life, but I can also take you out of eternal dark prison and get rid of you as a prisoner. After 100,000 years, you return to freedom. The universe is big, you can go anywhere. Jian Wuxuangdo. The reason why it is only 100,000 years, not millions of years, is that Jian Wuxuang can relax the conditions. After all, in his view, the demon star threatened the gods in the early days immensely. Within 100,000 years, the army of the demon stars must have killed, and his deities and the demon stars will surely separate the victory and defeat. The world is defeated, then I am afraid I must die. In the beginning, if the kingdom of God prevailed, he would be able to travel to the deeper part of the universe with peace of mind. It doesn't matter if the prisoners are not with him, so there is no difference between the period of 100,000 years and millions of years. Submit to you? C dominated and stared at Jian Wuxuang. Of course, your strength is not much weaker than me. In the eternal dark prison, as a disciple of the Red Cloud, I can suppress you with the help of the eternal dark prison law, but once you leave the eternal dark prison, with your ability, you can leave at any time, and I can't stop you, so make sure in case, I will leave a trace of imprint in the source of your soul. Jian Wuxuang said. If you leave the imprint of the soul in the origin of the soul of the other party, you can easily grasp the life and death of the other party. Unless the perfect level of life is like Jian Wuxuang himself, the annihilation of the soul can be immediately restored, otherwise he can easily kill the other soul in a single thought. Where is the second way? She asked. The second way, no matter how you choose, is a dead end. Jian Wuxuang said directly. Ha ha. The Prince of Sea laughed, and his laughter was crazy, even with endless iciness. Blood Sword, you might as well look down on me. My wing is from the Yi-Wing family. I, the people of the Yi-Wing family, have never feared death. You want me to surrender to you, and even let you leave a mark on the origin of my soul. From then on, you are in charge of your life and death. That is simply a dream. Don't say that you are a disciple of Hongyun and have a hatred against me. Even if you are not a person of Hongyun and have no grudges with me, I will never give my life and death to you for my living. Grasp! Master C, you have to think clearly, after all, only 100,000 years? Jian Wuxuang frowned, trying to persuade. Ha, let alone 100,000 years, even if it is only 1 year, 1 day, I will not allow it. My wing has been wandering in the eternal dark prison for so long, I haven't seen anything. I don't care about my life and death. Now you are a mess of red clouds and veins, and you want me to surrender? Go for your spring and autumn dreams. Ha! C dominated the laughter, and his eyes suddenly became scarlet. And Jian Wuxuang immediately found that this wing dominated the madness of the divine power in the body. Soul burns? The sword has no double-sided color, and quickly controls the eternal dark prison array power to suppress it. But Jian Wuxuang could only suppress the actions of CE's domination, but he could not stop the riots of divine power and soul in his domination. Ah! The wing master dominated the painful absorption. His soul was burning madly at a speed of 100 times, and only a moment, his soul was completely burned out, and the vitality of the wing master was completely cut off. Died! I would rather burn my soul to commit suicide than to submit to me. Jian Wuxuang frowned. He thought he had relaxed his requirements. As long as the other party surrendered to him for 100,000 years, he could take him out of this eternal dark prison without having to live the life of a lawless prisoner. The wing leader should agree to come down. But as a result, this wing dominated, but died. It is better to commit suicide than to surrender. It seems that the prisoners in the eternal dark prison are not as easy to conquer as I imagined. The sword has no double-sided dignity. He came to eternal underworld for two purposes. The first is to practice yourself and improve your strength. The second is to try to conquer some of the strongest in the eternal dark prison. These conquered strong men, he can take them out of eternal dark prison, and then fight for the early gods. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3868. Fifth more. Jian Wushuang's idea is very good, and the 100,000-year deadline is not high. In fact, for most powerful people in the universe, they cannot accept the imprint of the other person at the origin of their soul. Because that's all about giving your life and death to the other party's control. Naturally, you don't dare to violate the orders of the other party. Although Jian Wushuang's promise is only 100,000 years, what if he kept it? The imprint of the soul has been left, even if Jian Wushuang has been trending in the endless years in the future? They also dare not resist. These prisoners prefer to stay in the eternal dark prison compared to this kind of day that is completely controlled by the other party. Even if there is no day and no madness here, even they would rather die than want to be like this puppet. Moreover, there is another most important reason, which is the identity and strength of Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang is a real strongman, don't be strong. As long as there are 10 kings in the first space, they have absolute strength to crush all prisoners, and then persecute the other to surrender. These prisoners are also willing, after all, they was convinced by the opponent's strength. However, sword warriors are different. Sword warriors' own strength is not much stronger than that of the wing master. They only rely on the tokens of the disciples of Hongyun to suppress the other party. This will not convince the other party, and the prisoners in this eternal dark prison are all it was from Hongyun that he was detained. These prisoners have spent hundreds of chaos in the eternal dark prison. One by one, they have a deep hatred for the jade, and Jian Wushuang, as a disciple of Hongyun, wants to subdue them. Of course, it is even more difficult. Although knowing that it is very difficult to conquer, Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. After all, this is just the first prisoner he meets. There are countless prisoners in this eternal dark prison, and not everyone will die like this wing master. I came to this eternal dark prison mainly to experience and improve my strength. As for the strong, it is not anxious to conquer the strong, and you can take it slowly. Next, if I meet those prisoners again, unless the opponent is too strong, I can only use the power of the array to save my life. Otherwise I will try not to mobilize the power of the array. After all, move the array frequently if it is powerful, the movement will be a little bigger. I am afraid that someone like me who is a red cloud and a disciple will roam in the dark prison and it will spread. In the future, I will roam in this eternal dark prison. It will not be so easy, Jian Wushuang secretly said. He has made up his mind to experience and conquer the strong. He focuses on the experience first. As for conquering the strong, when he is almost done, he is going to conquer. As soon as Si's master died, his body and Qian Kunji were left behind. Jian Wushuang took away the Qian Kun ring dominated by Si first, and his consciousness was immediately investigated. With this investigation, Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. This wing dominates, and he is trapped in eternal dark prison for a long time. There are hundreds of times of chaos. In such a long time, there may be a lot of masters who died in his hands. Otherwise, he is the most precious treasure in the world. There will never be so many. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. At a glance of his consciousness, he found that the Qiankun ring dominated by this wing was the strongest treasure, and there were more than 20 pieces, and there were treasure armors, domains, repressions, etc., although there was no such high level the strongest treasure, but still very amazing. This is only just the strongest treasure. As for the top and peak treasures, it is even more numerous. This prisoner in the eternal dark prison is so rich? Jian Wushuang also exclaimed. It is indeed too rich. This wing is dominated by the prisoners who are living in the first space. He can always survive, mainly because of his life-saving ability, but I am afraid that there are not many prisoners he killed himself, but he still has more than 20 of the most powerful treasures. If you kill the more powerful prisoners, Jian Wushuang's gains will certainly be greater. Yes, the wings dominated by this wing are also a good treasure. Jian Wushuang glanced at the corpse dominated by Ce, and waved his hand directly to cut off the whole pair of wings dominated by Ce. Then he continued to wander in the surrounding void. In the 9th dark area, the prisoners exceeded 100,000, and the branches were extremely dense. Jian Wushuang so unscrupulously released the power of the soul to roam in the 9th dark zone, it is easy to meet other prisoners. Only 2 hours after Ce's death, Jian Wushuang met another prisoner. This prisoner is superior to Ce's master in terms of strength, which is comparable to the ancient Night Demon King. After the encounter, the two met directly without a word. Jian Wushuang also took out his own peak fighting power and fought fiercely. You must know that Jian Wushuang broke out with all his strength and relied on the rule of arcana and his sword skills. This prisoner has the same combat power as the ancient Night Demon King, but is slightly weaker than the ancient Night Demon King in the method of close killing. To fight against Jian Wushuang, at the beginning, he was still fighting, but gradually he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Knowing that he was not an opponent of Jian Wushuang, the prisoner left with a look of astonishment. Jian Wushuang did not use the array power to keep it this time, but continued to rush. In a flash, Jian Wushuang has been in the eternal dark prison for 13 days. In the 13 days, he encountered 18 people in total, but only 12 of them actually fought against him. The other 6 found that Jian Wushuang dared to release the power of the soul so unscrupulously. Seeing that Jian Wushuang's soul power is not too strong, but still far away, he did not meet Jian Wushuang. And the 12 people who fought against the sword unparalleled are also only the highest level of the second level. The weakest is also about the same as the wing master, and the strong one is even better than the ancient night demon. All have to be a little stronger, but the 12 people who fought against Jian Wushuang, except for Ce, who died at the beginning, the other 11 people found that they couldn't help Jian Wushuang and chose to leave. But today, Jian Wushuang encountered the 19th person, who is a master who reached the 3rd rank, named Deer Worm Demon. The Deer Worm ancestor, among the thousands of 3rd-level masters in this 9th dark area, is a relatively ordinary one. He has a strong ability to protect the body, but his ability to attack close is more general. The strong realm is the most precious one, and the realm of suppressing the realm is very strong. The 9-penal monarch who once faced one of the 5 strongest people in this 9th dark area can calmly retreat. Jian Wushuang looked at the blood-covered man who appeared in front of him, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 3869. 6 more arrived today. Jian Wushuang came to this eternal dark prison for 13 days, and the 18 prisoners he met along the way, whether he had dealt with him or not, were only the masters of the 2nd level and the 3rd level. The master of numbers, this deer worm ancestor, is still the 1st. I went to the eternal dark prison to practice. This was to fight with stronger men. The master of the level of the ancient night demon is strong, but it can't really bring me too much pressure. Zhu, as the master of the 3rd series, should have a much stronger combat ability than the ancient night demon king, but it is a suitable challenge for the opponent. Jian Wushuang has a hint of expectation in his heart. Master of rules? When Jian Wushuang looked at the deer worm demon, this handsome cold-blooded male deer worm deer was also looking at Jian Wushuang. Eternal Dark Prison is generally held by the 1st or 2nd series of masters. After hundreds of chaos eras, these masters have either died in the midst of crazy killings, or their strength has increased, and they all reach the top level of the 2nd level. Even if a few did not reach it, their life-saving ability would be extremely strong. But in this eternal dark prison, how can there be a ruler? Did he deliberately hide the breath of divine power, and his secret technique to hide the breath is so brilliant that I can't even see it through? The deer ancestor frowned. Deer worm ancestor, can you fight me? Jian Wuxuang looked at the deer worm ancestor in front of him. Sir, most of the prisoners in the Eternal Dark Prison know most of them. Although I can't recognize you, you can survive in the Eternal Dark Prison until now. The strength must not be weak. There is no need to deliberately hide the breath of divine power and pretend to be a ruler play. Wait? Dear ancestor murmured coldly. Pretend? Jian Wuxuang smiled dumbly. Dear worm ancestor, needless to say nonsense, or fight against me for a victory or defeat, or disappear quickly in front of me. I will not be difficult for you. Crazy! The dear ancestor's voice was cold. Even the 5 strongest people in this 9th dark zone are not qualified to make me disappear from the front. What are you? I want to see, where are you? Qualification to come dare to say this. I also want to know how powerful your dear worm ancestor is. Jian Wuxuang smiled, but his figure was already floating forward. Jian Wuxuang shot directly, and was the first shot. But the moment he set off, there was a buzzing bluish, suddenly swept across in all directions. Each of these cyan streamers is extremely dazzling, exuding a unique breath, and in the blink of an eye, it has condensed into a huge shuttle, covering the sky and the sky. Jian Wuxuang immediately noticed a powerful oppression and restraint force acting on him, making him unable to sink in shape. Is Qianswiji? Jian Wuxuang frowned. Thousands of shuttles, the best in the strongest category of treasures, is also one of the strongest treasures in the hands of deer worms. This deer ancestral ancestor is said to have 2 pieces of the most powerful treasures in the highest level. One is the 1,000 shuttle world, and the other is the armor he wears. As for his attack on the magic soldier, he has not yet reached need for level. Ha! The field is oppressed, so let's see who is stronger in the field. Jian Wuxuang laughed heartily, and the moment the voice fell, a large block of black magic light swept out. The triple magic light mirror, waning, burst out. On the level of the treasure, the triple magic mirror is also the strongest treasure of the highest level, and it is not weaker than the 1,000 shuttle world of the demon ancestor. In terms of divine power, the deer worm ancestor is naturally stronger and logically stronger. However, Jian Wuxuang has realized a trace of the laws of the universe. By the realization of the laws of the universe, he evokes the field of magic light. The power is also stronger, and the two are madly attacking each other. In a short time, they each formed a field each other, and the chambers competed. You even have such a domineering field-class treasure? The deer worm ancestor looked at Jian Wuxuang in surprise. I have more than that. Jian Wuxuang smiled indifferently, and a large amount of gloom spread among the huge pair of wings behind him. Xuanhuang smashed Tianyi, and Xuanhuang realm unfolded. Xuanhuang realm is also a domain-type means, and it is also controlled by Jian Wuxuang. Under the control of Jian Wuxuang, this Xuanhuang realm is immediately combined with the magical light realm, and the power of the magical light realm soars in time. Banging! The field soared into the sky, forming the Tao Tao field ocean, and madly attacked the past of the thousands of shuttle circles of the deer, insect, and ancestor. Just now, it was able to compete with the magic light field, which was quite 1,000 shuttles. At this moment, it was extremely shocked, and the entire field began to fall. What? The deer worm ancestor was startled, and frowned at Jian Wuxuang. I have been fighting for many years in the Eternal Dark Prison. I have played against the masters of countless 2nd and 3rd ranks. In the process, I said that most of the fields were suppressed by me. Only a few can compete with my field chambers. As for those who have suppressed my field positively, you are the 3rd one for a long time. However, the field is just a supplementary means. Your field is strong, but I don't know if the combat power is the same. The deer ancestor's voice was cold. A purple shuttle appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the surging divine power condensed on his body. Kill! With a low drink, the deer worm ancestor shook and appeared directly in front of Jian Wuxuang. Even though he is now being suppressed by the magic light field, but the dominance of the 3rd level, this field is not too strong to suppress him, and his combat power can still play more than 90%. Call out! A scream of loud air sounded. The long shuttle in the hands of the deer worm ancestor suddenly turned into a purple horror. This purple horror was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. So fast! Jian Wuxuang showed a hint of surprise. Obviously being suppressed by his field, the speed of the deerworm tribe's shuttle turned out to be so fast, and the combat power of the third series was really extraordinary. Jian Wuxuang also immediately shot. In his hand, Wu crying Excalibur issued a faint sound of swordsing. Above, the shuttle shook slightly, but immediately it produced a special strength, and it rippled, like a black hole that swallowed the sky and swept the sword. Broken! Jian Wuxuang whispered in a low voice. Wu Wei's magic sword power can show. A hazy sword shadow invaded instantly. The strongest sword skill created by Jian Wuxuang, hazy. Chapter 3870. The first is more. The sword shadow power broke out, and the black hole that swallowed the world suddenly shrank, and then disappeared. The deer worm ancestor looked up at Jian Wuxuang in amazement. The rule is precious? Do you still understand a little rule of the universe? At this moment, the deer worm ancestor had set off a huge wave in his heart, but immediately he calmed down. Kill you, this rule of treasure is mine. The demon ancestor of the deer bug is soaring into the sky, and the shuttle in his hand is directly turned into a sharp purple arc at this moment. Oh! Huh! Huh! It's fast and completely unclear. These purple arcs directly attack Xiang Jianshuang's head. Jian Wuxuang also waved the Wu weapon sword in his hand. Regarding the speed of swordsmanship, he was not under the shuttle. However, Jian Wuxuang is only the master of the rules, relying on the perfect level of life, adding many secret skills, and the rule of treasure in terms of power. He also reached the threshold of dominating the second level. The deer worm ancestor, however, is the third-level master, and it is much stronger than Jian Wuxuang in divine power. Clang! 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 After only a few collisions, Jian Wuxuang did not crush at all, and looked rather embarrassed. It is indeed the master of the third series, great! Jian Wuxuang marveled, but the excitement in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. This strength just allows me to test that trick. The sword unparalleled took the initiative. It's wow. Swords are sweeping like waves. The void in front of him seemed to be plunged into a continuous sea, and countless waves of layers spread endlessly. These waves are sometimes violent, rolling up huge waves. Sometimes soft, as if the spring breeze hit the face. From time to time, it was like a mighty army. The skies soared like ocean, surging and surging, completely covered the deer, worm and demon ancestors in front of it. From the beginning, the demon ancestor did not care about this sword technique performed by Sword Master. He waved the shuttle at will, and the shuttle picked up the mighty power and easily crushed the waves. But a wave of a heavy wave was crushed, and a wave of a second wave was swept immediately, a wave of a second wave was defeated, and a wave of a third wave came again. There are endless waves of shocking waves. After dozens of waves rushed. This sword art is endless? The deer worm ancestor frowned, and he also found that the sword wave that blindly defeated the table and killed him was useless at all. You can only use the force to break the method, directly defeat the sword Wuxuang this sword to completely break the crack, and disperse the surrounding sword art mood. Purple light! The demon ancestor murmured, and the purple shuttle in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light. This purple light is like a huge purple sun appearing between heaven and earth, shining. And in the center of this purple sun, a horrific power burst out. The strongest trick created by the deer ancestor, Ziguang. This move is also one of the capitals that the deer worm ancestors can spend hundreds of times in the eternal dark prison. Banging! This bright purple light directly dissipated the surrounding sky waves, and in a single breath wiped out most of the sky as sword-like ocean, but failed to completely wipe out the sword-like ocean. The sword Wuxuang divine power tumbled down, the annihilation of the sword of the ocean. Half of the sky once again rose into the sky, the endless sword of waves, still unbridled impact. What? The dear ancestor's face finally changed. One of his strongest moves failed to completely break the swordplay. And this swordplay is obvious. As long as you don't break open, you can recover instantly. The waves are really endless. Although his demon ancestors are extremely powerful, he can easily defeat the waves of assaults, but in the face of the endless waves, he only has a dumbfounded roll. The dear worm ancestor immediately wanted to get rid of the scope of this sword-like ocean, but Jianni Ocean took him as the core and swept away from all directions, so he couldn't get rid of it at all. He can only fall into the midst of this sword-like ocean, passively resisting the waves from the surroundings. I'm in the Red Cloud realm, using wave light, one of the strongest swordsmanships created by many opportunities, not originally to kill the enemy, but to entangle and trap each other. This dear ancestor is caught in my wave light swordsmanship, unless he can absolutely crushing power, with a force to break the law, completely defeated my sword style, or even if he has a monstrous ability, he can only be entangled by my sword-like ocean, and cannot escape. Looking at the dear worm ancestor who was constantly trying to break free in the ocean of swords, a smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. He created the 3 strongest swords. The hazy attack power is the strongest, and is used to kill the enemy. Guardian of the Earth is a body sword, used for defense. And this wave of light saber is to entangle and trap the enemy. This move is not very destructive, but the ability to entangle the enemy is extremely good. Although this dear ancestor is the master of the 3rd level, he is best at the field and body protection ability. As for his killing ability and attacking power, it is not very strong. Now he is being used in the field. Under the premise of the complete suppression of Jian Wushuang, this dear worm ancestor could not break the wave light saber at one time, and naturally, it was only the sword that had been trapped by Jian Wushuang's sword-like ocean. The dear worm ancestor has been trying to break free in the sword of the sea, but after exerting all his powers, he can't get rid of it. After a while, he finally gave up. Aggrieved, this battle was really aggrieved. The dear worm ancestor also had a hint of anger in his heart. While resisting the sword wave from the surrounding impact, his eyes locked the sword unparalleled in front of Tao Tao. This man is obviously inferior to me, but he is good at this entangled swordsmanship, but he is very difficult. I am a little worse at attacking power, and can't break his swordsmanship. There is no way to take him. I knew he had the rule of treasure in his hands, and I couldn't get it. The dear ancestor shook his head. Sir, stop. The dear ancestor suddenly said, his voice low. Stop it. Jian Wushuang, why, although I can help you, do you still want to kill me with this sword skill? The dear worm ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jian Wushuang smiled dumbly. Indeed, his wave of light saber is very powerful, but it is only used to entangle the trapped enemy. As for relying on this sword to kill the dear ancestors, that is a joke. The dear worm ancestor is the master of the 3rd rank, and in the 3rd rank of the master, it is also famous for its field and body protection ability. His body protection method is much stronger than the attack and kill method. To kill him, even this is the case. The 5 strongest people in the 9th Dark Zone cannot do it. Unless they mobilize the power of the French array, they will definitely not do it. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3871. Second more. Jian Wushuang could not kill this dear worm ancestor at all. Even if it is more than the power of the demon, although his own power is more vast than that of the dear worm ancestor, his sword power wave consumes the power of the is not small, and the dear worm ancestor is caught in the ocean of swordsmanship. To resolve the surrounding heavy attacks, the consumption of divine power is very small. In this way, Jian Wushuang has no advantage. OM. Mantion's sword means the ocean disappears out of thin air, and Jian Wushuang has also taken back the Wu weapon sword in his hand. Sir, could you tell me your name? The dear ancestor also withdrew the shuttle and looked at Jian Wushuang calmly. My name is Blood Sword. The sword was unparalleled. Blood Sword, if I read correctly, you should still be a ruler? Asked the dear ancestor. Yes. Jian Wushuang did not deny. If the dear ancestor sees himself at first, he may also suspect that he has exerted a special method to hide the breath of divine power. With the two sides fighting, with the vision of this dear worm ancestor, naturally he can see that the sword is unique. Only integrating the three rules of heaven and earth, there is still a certain distance from the master. Jian Wushuang did not intend to conceal the fact that he was only the ruler. Unexpectedly, in the first level of this eternal dark prison, not only there are a large number of prisoners who dominate the hierarchy, but even the ruler of the rule, but you, the ruler of the rule, is indeed against the sky. I was extremely impressed, and I also realized a bit of the law of the universe. The sword's skill is also so powerful, especially the sword skill you last cast, even I can't help it. The dear worm ancestor also praised the sword's unique strength. Although it is only the rule ruler, there is no doubt that Jian Wushuang is definitely the rule ruler that the dear worm ancestor has ever seen. Thanks for the praise, your strength is not weak. Jian Wushuang laughed. He also acknowledged the strength of this dear ancestor. After all, what he just saw was only the attacking and killing ability and domain of the dear ancestor. The most terrifying thing of the dear worm ancestor is his protection method. Blood Sword, although you are not weak, but I still advise you, in the eternal dark prison in the future, it is better to be as low-key as possible. If you CANT, try not to, because after all, you have the law treasure. This is a treasure that even the 10 most powerful kings will love. Once they are known, there will be a lot of strong people watching you. Your entangled swordsmanship is very powerful. I can't break it, but that's just my ability to attack and kill a little bit. If you encounter some third-level masters who are extremely good at attacking and killing, you may not be able to do so. It worked, said the dear ancestor. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang thanked him. However, I have hundreds of chaos ages in the eternal dark prison of Blood Sword, and the great realm has crossed 3. But until now I have lived well, maybe I am in strength. This eternal dark prison is not the best, but if you want to save your life, there are really few who can kill me in this eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuang's unbelievable self-confidence made the dear ancestor stunned, and then nodded. Yes, if you do not have a considerable life-saving ability, you will not be able to live in this eternal dark prison until now. That rule of treasure is not always in your hands. The dear ancestor apparently had no doubts about the sword unparalleled words. He did not think that Jian Wushuang was only just more than 10 days after he arrived in the eternal dark prison. As for what he said, there were hundreds of times of chaos, spanning 3 large domains. That was just talking nonsense, just to confuse the dear demon ancestor, nothing more. However, it is true that Jian Wushuang has absolute confidence in his life-saving ability. After all, Hongyan Yaiman's disciple's token is in his hand. He is invincible in this eternal dark prison. That being the case, then I don't have to say much more. Leave. The dear worm ancestor arched his hand at the sword Wushuang, and then left directly. Jian Wushuang watched the dear ancestor depart, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This dear worm ancestor just said that, because I felt that I had released the power of the soul to investigate in this eternal dark prison too. Swaying, it's easy to attract the strong, but he doesn't know. I came to this eternal dark prison for the sake of experience. For me, the more powerful the better in the eternal dark prison, the better. I know one refuses. Jian Wushuang is eager to fight with many of the top powerhouses in eternal dark prison. But one thing he also knew was that it had to be gradual. After all, his current combat power is there, which is the peak of the 2nd series. When he meets the general 3rd series, he can't beat him and can only rely on wave lightsaber to entangle it. The ancestor of the deer bug just now has a more general attack and killing ability. After being trapped by his own wave lightsaber, there is nothing he can do but to stop. However, if it is replaced by the 3rd level master who has a strong ability to attack and kill, this wave of lightsaber may not be able to play such a big role. Just now, the demon ancestor of the deer worm cast his strongest move, but it only wiped out most of my wave lightsaber. It is far from the limit that wave lightsaber can withstand, that is, even if it is attacking the third-level master who is slightly stronger than the demon ancestors on the killing power is probably not able to forcibly break my trick. In this ninth dark zone, those who can lose my wave of lightsaber in a single move, I am afraid there are only the 5 strongest. As for the thousands of third-level masters, the combat power is at the top. But if I can break my wave lightsaber, I have to try to know. Jian Wuxuang muttered. In the battle with the deer worm ancestors, the sword unparalleled harvested a lot. At least I know the gap between myself and the third-level master, and I also understand the ability of the wave lightsaber you created. And then, of course, he continued to wander in the surrounding area. And he is still unbridled and directly releases the power of his soul covering a radius of 100,000 miles, searching for the strong around him. Such an unscrupulous search is naturally easy to encounter with those strong, and then fight. The sword unparalleled cannot resist, in this ninth dark area, and fierce battle with a prisoner, a strong, and so on. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wuxuang came to the first floor of this eternal dark prison for 3 months. In these 3 months, there were hundreds of strong men before and after him, of which 6 were third-level dominated feet. Most of these strong men chose to fight with him, and they also had victory and defeat. As for the 6 third-level masters who faced each other, Jian Wuxuang is not an opponent. They can only rely on wave lightsaber to entangle them, rely on wave lightsaber, and the other party it's hard to do nothing about him. Emperor Zhoutian. Chapter 3872. Third More. Demon Domain, the Ninth Dark Zone. It was an unknown hill, but now it has been called the Qian Blade Mountain by many prisoners in the Ninth Dark Zone. The reason for this is because Thousand Blades Lord, one of the 5 strongest in the Ninth Dark Zone, lives there. Unlike those prisoners who have been smashing and killing all year round, the Lord of the Thousand Blades is already at the top of this eternal dark prison. As long as it is not the 10 kings who provoke the Xian, there is basically no danger, so he can find a place more comfortable as a long-term residence. Many prisoners in the Ninth Dark Area knew that this was where he lived, so they dared not approach. But today, there is one person on this Thousand Blade Mountain. 1,000 blades? The cold voice echoed all over the mountain, and a figure immediately swept out of the 1,000 Blade Mountains. The face of Bingyu exudes a faint sheen, and his breath is bland, but still awesome. He is the master of 1,000 blades. Longshan, why do you have time for me today? Qian Blade Demon looked at the Lord Longshan in front of him, with a smile on his face. In the eternal dark prison, although many prisoners are extremely mad to kill, in the long years of killing, some prisoners have formed a relationship with each other, and some friends exist. Thousand Blade Demon Lord has a few friendships that are not bad. The Dragonshin, who has reached the 3rd level, is one of them. Your days are leisurely. Lord Shinshin looked at the relaxed look of Qian Dao Demon and couldn't help sighing. Haha, detained in eternal dark prison, can't see the sun all day long, how can there be any leisure? Qian Blade Demon smiled. Dragonshin, a rare trip, come to my cave house, give me a drink, how? No, I'm here to tell you something. I'll leave when I'm finished. Longshan dominated. Oh? Thousand Blade Lord looked. What? Just 3 months ago, a new strong emerged in this 9th dark zone. Have you ever known about this? Longshan asked. The first floor of the eternal dark prison is so huge, we have a total of 108 dark areas in our dragon domain alone. What is so strange about coming from another dark area to a strong one? Qian Blade the Lord doesn't agree. But this person has been in the 9th dark zone for 3 months. During this period, he played against many prisoners in the 9th dark zone. These prisoners all agreed that he was only a ruler. Longshan ruled the road. Master of rules? The 1,000-edged demon lord, who had just disapproved, immediately showed his astonishment, and his expression became dignified. In the beginning, the cloud of Hongyun was extremely strong, the territory of the kingdom of God opened up was vast, and the majesty of the majesty was countless. I and I were all detained by this vein into this eternal dark prison, and the vein of Red Cloud was detained in this first space. There are a lot of masters, but there are also some masters of the rules. Although the rulers of these rules are dead, maybe the masters of the rules have survived. However, the killing of the eternal dark prison is extremely mad. A rule master can survive hundreds of times of chaos in this long kill and survive to this day. The talent of the rule master should be quite rewarding. Force, it will not be worse. Thousand Blade Magic Master. Yes, the ruler is very against the sky. Not only is he extremely aware of the origin of the Kendo universe, but he also understands a bit of the law of the universe. Even if these talents are placed in the vast universe, they are absolutely top-notch. This kind of super genius that is rare in billions of stars. Unfortunately, the vein of Hongyun has long since disappeared, otherwise the talent of the ruler should have been released long ago. Longshan dominated. Honyunimai created the eternal dark prison by selecting some powerful businessmen for Honyunimai. A super genius who has realized a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of the ruler. Of course, Honyunimai will not be willing to be held here forever. Longshan, you came here deliberately to tell me about this? The Qiandao demon looked at Master Longshan in confusion. Although the Lord of the Rules is indeed very dazzling against the sky, it has nothing to do with him, and it should not be worth the visit of Lord Shinshin. Thousand Blades, you may not know yet, there is a rule of treasure in the hands of the ruler. Suddenly the master of Longshan said. What did you say? Thousand Blade Demon stared sharply, and there was no such relaxed appearance just now. It is a rule of law treasure. He has been in the 9th Dark Zone for 3 months, and he has said to hundreds of prisoners during the period that those prisoners can see that the magic soldier in his hand is the law of treasure, and because he has already realizing the relationship of a rule of the universe, he can even exert that rule of treasure to a certain degree of power. In addition, the rule of treasure in his hand is still a magic sword. Dragonshin ruled. Law of the most precious sword? Thousand Blade Demon Master was completely excited. You know, what he is good at is kendo. The magic soldier he used is also a magic sword, but he is only using the strongest magic sword that reaches the highest level. The magic sword with the rule of treasure is definitely his dream. Longshan, do you know the size and shape of the Excalibur used by that ruler? Qianlian Demon asked. I have asked a master who has played against him before. According to the master, the ruler named Bloodsword has a very thin Excalibur sword. He should be sharp and good at cutting and killing. Excalibur, and the exquisite sword's breath is extremely cold, extremely dark, even the naked eye will feel heart palpitations. Longshan dominated. The breath is cold and dark, good at cutting the rule of assassination to the magic sword. Thousand Blade Demon Lord shivered. It fits perfectly. That exquisite sword is so suitable for him, its nature is similar to the Excalibur he is using now, but that is the rule of treasure. In the entire first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, the law treasure is definitely a legendary existence. Even the 10 recognized kings of Xi'an, it is difficult to say whether they have a rule of treasure in their hands. He is the one with 5 blades. In this 9th dark area, as one of the 5 strongest men, his combat power has barely reached the 3rd level. Compared with the 10 kings, he is not worse. Too much, if at this time he can get a magical treasure that is suitable for his swordplay, then his combat power is likely to leap to the level of the 10 kings. By then, he will be the 11th king in the first space of this eternal dark prison. Emperor Jotian, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that a beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Chapter 3873. 4th is here. Thousand Blades, you are good at swordsmanship. The ruler of the ruler's hand is the most precious sword. It should be right for you. Dragonshin Master looked over. It's more than just fit, it's just tailored for me. Thousand Blade Demon's eyes were full of surprises. Dragon, how did you know the ruler? There is no way for food to communicate in the Eternal Dark Prison. I just happened to pass by Gu Gu Wang and listen to Gu Gu Wang. Longshan dominated. Eternal Dark Prison is a jail, where order communication cannot be performed at all. Because of this, the news in the Eternal Dark Prison is very ill-informed. It has been 3 months since Jian Wuxuang ran into this 9th dark area, but the Master of the Thousand Blades has not received the news until now. This is why Lord Shunshin came over here for a trip, otherwise the Thousand Blade Demon Lord stayed here without asking about world affairs, and it may not be known that Jian Wuxuang exists for decades. King of the Ghosts? Thousand Blade Demon Lord looked. Listen to the Gupang King, he has just fought a battle with the ruler. Although he is far superior to the latter in terms of strength, the ruler knows how to perform an extremely unique entangled sword technique, that sword technique. Quite weird, the Gu Gu King was caught in it and he couldn't break it. Even if he used the strongest attack method, he couldn't break the sword in one breath, so he could only stop. Longshan dominated. But why can't he? Frostblade Master frowned. The King of Goku, among the thousands of third-level masters in the 9th dark area, is definitely the top one. His attacking and killing methods are also extremely good. Among the many third-level masters, he can definitely be ranked the top 20, but even the Gu Po King who has this kind of attack power can't break the entangled swordsmanship of the ruler. Although Guru failed to break the sword, but Guru also said that the entangled sword of the ruler has almost reached the limit under his attack. If his attack power can a little stronger is enough to defeat that swordsmanship. Longshan dominated again. Oh? The Lord of the Thousand Blades' eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, the Ghost King was able to defeat that sword skill within a trace, and I am one of the top 5 in the 9th dark zone. Strong, if I shoot, the ruler's entangled swordsmanship can't stop me at all. I can completely defeat his swordsmanship and kill him again. Well, it's possible. Lord Longshan nodded. However, the ruler's body holds the rule of treasure, but he can survive hundreds of times of chaos in this eternal dark prison. His life-saving means must be extraordinary. There should be more than just one entangled swordsmanship. Therefore, I will go to the Blood Rain for insurance. A trip, Thousand Blades Lord said. Blood Rain Demon? There was a flash of fear in the eyes of Lord Longshan. In this 9th dark area, the 5 strongest have their own means, such as the Master of the Thousand Blades, who are good at swordsmanship and attack and kill first. The Blood Rain Demon is good at all kinds of weird methods, but her best thing is the formation method. As soon as the formation method came out, even if the 3rd rank Dominator was trapped in her formation method, it was difficult to get rid of it, and eventually it would be annihilated by the mighty power in that formation method. Therefore, the prisoners who roamed in the 9th dark area, when they saw the Blood Rain Demon, they would choose to escape immediately, and they would not give the Blood Rain Demon the opportunity to deploy. But this time, if the Master of the Thousand Blades asked the Lord of the Blood Rain to join forces, the two can almost sweep everything in the 9th dark zone. Shui Yu once owed me a favor, and this time I used her to ask her to take a shot. She should not refuse, Qian Blade Demon said. Then I wish you every success. Yes, the ruler's near-end time is roaming in the area where Gu Gu Wang is located. If you have come to the Blood Rain Demon, or you can go to that area to find him. Longshan dominated. Longshan, thank you for coming here to tell me this time. I have written down this relationship, and I will definitely have a banquet to thank you when this thing is done. Qianbian Demon said. Haha, a rule of treasure is still the most suitable rule for your magic sword, and a banquet alone can't kill me. Longshan dominated jokingly. The Qianblade Demon Lord didn't talk to the Lord Longshan again, but immediately set off to invite the Blood Rain Demon. Jian Wuxuang didn't know that he had been followed by the 1,000 swordsmen of the 9th darkest strongest, even if he knew he wouldn't care. He was still alone in the 9th dark zone, fighting fiercely with the strong men he encountered. Now, Wuxuang Jian met the 160th strongman since he entered the Eternal Dark Prison. This is a burly man with a tall body, wearing a red armor, and carrying a large sword. This burly man is called the Ancient Star Master, and before being held in Eternal Dark Prison, He should be a star master of the third level of the astral realm, and also reach the top of the second level. Jian Wuxuang played against this ancient mixed star master. I saw the master of ancient mixed stars stepping out one after another. Each step was heavy and powerful, as if to break the void. And every time he stepped out, the broad knife in his hand had to be cut again. Boom! The blade of light is vast and broad, as if opening up a world. A knife followed a knife, splitting the obstacles in front of them. There are 5 different rules in this ancient mixed star master's swordsmanship, all of which are fused with each other, and this ancient mixed star master has the highest achievement in the use of the rules of the heavens and the earth, and it is the rules of the earth. So terrible knife! The sword Wuxuang held the Wu weapon sword, and also successively exerted sword skills to compete with the ancient master's sword. However, in terms of strength and might, it is weaker than the swordsmanship of this ancient mixed star. Jian Wuxuang could barely resist the swordsmanship of this ancient mixed star master, but while resisting, Jian Wuxuang's heart suddenly had a lot of insights. Tight, nostalgic, endless. Although the ancient mixed star master understood and integrated the 5 rules at the same time, it is clear that the 5 rules are mainly based on the rules of the earth. His rules of the earth are like a sphere. The 4 other rules are perfectly contained together so that they do not distinguish each other. This is the tolerance of the earth kind. Jian Wuxuang, a variety of emotions emerged at one time. At the same time, in his mind, the 4 rules he understood, and the process of integration with each other gradually became clearer. It should be noted that he fully understood the 4 rules very early, and merged 3 of them. Only the earth rule could not be perfectly integrated with the other 3 rules. And he spent thousands of years in the Red Cloud realm. There are many opportunities in the Red Cloud realm, and one of them is the Wushan statue. Chapter 3874. 5th More. Wushan, the special life of the vast universe favored by the universe, can be born with the 9 rules and become the ultimate master. And the statue of Wugo in the Red Cloud realm, although it is only a scale of Wugo, still contains the essence of the fusion of 9 different rules. Jian Wuxuang has enlightened under this statue of Wugo for a long time. Through the rules of the earth, at the same time, the fusion of the rules of the earth with the other 3 rules is more or less enlightened, but it has not been possible to truly merge. But now, fighting against this ancient mixed star master, from the ancient mixed star master's sword, Jian Wuxuang has felt a lot of things, which makes him clearer and clearer on the road of the fusion of the 4 rules. Jian Wuxuang, even I feel that I can fully integrate the 4 rules immediately. Suddenly the master of the ancient celebrity, who had utterly waved a large knife to attack, stopped the action in his hand. His body also stopped in midair. Ha! Jian Wuxuang stunned. He felt that he would be able to break through immediately and be able to merge the 4 rules, but at a critical moment, the ancient master star stopped. Master of ancient mixed stars, are you? Jian Wuxuang frowned. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are not weak. There is a rule of the most precious sword. I can completely resist my sword. I can't kill you at all. You and I continue to fight. It is also a waste of time. It is also possible to attract other strong players nearby. In that case, why do you and I fight again? The sword is bidirectional but weird. Of course, he knew the meaning of the ancient mixed star. For the ancient mixed star, since there is nothing to do with each other, there is no need to waste time to fight fiercely. But he is different. He just gained tremendously in the fierce battle with the ancient mixed star. He can even be sure that as long as the ancient mixed star is fighting with him for a while, he can immediately merge the 4 rules. But the ancient mixed star, the Lord, stopped. There is no way for Jian Wuxuang. I can't tell the Guju star that he is seeking a breakthrough with the help of the opponent's knife? Really said so, this ancient mixed star master Bakeng also left without a word. Lord of the Blood Sword, leave. The master of ancient mixed stars did not stay much, and left directly. Jian Wuxuang is helpless, but it is not forced, and just in the moment of fighting, he has been very clear about the fusion of the 4 rules. Now he feels that he just needs to find a place to calm down and take a good look at it, and it is also possible to perfectly integrate the four rules. Although there are kills everywhere in this eternal dark prison, unless it is the most powerful and fearless top powerful people, they can find a place to live and carefully enlighten. As for most prisoners, they dare not stay in one place at all. It's too long, but I often roam in various dark areas, but I already have a clear fusion line in my mind. The time required for the fusion of these four rules is not long. It should not be interrupted in the middle. Jian Wushuang groaned. He is not afraid to be followed or killed, but he is afraid that he will be interrupted when the integration of rules is the most critical. However, this chance should be small. Immediately, Jian Wushuang found a relatively remote mountain in the nearby area, opened a temporary cave house among the mountains, and then started a hidden repair in the cave house. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang sat sitting there. On him, the power of the rules of four different rules slowly rose. Unfortunately, this eternal dark prison environment is too harsh, the power of the rules contained in the surrounding void is extremely thin, and the power of these rules rising from the rise of the swordless twins does not resonate with the surrounding world. For rules. A fascination flashed in the sword's eyes. Let's go. Jian Wushuang began to follow the path already in his heart, and began to merge. Time passed and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Jian Wushuang gradually merged the rules of the earth with the other three rules in accordance with the line in his mind. The process of this fusion is quite smooth. Until now, the fusion of these four rules is finally coming to an end. It's done! Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. In his body, time and space, reincarnation, destruction, and the earth, the four different rules have been perfectly integrated and complement each other. The power of the heaven and earth mastered by Jian Wushuang has been improved again. But soon, the sword had no double-sided color but became gloomy again. No! Some signs of a breakthrough. Do you feel nothing? Jian Wushuang couldn't help shaking his hands, and his brows frowned deeply. In the beginning of the divine realm, and even in the entire vast universe, the master of the general rules, as long as the four rules are merged, can naturally break through and become the master. This is common sense. Many masters who are familiar with Jian Wushuang's surroundings, after integrating the four rules, directly broke through and became masters. But now, he has also merged the four rules, but in other aspects. His long awareness of the origin of Kendo has already surpassed most third-order masters. He is far more arrogant than the average master. It stands to reason that he fully fulfilled any requirement for a breakthrough to become dominant. However, he did not feel any signs that he would break through and become the master. At first, he thought it was because he was in an eternal dark prison, where the cultivation environment was so bad that he couldn't be the master. But immediately he shook his head and denied it. The harsh cultivation environment only makes me unable to make breakthroughs to a certain extent. It doesn't make me feel like I haven't made a breakthrough at all. I look like this now. Obviously, I can't make a breakthrough at all. To be precise, I didn't meet the requirements of breaking the at all. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He couldn't break through. Even though the four rules have been merged, and he has fully met the requirements for a breakthrough to become the master, he still cannot break through. In fact, he was already mentally prepared for this. After all, he is not a general practitioner, he is a special life, but also a special life of perfect level. In the vast universe, although special life is unique, it is also restricted by the universe. The universe is fair. Compared with ordinary practitioners, special life has many innate advantages, but it also creates special lives. To break through the bottleneck, it is more difficult than ordinary practitioners. Like Wushan, he is uniquely endowed with the 9 rules to achieve ultimate domination, but Wushan is extremely difficult to reach the peak. Like the undead wraith, although it is not a special life, it is also the most terrifying peak group in the universe. The undead wraith is incomparable to the sky, but the limit of the universe is also extremely huge. End of this chapter. Chapter 3875. The more the anti-sky ethnic group or life, the greater the limit of the universe. Jian Wushuang is a special level of perfect life. He is limited by the universe, and there are few lives in the vast universe. This is the case when he first broke through the undead saint to reach the ruler. The ordinary undead saint, as long as he understands one rule, has reached the threshold of the master who breaks through the rules. But he waits until he understands the two rules at the same time and merges with each other before breaking through. Now, he has fully understood and integrated the four rules, reaching the minimum requirement for ordinary practitioners to break through and become the master, but he is still far from the real breakthrough. When the undead saint broke through to reach the ruler of the rule, I guessed that it would be more difficult than the others to break through from the rule's main breakthrough to the ruler, but I have not been able to be sure. But now it seems. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. When the undead saint broke through and reached the ruler, he was well prepared. After all, there is his master Xianyi leading the way. Xianyi merged the two rules before breaking through the rule of the Lord. He is naturally the same. But from the master of the rule to become the master, no one gave him the way. After all, during the peak of his respect for Xianyi, he was only the master of the rules. He also failed to reach the level of dominance, and Xianyi did not integrate the four rules at that time. This gave Jian Wushuang's heart a bit of luck. Maybe he merged the four rules, and he could also break through the master. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. If I can directly break through and become the master, I can immediately re-refine Taichu Divine Realm. I can guarantee that Taichu Divine Realm is worry-free, but unfortunately, Jian Wushuang could only shake his head secretly. After the four-door rule, my strength has also been greatly improved, which is a big gain. With the fusion of the four rules, Jian Wushuang got more than just a willpower. The merging of the four-door rules alone is enough to enhance Jian Wushuang's sword power. It also has a higher level of use of the rules, which also improves his strength. There is also swordplay. My perception of the origin of Kendo universe is very high, but my rules of fusion are too few, which has affected my sword art more or less. Now the four rules are merged, and these sword arts I have created should all be okay. Get a certain level of improvement, of course. The most important thing is to protect the earth. Jian Wushuang groaned. The guardian swordsmanship of the earth is to condense the swordsmanship of the earth. This major and important swordsmanship shows up mainly by two aspects. The first is his perception of the origin of the Kendo universe, and the second is the rules of the earth. Although he had previously understood the rules of the earth, he had not merged with the other three rules, which led to this sword domain. He could only join the rules of the earth. But now he can focus on the rules of the earth, and integrate the other three rules perfectly, making the power of the sword of the earth stronger. Let's start. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, calmed down the restlessness in his heart, and continued to increase his sword power in this cave. The three strongest sword techniques he created, Hazy, Light, and Earth Guard. After the fusion of his four rules, the influence of Earth Guard must be the greatest, but the other two sword techniques can also be used to a great extent. Promotion. Next, Jian Wushuang stayed in this cave, and continued to spend time improving his sword skills. The process of swordsmanship improvement can be more complicated than the fusion of the previous four rules, and it will take longer. A flash, 3 years have passed. The ninth dark zone is thousands of miles away from the cave house where Jian Wushuang is hiding. Huh! Huh! The two figures suddenly condensed in the void. These two people are the same, the one who was attracted by the sword without hands, the magic sword of the thousand blades, and the blood rain demon he invited. The blood rain demon is the only woman among the 5 strongest in the 9th dark area. She is beautiful in appearance and graceful in shape, charming with every move. At this moment in front of the two of them, he was trembling, standing with a burly man. If Jian Wushuang was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this burly man had previously dealt with him, and he was affected by the opponent's swordsmanship, thus merging the 4 rules of the ancient mixed star master. Gu Zue, meet the Lord of the Thousand Blades and Blood Rain Demon. Gu Chuan was very shocked at the moment. He is just a second-ranked peak master. Although his life-saving ability is good, he can only face the ordinary third-ranked master. But the two-bladed masters and the Blood Rain Demon, these two casually take out one was enough to easily kill him, and of course he was trembling. Gujuan, I ask you, have you ever seen the newly risen Lord of the Blood Sword? Thousand Blades Lord looked down. The Lord of the Blood Sword? The ancient hybrid star master noticed the apparently anxious look of the Qian Blade Lord, and he already had some guesses in his heart. He also knew why the Qian Now Lord was so anxious. Thousand Blade Lord, I did meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. It was 4 years ago. I encountered him and had a fierce battle, but he was not weak. I could not help him, so I left. I haven't seen him again in 4 years, and it seems that in these 4 years I haven't heard that the Lord of the Blood Sword is still active in this area. The ancient mixed star said truthfully. Have you seen it 4 years ago? After learning that Jian Wushuang existed, he immediately invited the Blood Rain Demon to rush here, but it happened that Jian Wushuang was hiding in Dongfu. In the past 4 years, Jian Wushuang, who has been hiding in Dongfu www.mtnovel.com, has not come out. The Lord of the Thousand Blades came to this area to look for many prisoners in the area. Most of them did not know Jian Wushuang. Even if they knew it, they had heard or encountered it 4 years ago. In other words, in these 4 years, Jian Wushuang has not appeared in this area. Is that the Lord of the Blood Sword already gone? The Lord of the Thousand Blades mumbled. It's possible. Blood Rain Demon nodded slightly, and said softly, The Lord of the Blood Sword is just the Lord of the Rules and the Rule of Treasure, but he can survive in the eternal dark prison for so long, it must not be a fool. He knows now that I have made some noise in the 9th dark area. It is normal to leave immediately and go to another dark area. No, I don't believe he just left like this. Keep looking, no matter what the price is, I must find him out. The face of the Master of the Thousand Blades is twisted together, and in his eyes is an unprecedented heat and crazy. Chapter 3876. The first is more. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang spent another 3 years of meditation on improving the sword after merging the 4 rules, and now he has finally stopped. 3 years of careful study and improvement of swordsmanship. Up to now, of the 3 strongest swordsmen I have created, the 2 major swordsmanships, Hazy and Wave Light, have been greatly improved. Jian Wushuang smiled. Swordsmanship is hazy, and it is the power that rises. And the sword art Wave Light, whether it is sword art power or artistic conception, has been significantly improved, in addition to this sword art toughness. However, in the past 3 years, he has made the most progress in swordsmanship. The fusion of the 4 rules is mainly based on the rules of the earth, and it is perfectly integrated into the sword art. I will play the guardianship of the earth. The condensed land of the sword will be full of 51. The sword's eyes blinked with light. It should be noted that when he was outside the ancient Night Demon Palace, he played against the ancient Night Demon Lord, who spent a great price to show his strongest hole card, which came from a super-secret skill of his division. Power almost reached the 3rd level of higher level. But at that time, Jian Wushuang only condensed 43 major land sword areas and still resisted that whole card. But now the sword unparalleled can consolidate enough 51 major land sword areas, and because of the ancient integration of the 4 rules, the quality of the 51 major land sword areas is much stronger than the previous 43 heavy ones. Doubt. Now he is definitely a lot stronger in body protection alone than before. This also gave him greater capital to roam in this eternal dark prison. I've been in this cave for 4 years and I should probably go out and do it. Jian Wushuang smiled, even when walking out of Dongfu. After leaving the cave, Jian Wushuang immediately released the power of the soul, explored the surrounding environment, and then began to wander in this 9th dark area. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang met a prisoner. However, with a glance at the sword, Wushuang recognized the identity of the opponent. It is just a master of the 2nd level peak. It is estimated that the combat power is worse than that of the ancient Night Demon. fight, but continue to look for stronger opponents. If 4 years ago, his 4 rules had not yet been merged, he would be more willing to play against these second-level peak dominators, more or less lively. However, with the integration of his 4 rules, his overall strength has been greatly improved, and it is difficult to raise his interest just because of the dominance of the second series. Now, if he wants to fight, he will fight with those who are strong, at least the third-ranking master. 4 days later, within the sole perception of Jian Wushuang, a master of the third rank finally appeared. Huh! Jian Wushuang said nothing, and ran directly towards the other side. Lingguang God! Jian Wushuang looked calmly at the master in front of him. You are the Lord of the Blood Sword? Lingguang Xinjun, dressed in a golden robe and handsome, looked at Jian Wushuang, and there was a hint of wonder in his eyes. In the eternal dark prison, although there was no way to conduct the order communication, which caused the news to be blocked, Jian Wushuang has been violent in this area. Naturally, some of the master prisoners in this area knew his existence. I heard that Lingguang Xinjun is superb in your marksmanship. The strongest mysterious mist fog light is the capital of your 9th dark area. With this trick, you can rank among the many third-level masters in this 9th dark area the first 50. Since I saw it today, I really want to learn from you. Jian Wushuang smiled. As you wish. Lingguang Xinjun didn't have the slightest nonsense, he just spoke out. I saw a dark spear in the hand of Lingguang Xinjun. This dark spear was filled with a layer of teal light, exuding a very strong breath. With the rolling power of Lingguang Xinjun, the dark spear seemed like an instant. Xiaolong shot straight out. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The void was pierced through by ruthless holes. In this momentary effort, Lingguang Xinjun stabbed 19 shots at the same time, 1 shot faster than the other, and 1 shot faster than the other. Jian Wushuang is also a step forward, Wu Wei Xingjian in hand, the vast Kendo universe origins permeate. Jian Wushuang did not immediately embark on the wave of light swordsmanship to engage with this Lingguang god, but chose to face it directly. Under his waving, Wu Crying Sword also successively cut out a series of extremely powerful sword shadows. These sword shadows are all fused the 4 rules, and also a trace of the law of the universe. Clang! 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 The dense metal impact sounded through the void, and at this moment Jian Wushuang and the Lingguang god had already confronted each other 19 times. During these 19 collisions, each time the sword was in a disadvantage. After the 19 collisions, he was quite embarrassed. Seeing this, Lingguang Xinjun frowned. It is said that the main clan of the blood sword is a skill that entangles people trapped. Once the sword skill is out, even if the third-level master is caught in it, it is difficult to break free, and it cannot be defeated directly by force. But if you put aside the entangled swordsmanship, there is still a big gap between the blood sword master's combat power and the third level. But now, Lingguang Xinjun took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. He had exhausted all his efforts with the 19 shots just now. Although he completely suppressed Jian Wushuang, that's all. He can see that Jian Wushuang's power to display his sword skills has also reached the threshold of the third level. Lingguang's 19 shots couldn't take him down, so even if I use Ling Ying's 7 styles, I'm afraid he can block it from the front. It seems that he can only use the Mist God Light. Lingguang God's eyes were slightly condensed. For so many years, he has created a lot of tricks in the eternal dark prison. One of them is Lingguang's 19 shots. As for Ling Ying's 7, it is slightly stronger than the Lingguang 19 airsoft, but not much. And his real strongest is the Misty Light. Kill! Lingguang shouted with a fierce whisper, and his body suddenly gave out a huge beam of light. The light was extremely dazzling, like a huge sun. In this light, the black spear in Lingguang Shenzhen's hand exploded. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth were silent, and a wave of extinction power suddenly condensed and erupted. This is the Misty Light? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened, but his face was quite dignified. This Ling Guang is qualified to be ranked in the top 50 of the 9th Dark Zone by this trick. I'll take a look. My strongest power is far worse than this misty aura. Jian Wushuang's power broke out to the extreme, and Wu Wei's Excalibur in his hand also gave a trace of hissing, followed by a hazy sword shadow, straight out. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 3877. The second is even more. The most powerful hazy sword technique created by Jian Wushuang. This move has also been greatly improved after Jian Wushuang's integration of the four rules. Now showing from the swordless hands, the flashing light in that hazy mist is also extremely eye-catching, and its power is not much weaker than the ordinary third-level master to do a full blow, and in the blink of an eye, the hazy swordsmanship and the misty pole Xingguang collided head-on. Pun! As if two stars collided together, both burst into a dazzling light. But it is clear that in the mighty, the swordless Wush's dim swordsmanship is much weaker. After a moment of confrontation with the fog aura of light, the mist of the sky is scattered, and an overwhelming power directly covers the sword. Then, Jian Wu's double body trembled and retreated. After regaining his position in the void, Jian Wushuang felt the impact from his body, only to regain his head, and looked at it in the past. It is indeed the King of Light Guang. Your strongest trick, Wushu Xingguang, is really powerful. Jian Wushuang is indeed amazing. Although he had encountered the stronger Gyurub King before, when he was running, he had to use Wave Lightsaber to entangle with him from the beginning. There was no intention of a frontal collision at all, so he could not really feel the arrogance of Goku's attack up close. But this time facing Ling Guang, he chose to collide directly, but he was directly crushed by the opponent. Ling Guang Shenjin's fog is extremely powerful, and his power is obviously stronger than his hazy swordsmanship. A master of the rules, the front collided with my Wuji Xingguang, without any injuries. You are powerful enough. Ling Guang Xinjun also looked at Jian Wushuang. In the beginning, I heard about your strength from other populations, and said that your real combat power would be the second-level peak dominates the level, and the swordplay that entangles people who are trapped is very special. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. Even if you don't use the entangled swordsmanship, its combat power will barely reach the third level. Haha, I just realized it recently. Jian Wushuang smiled. In this eternal dark prison where I can't see the sky at all, even if I have spent dozens of chaos eras, I can't improve my strength in the slightest. Being detained in the eternal dark prison, your talent is a waste. Ling Guang Xinjun sighed. Stop it, Lord of the Blood Sword, leave! Ling Guang Xinjun turned and left directly, and Jian Wushuang did not stop. Fighting with this King Ling Guang, at least I have a new understanding of my current fighting power. Now the fighting power should also barely reach the threshold of the third level. If you encounter those who are weaker, the third level master, even without the sword wave, should be able to barely compete. Jian Wushuang smiled. For years ago, he encountered the third-level master, and there was no room for confrontation at all. He only had to engage in swordplay. But now, he can at least compete with the general third-level master. Obviously, after the integration of the four rules, his strength has been greatly improved. Go on and on. Sword Wushuang continued to rush in the surrounding area immediately. 5 days later, the handsome Emperor Ling Guang, wearing a golden robe, was walking slowly in the void. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the very end of his line of sight, rushing towards him at an extremely horrifying speed. Not good! Ling Guang Shenjin's face changed greatly. Without hesitation, he broke out at his fastest speed, and fled frantically to the side. Ling Guang Lord, stop, I will not embarrass you. A cold voice sounded suddenly. After Ling Guang found that the 2 figures behind him had stopped, he also chose to stop, but still kept a long distance from the other party. If he found something wrong, he could still flee immediately. Xiandao Demon Lord, Blood Rain Demon, are you too? Ling Guang Xinjun was trembling inside. Regardless of whether it is the Qian Blade Demon Lord or the Blood Rain Demon, he can't compete. If both of them shot, they could kill him. Fortunately, the two in front of me didn't seem to have any intention to do anything to him. Two adults, I don't know what I can do with Ling Guang? Ling Guang's stance was extremely low, and his expression was full of awe. Ling Guang God, I ask you, have you ever met the Lord of the Blood Sword when you were scoping in this area? The voice of the Qian Blade Lord was low. The Lord of the Blood Sword? When Ling Guang's lord moved, his heart knew immediately that the Lord of the Thousand Blades had come to the Lord of the Blood Sword. It is very likely that the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord followed the rule of the Blood Sword Master in the hands of the Supreme Sword. Thousand-Edged Lord, the Blood Sword Master you said I did meet, and just 5 days ago, I also played against him. Ling Guang Xinjun said. 5 days ago? Thousand Blade Demon Lord stunned, but followed with great joy. Ling Guang God, what are you talking about? Ling Guang doesn't dare to deceive you. Lord Ling Guang laughed. 5 days ago, I did play against him, and when I met him, I found that his strength was much better than before. Before that, he could only rely on the swordsmanship of entangled people and the general third. The series dominates the opposition, but when he fought against me, he did not use the entangled swordsmanship, but instead collided directly with me. As a result, I only suppressed him, even if he finally performed my trick, Mist Aura, although he was crushed, he didn't really hurt him. Thousand Blades Lord's eyes lit up completely. Ling Guang God, 5 days ago, where did you fight him? Qian Blade Lord asked. It's in this direction behind me, about 30 million miles away. Ling Guang Xinjun said. Is it only 30 million miles? Thousand Blade Demon stared. Ling Guang God, thank you, you can leave. Ling Guang Xinjun was relieved and immediately swept towards the side of the void. After Ling Guang Xinjun left. Finally, there is news of the Lord of the Blood Sword. Thousands of demon lords screamed with surprise. I have lost track for 4 years in a row. I thought the Lord of the Blood Sword had really left the 9th. It's a dark zone, but now it seems that he has NT left. He just realized it before. I do NT know where the retreat has been for 4 years. Now that his strength has improved a little, he is out. It's only 30 million miles away, and there are only 5 days. He should still be roaming there. We should rush now, and we should be able to find him. The Blood Rain Demon also said. The Lord of the Blades nodded. Now that he has determined his approximate location, there is no need to hide and hold it. Release the power of the soul directly, and find him at the fastest speed. Chapter 3878. Third More. Although the Qian Dao Demon Lord and the Blood Rain Demon had been searching for the sword unparalleled in this area before, they did not use the power of the soul to sweep and investigate. After all, they were also worried that they would fight against the grass and make the swordsman escape. Therefore, in recent years, they have been asking and investigating step by step. Until now, after knowing the approximate position of Jian Wushuang, they directly used the power of the soul. In the Eternal Dark Prison, there is also a lot of restrictions on the spiritual power of the practitioner. Like the sword Wushuang in the Eternal Dark Prison, the power of the soul can only cover a range of 100,000 miles. But this is also because the sword Wushuang is only the master of the rules. He is not yet the master, and the soul's power is naturally not so strong without transformation. And this 9th dark area has the strongest Thousand Blade Demon Lord and Blood Rain Demon. They are both the masters of the 3rd series, the power of the soul sweeping away, enough to permeate the range of 1,000,000 miles. The two of them were filled with the power of the soul, separated from each other by a certain distance, and went all the way in the direction directed by Ling Guang God, searching all the way. Within 1,000,000 miles of this area, there is no ruler. I don't have it here either. No. How fast the two men were, it didn't take long for them to search most of the area that Ling Guang Xinjun said. Finally, within the soul perception range of the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, there was a breath of rule level Lord level. I found it. As soon as the eyes of the Thousand Blade Demon lighted up, he immediately greeted the Blood Rain Demon. Blood Rain, it is up to me to kill the Lord of the Blood Sword. All you have to do is make sure that he cannot escape. Thousand Blades Lord said. Relax, give it to me. Shiryu Dizun smiled lightly. You go alone first, don't rush to hit him, don't scare him immediately, he fled immediately, leave me some time to arrange the array. I know, but you go faster. A thousand-blade demon said something, and immediately his body swept away toward the sword unparalleled. Huh! The Lord of the Blood Sword should have noticed the power of my soul to detect it, but he did not choose to leave the first time, but stood there, as if waiting for me. Haha, it seems that heaven has helped me. The Lord of the Blades Devil was very happy inside. He didn't explode with the fastest speed in the first time, but slowly approached the sword Wishwang. Above the vast void, Jian Wishwang stood there, and looked extremely calm. He did detect the soul-searching of the Lord of the Thousand Blades, and he was vigilant the first time. After all, he also knows that in the eternal dark prison, among the many prisoners, except for themselves, who dare to release the power of the soul so brazenly, are generally strong men who have absolute confidence in their own strength. Like the third-level masters that Jian Wushuang encountered in this eternal dark prison before, even the most powerful Gubao King dare not release the power of the soul so brazenly. Who will be the master of this soul power? Jian Wushuang had a hint of curiosity in his heart, but there was no fear at all. As the opponent gradually approached, a figure soon appeared in Jian Wushuang's soul perception range. No wonder he dared to use the power of his soul so much. It turned out to be him. Jian Wushuang smiled. The prisoner information he received from the ancient night demon is very detailed, especially in this ninth dark area. As one of the 5 strongest men in the ninth dark zone, Qiandao Demon Lord, he naturally recognized it at a glance. In the information given by the ancient night demon king, this Qiandao Demon Lord is good at kendo, and the sword skill is very strong. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that the Qiandao Demon Lord came to me deliberately, no accident. It came from my Wu Weeping Sword. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He possesses the rule of treasure Wu Crying Excalibur, which he did not hide at all, although the information transmission in this eternal dark prison is very difficult, but after all, it is in the ninth dark zone, and the Thousand-Blade Lord is also very informed normal. Knowing that the master of the Thousand Blades had arrived, Jian Wushuang still did not have the slightest intention to flee and left, but continued to stand there, waiting quietly. In a blink of an eye, the master Qian already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Haha, Your Excellency is the Lord of the Blood Sword? The hearty laughter sounded. After the arrival of the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, he didn't plan to shoot immediately, but greeted Jian Shuang with enthusiasm. Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, long-awaited name. Jian Wushuang also laughed. I heard early on that there was a super genius in this ninth dark area, and the master level of the rule realized the trace of the laws of the universe, and the sword skill was even higher. There is no way to even the third-level master to take one. Yes, I see you. The master Qian smiled with enthusiasm. Qiandao Demon Lord, I don't know why you are here this time? Jian Wushuang did not have the time to listen to the boast of the Qiandao Demon Lord, but directly asked his intention. It's true, I'm here this time, mainly for the Blood Sword Group's magical sword in your hand. Thousand-Blade Demon Lord said positively. Sure enough, it came from the magic sword of Lao. Jian Wushuang chuckled. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you also know how dangerous this eternal dark prison is. Although you have some strength, after all, you are only a ruler who possesses rules and treasures. If this matter is strengthened by ulterior motives, the person knows that he will definitely come to kill you at all costs. It can be said that the magic sword of the magic circle in your hand is a fragrant magpie and will attract countless strong men to come. That's it. Jian Wushuang made no comment. But if the rule of the supreme sword is completely different in my hands, my current strength is already the top level in the first layer of this eternal dark prison, and it is worse than those 10 kings, but if I get the rule of the supreme sword, I can match the 10 kings. Then I can become the 11th king. Then the rule of the most sword is in my hands and I dare not it. Snatch! Thousand Blades Lord said again. Well, it's possible. Jian Wuxuang nodded again. That being the case, why do NTU, the Lord of the Blood Sword, be the beauty of an adult, and hand me that ruled treasure sword? Of course, I will never treat you badly. I have countless treasures in my hand, except for a few that are of great use to me. Beyond the treasure, you can choose as much as you like. In addition, I can also guarantee that when I become a new queen, I will take up a large territory for you, let you become the lord of that territory, have my protection, and in this eternal dark prison, I will never who can threaten you. Blood Sword Master, what do you think? Qian Blade Demon stared at Jian Wuxuang tightly. 3 heads M. Chapter 3879. Fourth more. Treasures in my hand, let me choose. Even if you become a new queen, you will occupy a territory for me and make me a lord? Jian Wuxuang showed a playful smile. He looked at the master of the 1,000 blades, but said with a smile. 1,000 blades master, you know that I can't give you that rule of precious sword, and I have tried my best to persuade me. Let me guess, what is your idea? The face of the 1,000-edged demon changed. Suddenly, the surrounding void created an extremely weak wave. This fluctuation, although extremely weak, was immediately noticeable by Jian Wuxuang. Matrix? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. No wonder you are a waste of words here with the master of 1,000 blades. It turned out that someone had arranged the matrix in secret. Now, this matrix should be formed. Giggle. Knowing that the formation has been formed, but the Lord of the Blood Sword has no fear at all, this calmness is admirable. A faint coquettish laughter came from the void, a beautiful one with a few the demonized figures slowly appeared in the void. Seeing people, Jian Wu's eyes and pupils could not help shrinking. Blood Rain Demon? The 5th strongest of the 9th Dark Zone, the Qianbiao Demon's attack and kill ability is extremely good. It should be said that it is the strongest attack and kill method. The Blood Rain Demon is good at formation, and her formation is incomparable. Even if the master of the 1,000 blades accidentally falls into it, it will be extremely troublesome. These two people can say that each has their own means, but now they are appearing in front of them at the same time. Blood Rain Demon, are you also interested in the rule of treasure in my hand? Jian Wuxuang asked. Who does NT want the rule of treasure? But here is in the eternal dark prison after all, the resources are limited, and the law of the treasure in your hand does not match the magic soldier I use. I am not very interested in your rule of treasure. But I once owed the favor of the Qianblade Demon Lord. This time the Qianblade Demon asked me to help him to seize the rule of your treasure, and I can't refuse it. Zuyuzhen laughed. 1,000 blades, the formation method has been arranged, and there is a formation method. Unless he is comparable to the top 10 kings in attack power, otherwise even if the attack power is comparable to you, if you fall into this array, you will not be able to do so in a short time. Leave. Very good. 1,000 Blade Demon Lord was overjoyed, and his eyes turned to Jian Wuxuang again. The enthusiastic face had disappeared long ago, replaced by a cold, sharp. I was worried that this kid might escape from me. So I spent so much time talking with him so that you can arrange the formation around. Now the formation is done. This kid can't escape the wings and I don't bother. He talked nonsense to him, shot him directly, and killed him, and that rule of magic sword is mine. 1,000 Blade Lord's voice was indifferent, with an endless killing intention. He slapped it, and a purple Excalibur has appeared in his hands. The power of the purple Excalibur is also extremely weak, and it is obviously the strongest magic weapon that reaches the highest level. However, when the sword Wuxuang took out the Wu-Weeping Excalibur, the faint rule spreads the treasure breath. The light on the surface of the purple Excalibur body immediately dimmed a lot, and the breath was greatly weakened. It's truly a rule of law. Although it hasn't collided directly, just showing up makes my Excalibur less powerful. 1,000 Blade Demon sighed, but the desire for Wu Cry Excalibur was growing deeper. Lord of the Blood Sword, die! 1,000 Blade Demon Lord has vast demon power rising suddenly, just like a demon from Jiuyo Hell. His physique was also a whole lot bigger than before, and the terrible magic mighty oppressive sword came from oppression. Jian Wushuang was the first to trigger the combination of the magic light realm and the mysterious realm, trying to suppress the master of the thousand blades as much as possible. However, once Qiandao Demon Lord is extremely powerful, even if the sword unparalleled field is completely oppressed on him, it can only slightly affect his strength, let alone the Qiandao Demon Lord's eternal dark prison for so many years. Or the ninth dark area recognized as the strongest, the domain category in his hands must have some. When I saw the idea of the Thousand Blades Demon, a vast black flame was burning wildly. This black flame field is no weaker than Jian Wushuang's magic light field. Even with the blessing of the Xuanguang realm, Jian Wushuang's field only has a slight upper hand. The Qiandao Demon Lord was still so powerful, and in the blink of an eye, he was killed in front of Jian Wushuang. The purple Excalibur in his hand slammed like a purple electric snake across the void, bursting into the throat of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang flaunted behind his wings, and his figure flew back a few steps in succession, followed by a dive, followed by a high-level wave of the Wu weapon sword in his hand, and directly cut off. Ha! The two collided, and a huge force was transmitted directly along Jian Wushuang's arm. The sword's two-sided color sank, and its shape was twisted, which perfectly resolved the impact of this force. The right hand of the Wu weapon sword took advantage. Wave. The strongest swordplay, hazy. Wow! Shocking sword shadow, mighty show. The light of fireflies dare to compete with the sun and the moon. The master of the thousand-edged devil showed no contempt, his Buddha spirit rolled, and the purple Excalibur in his hand suddenly became larger, just like a who raised the sky and opened a giant sword. This giant sword is indeed capable of breaking new ground. Pun! There was a loud noise, and the sword's double body was shocked, and the whole man flew out like a shell. The terrifying power from the purple Excalibur also acted on his deity. Even with the weakening of the Wujin demon armor on the surface, there were still a lot of impacts on him, causing him some damage. It is indeed the ninth dark area to attack the most powerful thousand-edged demon lord. Before I fought against that Lingguang god king, I also used hazy sword skills to resist his strongest trick, Wu Ji Shengguang, although the sword skills were defeated, but the misty aura did not hurt me, but now the swordsmanship of the thousand-edged demon really hurt me. And this sword just now is by no means the strongest trick of the thousand-edged demon lord. Jian Wushuang marveled. It is also the master of the third level. The Lingguang god is enough to rank in the top 50 in this ninth dark area, but compared with the 1,000 of the 5 strongest one, the gap is still too big. Novel. In the face of Lingguang Xinjun, Jian Wushuang can completely try to compete positively. But in the face of the master of the thousand blades, it is obviously impossible for him to compete directly. Thousand-edged lord, try my sword again, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Wow, the void in front of him seemed to be plunged into a continuous sea, and countless waves of layers spread endlessly. The sky's sword-like ocean, surging and surging, completely covered the Qiandao demon lord ahead. End of this chapter. Chapter 3880. Fifth More. Sword Art. One of the 3 strongest swordsmanships of Jian Wushuang, used to entangle the enemy's swordsmanship. After the sword unparalleled fusion of the 4-door rules, this sword skill has greatly improved in both power and resilience. Now this sword skill is perfectly demonstrated from the sword without hands. The mighty sword-like waves, endless, rush towards the Lord of the Thousand Blades. The Qiandao Demon Lord is a strong swordsman in his own right. He is now standing at the center of Jiani Ocean, and can clearly sense the endless mood in Jiani Ocean. It's a very powerful artistic conception, and this sword art is also quite useful. If you can't completely disintegrate this sword art in one breath, I'm afraid this endless wave will be endless. The Qian Blade Lord's eyes were cold, and the next moment he raised his hand, the purple Excalibur, a purple swordmang, like a purple thunder that fell from the sky, cut off fiercely in front of the sword in front of the ocean. Wow! Under the sweep of purple thunderbolt, the sword-like ocean ahead immediately began to retreat and collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire Jieni Ocean collapsed by nearly 90%, but the power of the purple thunderbolt was also completely exhausted and dissipated in the heavens and the earth. What? There was a hint of surprise in the Thousand Blades Lord's head, but he immediately restored peace. This kid, no wonder he can use this trick to make many third-level masters do nothing. The toughness of this sword is stronger than expected. Even if I try my best, I can't completely use this sword. Destroyed, the Gubao King's attack and killing ability is far worse than mine. His strongest blow, I am afraid that at most he can only wipe out the sword art by 60% to 70%, but in a blink of an eye, this sword art mood can be fully restored. Thousand Blade Demon Lords have seen that the surrounding sword-shaped ocean that has collapsed by nearly 90%, within a short period of time, has restored its former appearance. It was still mighty, and endless waves continued to flow towards him. It seems that I want to kill this kid, but I really have to take some measures to do it. The sharp blade flashed in the master's eyes. Fun Tianjian. The meaning of killing instantly filled the whole world. The surrounding space, in the sense of this killing, began to tremble. Even Jian Shuangshuang couldn't help but raise his head. Wow! A ruthless sword was cut off mercilessly. This sword, Mang, bright and dazzling, is full of terrible fronts that kill the world. In a blink of an eye, the swordman's arm was already split on the sword-shaped ocean directly in front of it. The sky-filled and extremely tough sword-shaped ocean melted directly under the sweep of the sword light. In a short time, the entire sword of the sea was melted more than 90%, and there is still a lot of power in that sword. Finally, the huge ocean of swords was completely dissipated, and the sword style of Wushuang also completely collapsed. My wave lightsaber was defeated by the front. Jian Wu's eyes synced slightly. Wave lightsaber, after he integrated the 4 rules, has been improved to a certain extent, much tougher than before. However, the Qiandao Demon Lord is still a sword to completely defeat his sword skill, but I can imagine how powerful the sword of the Qiandao Demon Lord just was. It is indeed the 9th dark area to attack and kill first. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, but still relaxed. Such a relaxed look was naturally seen by the Thousand Blade Demon Lord and the Bloody Rain Demon next to the void. This boy, his proud swordsmanship has been defeated by a sword in front of me. What else can't be done? Qiandao Demon frowned. Thousand Blade Demon Lord. Sword Wushuang said. I have created 3 of the strongest swordsmanship in the eternal dark prison for so many years. The one that I chose to bump up against you is the swordsmanship of the main attack. Obviously the power nowhere near you. The wave of swordplay that I just cast is a swordplay used to entangle the enemy. It was also directly broken by your sword. But next, I will perform the last one of the 3 swords I created. This sword is called Earth Guard. It is mainly used to defend the body, but I do know if you can use my sword. Break open. Jian Wushuang chuckled and waved with his right hand, driving the endless sword intention to sweep away. Buzzing. A large number of earth-colored earth rules swept up. In addition to the earth rules, the other 3 major rules also poured into the sword. A heavy and major sword area was formed, and in the blink of an eye, in front of Jian Wushuang, a full 51 major sword areas were condensed. 51 is headed by the rules of the earth, which contains the earth sword area full of the power of the 4 rules. This is Jian Wushuang's strongest body protection sword skill. Lord of the Blades, come and try it. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang has absolute confidence in his sword guarding the earth. What kind of body protection sword art, in front of absolute strength, by any means, is futile? See me break your body protection sword art. Thousand Blade Demon Lord Lingheng, purple sword in his hand raised again. That terrifying killing is flooding the world again. Fun Tianjian. Thousand Blade Demon shot, and the one that was cast was the sword that had just defeated the wave of swordplay. That dazzling, with a sword of endless killing. I saw that the world's sword Mang was cut out mercilessly, and immediately split on the ground guarding the sword area in front of the swordless double-sided. In just one moment, most of the 51 major land sword areas collapsed, but the remaining land sword areas were still indestructible. The speed of the worldwide Jianmong gradually became slow, and in the end, the power was completely exhausted and completely dissipated, but the sword area of the earth before the sword had no double sides was still full. 51 heavy earth sword area of far higher quality than before, even you fortified the 42 heavy at once. Thousand-edged Lord, your power of swordsmanship, indeed. Jian Wushuang laughed at will, and in the blink of an eye, the 51 major sword domains are restored again. But the look of the Thousand Blades Lord was a little gloomy. He actually blocked my penalty sword? And 51 heavy sword domains, there are 9 remaining. Obviously his swordsmanship ability is far from reaching the limit. Thousand Blades, it seems that you underestimated the Lord of the Blood Sword. The playful voice of Blood Rain Demon also sounded at this moment. I wasn't surprised. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the ruler of the rules, and the rule of treasure, has been living in the eternal dark prison. How can there be no means of life-saving? Now it seems that he is the strongest. The means of life-saving should be this body protection swordsmanship, and even my penalty sky sword can be blocked by the front, which is really powerful. Xianblade Demon said lowly. He also recognized the power of Jian Wushuang's body protection sword skill, but it was not impossible. End of this chapter. Chapter 3881. 6 more arrived today. I have spent hundreds of chaotic times in the eternal dark prison. I created 2 swords of punishment and blood. Based on these 2 swords, I killed prisoners in the hundreds of chaos, even the 3rd level. I have killed many prisoners. The whole eternal dark prison, I am not afraid of anyone except the Supreme 10 Kings. The Lord of the Blood Sword and the Lord of the Rules, how can I stump me? The thousand-edged demon lord's eyes were cold. On mighty power, my blood sky sword is nearly twice as strong as the punishment Tianjian. You can't kill him if you don't believe me. Boom! The monstrous magical powers twitched frantically. Thousand-blade lord's eyes became scarlet, and at the same time the whole body's surface showed a hint of dark red. This dark red is like the color of blood. Blood stained the heavens. This is the strongest sword skill created by the thousand-edged demon lord, the blood sky sword. Dead? The thousand-edged demon snorted loudly, hysterically. The purple Excalibur in his hand trembled violently, and at this moment it was completely red. Wow! This is a thrilling blood-colored swordman. This blood-colored swordman was cold and dark, with a sense of unprecedented killing, and it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wu's eyes also sink slightly. Are you stronger swordsmanship? I don't know if my Earthguard swordsmanship can resist this sword. There is also a glimmer of expectation in the sword without eyes. Pun! The blood-colored swordman slashed directly on the land of the sword of the earth, and an instant of terrifying power and a terrible cutting force burst out. The surface of the 51 major sword area permeated by the sword-free body was smashed 40 times in the blink of an eye, followed by the collapse of the major sword area. 47th, 48th. In the end, this blood-colored Jianmong directly broke the 49th major sword area of the swordless body surface, but was resisted by the 50th major sword area. The Qiandao Demon Lord is the strongest sword and stops at the 50th. Unexpectedly, it didn't break? This time, the master of the thousand blades was really shocked. He has absolute confidence in his ability to attack and kill. The strongest sword skill blood sky sword he casts with all his strength, purely on the power. I am afraid that he is almost approaching the 10 most powerful kings. Except for the top 10 strongest kings, there are not a few third-level masters in the first level of the Eternal Dark Prison, which can surpass him in pure power. But in the end, the strongest swordplay that he is most proud of has not been able to break the bodyguard's swordplay of the ruler in front of him? Giggle, it's interesting now. The Blood Rain Demon, who had been watching the battle in the void, looked at it with a strange light. Thousand Blade Masters, it seems that your strongest swordsmanship is just that. Jian Wushwang smiled lightly, and in the bottom of his heart, he was very satisfied with the defensibility of the Earth Guard swordsmanship. The strongest swordsmanship of the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, the power has definitely reached the level of the third-level higher master. In this eternal dark prison, I am afraid that the 10 kings can beat him in the power of attack, yes, but his sword, but still could not completely break my guardian sword of the earth. Jian Wushwang smiled gently. He had previously guessed that after integrating the 4 rules, the Earth Guard swordsmanship, which was re-improved mainly by the earth, should be very arrogant in terms of body protection. Now it seems that it is. Blood Rain, this boy's body swordsmanship is quite good. I want to kill him, very difficult. I'm afraid you have to help. Qian Blade Demon chanted. Thousand Blades, when you asked me to shoot before, you can say, as long as I arrange the formation to prevent him from escaping. As for killing him, it is up to you to do it yourself, but you didn't say you wanted me to kill him. Xiuyu Mozin smiled with amusement. I didn't expect this boy's body sword art would be so good at the time. Thousand-Edged Demon Lord looked gloomy. Blood Rain, help me, what benefits do you want? Blood Rain Demon will help the Thousand-Blade Demon Lord this time, but he has owed so much to him. But before the Qian Blade Demon Lord went to invite the Blood Rain Demon, he said that this kind of humanity can only be exchanged for the Blood Rain Demon to arrange the array method to prevent the sword unparalleled. As for the Blood Rain Demons to take the shot himself, Qian Blade Demon Lord did not say that this is naturally beyond the scope of that human relationship. The Blood Rain Demon has no good friendship with the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord. Seeing the situation in front of him, Blood Rain Demon directly puts forward the conditions. The 5 best treasures at the highest level, I can help you. Thousand Blade Lord frowned suddenly. The strongest treasure is common in Eternal Dark Prison, and it's easy to get. You can get many of these strongest treasures by simply killing a second-level master. But the strongest treasure of the highest level, there are fewer. Under normal circumstances, a third-level master, only a few hands will have 1 or 2 pieces of the highest level of the highest treasure. However, there is a third level dominated by the most powerful arcane treasure at hand. It is generally extremely difficult to kill, so the Master of the Thousand Blades is one of the 5 strongest in the 9th dark area. But the best level in your hand is the strongest treasure, and the number is not too much. The Blood Rain Demon statue needs 5 at a time, which is really not a small number. However, the thought of the magic sword in the hands without the sword, the Master of the Thousand Blades gritted his teeth and directly agreed. Yes, the 5 most precious Arctic treasures, I will give you afterwards. That's not okay. After all, what you are good at is kendo. Once you killed the Lord of the Blood Sword, you get the rule of the Lord of the Blood Sword. The strength is soaring. I'm afraid I can only escape my life before you. Now, if you do and want to give it back afterwards, I do and have any way, so you first give me the 5 best treasures of the highest level, and I will take another shot. This should be more secure. Qian Dao Demon gritted his teeth, but still focused. Yes, the strongest 5 treasures I will give you now. Having said that, the Master of the 1,000 Blades waved his hand directly, and threw a Qianquan ring towards the Blood Rain Demon. After the Blood Rain Demon took over, his consciousness swept away, and he smiled and nodded, but then said, Qian Blade, I have to make it clear. Although I promised to take the shot, I will do my best, but if I still see and kill the blood afterwards Lord of the Sword, then you can't blame me. Of course, you only need to do your best. Thousand-Edged Demon said. After the two had reached an agreement, the Blood Rain Demon statue only slowly came towards the sword Wushwang. From the beginning to the end, listening to the conversation between the 2 men, Jian Wushwang's look has been very flat, and did not mean to interrupt the two. Chapter 3882. The first is more. Why, Blood Rain Demon also intends to fail. Jian Wushwang looked indifferently at the Blood Rain Demon who was coming. In terms of strength, the Blood Rain Demon is equal to the Thousand Blade Demon Lord, but the areas they are good at are completely different. Blood Rain Demon is best at matrix formation, followed by soul. Her mastery of the soul is extremely high, and the soul attack is extremely terrible. This is why the thousand-edged demon lord spent 5 pieces of the best treasure of the highest level. Blood Rain, the lord of the blood sword, is against the sky, and it is only the lord of the rules. His soul must not be strong. Using your accomplishments in the soul to directly perform a soul attack, it should be easy to kill him. As long as the soul is annihilated, no matter how strong his body protection ability is. Qianbian Demon said. Blood Rain Demon's gaze with evil charm solidified on Jian Wushuang's body. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are an out-of-the-box genius. Your talent is enough to amaze me, but unfortunately here is an eternal darkness in prison. If you want to survive here, it's useless to rely on talents, so I can only sorry for you. Blood Rain Demon's voice was soft and pitiful, but while she was talking, she already had a faint strange light flashing in her eyes. Fall down! As soon as the voice fell, a majestic force of soul immediately came to cover the sword. Jian Wushuang could not escape at all, and the power of the soul entered his sea of knowledge, destroying his deadly desire to destroy his soul. The power of this soul is too huge and overbearing. After all, it is the 3rd level of the soul attack, but Jian Wushuang is only the ruler of the rule. The soul has not been transformed. In the face of this level of soul attack he has no room to struggle. In a blink of an eye, the soul annihilates. Dead! Xiuyu Mozin smiled. It is indeed a blood rain. In addition to the formation method, your soul attack is also a must in this eternal dark prison. Thousand Blade Master surprised. Don't brag about me, my soul attack is not very strong, but the soul of the Lord of the Blood Sword is too weak. Xiuyu Dezun laughed. Once 1,000 blades, the Lord of the Blood Sword is dead. Hurry up and get your rule. The master of the 1,000 blades could not wait any longer, and he immediately planned to make thousands. Suddenly the Sword Lord, whose soul had been annihilated, suddenly opened his eyes again, and there was a hint of slyness in his eyes. When he saw the 1,000-edged demon lord coming, he grinned and showed a strange smile. What? 1,000 Blades Lord's figure paused immediately. How is that possible? Blood Rain Demon was also surprised. Both of them could see clearly just now that the soul of the Lord of the Blood Swords had indeed been completely annihilated. But now. Impossible, your soul has been completely annihilated by me. How could it not die? The Blood Rain Demon's face was incredible. The soul will die when it is annihilated. Blood Rain Demon, you may be too arbitrary. Besides, if you look at it now, is my soul already annihilated? Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately swept away with the soul. However, although the power of this soul is relatively weak compared to the Qian Blade Demon Lord and the Blood Rain Demon, it is indeed the soul power of Jian Wushuang. How can this be? 1,000 Blade Demon Lord widened his eyes. Is that the legend? Xiuyu Mozin suddenly thought of a possibility. Legend? The Lord of the 1,000 Blades looked at it immediately. In the legend, there are many special lives born in the vast universe. Among them, there is a special life that reaches a perfect level. Its soul has been integrated into every part of the Buddhist divine power. It is said to be immortal. Even if the soul is annihilated, it can consume some divine power. Instant recovery. Xiuyu Mozin trembled. Perfect life? 1,000 Blade Lord also stared at Jian Wushuang. Perfect life in the legend requires the accumulation of a long time in the entire vast universe to be able to give birth to one, right? Probably a little bit more universe than the ruler. The super genius that is rare in the billions of stars is still rare. The Lord of the Blood Sword is a practitioner of perfect life level? Although I do not want to admit it, it seems that there is only this kind of explanation. The Blood Rain Demon looks very dignified. The Lord of the Blood Sword not only understands a little of the law of the universe at the level of the Master of the Rule, is the kind of super genius that is rare in billions of stars. At the same time, he is a more perfect life level cultivator than this kind of genius. The combination of the two can definitely be regarded as the most anti-superhero in the vast universe. Genius! Thousand Blades, the Lord of the Blood Sword is a practitioner of perfect life level. If you want to kill him to win the treasure, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Why? Even if he is a perfect life, the soul annihilation can be restored by divine power, but every time he restores the soul, he should lose a lot of divine power. He is now trapped here by us and can't escape at all as long as you perform the soul attack time and time again, and continue to consume his divine power. His divine power will be exhausted sooner or later, and then it will be the same death, Qian Blade Lord said coldly. Hearing this, Ziyuzhen smiled coldly. Thousand Blades, are you afraid that you don't know enough about the perfect level of life? I tell you, the reason why the perfect level of life is so bad, except for this life in addition to the innate advantage of Motian, he has the vast divine power. Don't look at him as a ruler, but his divine power is definitely dozens or even hundreds of times greater than our master's. Yes, if I perform a soul attack time and time again, I can indeed force him to spend his divine power and perform soul repair again and again, but each time he repairs his divine power, it is very rare. His divine power can completely support him for thousands of times. Soul repair, even nearly 10,000 times, but what about me? When you perform a soul attack every time, you do need to consume the soul? Take the power of my soul compared to the power of the Lord of the Blood Sword, you want it? Thousand Blade Demon Master stunned. Yes, Blood Rain Demon cast his soul to attack the soul of the Annihilation Sword Wushuang, although he can force Jian Wushuang to spend divine power to repair the divine power again and again. But by the same token, the Blood Rain Demon respects his own soul's power consumption, and with his current soul strength, he can perform a one-time annihilation of the Sword Wushuang's soul attack, which can only be performed at most dozens of times. It will consume most of it, and the sword's magic power is probably not consumed at all. I can't kill him simply by attacking my soul, Blood Rain Demon said in a deep voice. Chapter 382, Helplessness, page 1/1. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 3883. Second more. Blood Rain Demon, anyway, is also the top powerhouse in the Eternal Dark Prison for so many years, but at this moment also has to praise the terrible ability of the sword's peerless life-saving ability. In terms of material attack, the sword is unique in that it has the most powerful body swordsmanship, and even the strongest trick of Qianbian Demon cannot be broken forcibly. And on the soul, because of the perfect life, he got the soul invincible from the beginning. Coupled with perfect life, practitioners have a vast foundation of divine power, this life-saving ability, really against the sky. Although it is only the master of rules, this life-saving ability alone can indeed run rampant in this eternal dark prison. Thousand Blade Masters, if you really want to kill the Lord of the Blood Sword and win the magic sword of his hands, there are only two ways to do it. Two methods? Which two? Qian Blade Demon Lord has come to the side of Blood Rain Demon and asked. The first, soul attack. Yes, I can't kill him by attacking the soul alone, but if you have the ability to invite hundreds of masters who are good at soul attack, you can take an uninterrupted soul attack on the Lord of the Blood Sword in turn, and you may have a chance to consume death him, Blood Rain Demon said. Hundreds of masters who are good at attacking with two puppets? The Qiandao Demon Lord froze, but then shook his head directly. Impossible, the method of soul attack is a relatively alternative method. Of the 100 masters, I am afraid that not one of them will concentrate on the soul attack. In this ninth, although there are more than 100,000 prisoners in the dark area, among them, those who are good at soul attack may not exceed 100 in total. And the most important thing is that even if there are so many strong people who are good at soul attack in the ninth dark area, the news in this eternal dark prison is blocked. How can I invite them all in a short time, let alone one time? Please call hundreds of strong men. These strong men will definitely make some demands, and all of them add up. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Then there's only the second method, relying on material attack. Blood Rain Demon voice muffled. Although the body sword master of this blood sword master is powerful, But your strongest attack by the Thousand-Blade Master is almost he has destroyed his body swordsmanship, so as long as he can invite a practitioner who is stronger than you by one level of power, you may kill him. On the power of attack, I can be regarded as the top level in the first layer of this eternal dark prison. To be stronger than me in the power of attack, there are only the 10 most powerful kings. Qian the Blade Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. But there are countless strong men in the first layer of this eternal dark prison. Each of them has survived hundreds of times of chaos in this eternal dark prison. All kinds of means are available, and I know one person. Although he can't communicate with 10, the Great King is comparable, but his strongest hole card is also his strongest attack method. In terms of power, he can also be compared with the 10 most powerful kings. Oh? Blood Rain Demon looked over immediately. Who is this person? The 87th Dark Area, the 1000 killed the Emperor. Is he? Blood Rain Demon looked. I have heard of him before, knowing that he is recognized as the #1 strongest among the 87 Dark Areas, and some people say that his combat power is in the Hold the Dragon domain can also be ranked in the top 10. That's the strongest means you don't know yet. I've seen him before. Once his strongest means came out, his power was comparable to the top 10 kings. With him, you should be able to see this. The Lord of the Blood Sword beheaded. Then you can be sure to invite the 1000 slave monarchs? Shiryu Mozen asked. I don't know, but I can try it. Thousand-Blade Demon Lord squinted his eyes slightly. In this way, it will bother you, the Blood Rain Demon, and you will continue to perform the formation and trap the Lord of the Blood Sword. I went to the 87th Dark Area to personally invite the 1000-killed monarch. I have dealt with this 1000-killed monarch. This time I personally went to ask him to give him full face and pay a certain price. There should be hope for him. It's just the 87th Dark Area, which is a little far from the 9th Dark Area we are in. Even if I get there at my speed and ask the Emperor to come back, it will take at least hundreds of years to go back and forth. Time, so I can only bother you with the Blood Rain Demon. You have continued to trap the Lord of the Blood Sword for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years? Blood Rain Demon nodded slightly. Since I promised to help you with a 1000-blade Demon Lord, I will naturally do it, but for hundreds of years, I will always be trapped by him, but I have to explain in advance he'll wait at most for 1,000 years. If you haven't returned from the 87th Dark Zone within 1,000 years, then no wonder I am. 1,000 years is absolutely enough. It's not too late, and I'm going now. 1000-blade Demon said. Then I'm here, waiting for the good news from the 1000-blade Lord. Shiryu Dizun smiled. The 1000-edged Demon Lord immediately set off and left, while the Blood Rain Demon looked deeply at Jian Wushuang, and immediately fluttered slightly, already integrated into the surrounding formation. The Sword Wushuang has been staying in the final cultivation of the Array of Law, calmly watching the two-edged Demon Lord and Blood Rain Dizun too. However, when the Qianblade Demon Lord talked to Blood Rain Demon, he deliberately blocked the surrounding space. Jian Wushuang did not know what the two said. But Qianblade Demon took the initiative to leave, but he saw it. The 1000-edged Demon Lord is gone. Have you given up? The sword has two-sided weirdness. No, it should not have been given up, otherwise the formation around it should also be removed, but this formation is obviously still there, and the rule of my hand is the most precious sword, which is enough to make Qianblade Lord at all costs. He should not give up so easily. As for him leaving now, maybe he'll invite some other strong men to come and join forces to kill me. Jian Wushuang has already guessed the purpose of the 1000-blade Demon Master to leave. Obviously, the two can't kill themselves by the two-handed Demon Lord and the Blood Rain Demon. The one-man Demon Lord is unwilling to give up, and can only find a way to invite some other strong people to come. Although I don't know who the 1000-edged Demon Lord invited this time, Jian Wushuang was not worried at all. Anyway, with his own disciple's token in the Red Cloud, he can use the eternal power of the eternal dark prison to suppress everything at all times. In this case, what else does he need to worry about? He was not in a hurry to use his disciple's tokens directly, but began to observe the formations around him. Jian Wushwang walked to the surrounding void, and had not yet taken 2 more steps. The rumble. The void immediately trembled, followed closely by a large black flame, and rushed towards him. End of this chapter. Chapter 3884. Third more. The flames don't seem to be very strong. Sword Wushwang swayed with one hand. Although it is just a very random sword, it can drive the origin of Kendo universe and that trace of cosmic law. The mighty power that erupted in an instant is also extremely powerful, and it directly cuts off the raging sky flame in front of it. But the black flame was not immediately extinguished after being cut off, but it was more vigorously burning, and continued to surge towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushwang can only shoot again. Wow! 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 One after another, Jianguang was chopped out, and although the incoming flames were easily cut, they could not be extinguished. These flames are burning more and more vigorously, and the number is increasing. This array is a bit difficult to tangle. Jian Wushwang frowned. At this time, the shape of the blood rain demon suddenly emerged from the void around Jian Wushwang. Useless. Xiuyu Dizun looked at Jian Wushwang with an evil smile. The Lord of the Blood Sword, although your body protection ability and life-saving ability can be called against the sky, but your own strength is too weak, and my formation, anyway, I also carefully arranged. Although the power of attack and killing is average, however, the ability to trap people is extremely great. Even if the Lord of the Thousand Blades is caught in this formation, if I do not actively let him go, he will have to attack the formation many times before he can force me. This formation is broken. As for you, even if you stay in this array of attacks tens of thousands of times, 100,000 times, you can't shake my array of methods at all. The sword did not sink in two-sided color. By the way, haven't you also performed a sword technique that entangled the enemy? In fact, my formation has some similarities with the sword technique you have previously performed. Your sword technique evolves into a sea of swords, endless and continuous endless, and the black flame in my formation is also endless, and there is no end. The more you attack it, the more its number will increase, unless you can also perform a mighty offensive, directly break through the law with force, break through my formation. Xiuyu Dizun laughed. Jian Wushwang heard the words of the blood rain demon, and continued to wave the divine sword to attack those black flames coming from the surrounding area. Okay? But he still continued to wield the Excalibur sword to cut off those black flames of the sword, but suddenly stared. Material method? It is very similar to my wave lightsaber. Even the artistic conception is also used to trap the enemy? Jian Wushwang muttered, but at this moment his mind suddenly emerged a thought. To be precise, it is an idea. Matrix method. If I also know how to perform the matrix method, and then incorporate the matrix method into my sword art, such as the wave lightsaber to wave lightsaber array, what would happen? Jian Wushwang could not help but think. Formation, but also sword formation. This sword array, which relies on the power of the formation method, is better than its simple sword skill anyway, right? And the guardian swordsmanship of the earth, if it can transform the swordplay into the guardian swordsmanship of the earth, will its defense ability be stronger? Jian Wushwang flashed this thought in his mind, and after thinking about it, he found out that his own thought was completely possible to get to know one another. And since he created wave lightsaber and earthguard swordsmanship, especially on earthguard swordsmanship, although the sword guard ability is very strong, Jian Wushwang has always felt that this sword art is still lacking something, not really perfect. He has always been eager to improve the guardian sword of the earth as much as possible, making it more tough and terrible. However, Jian Wushwang has not been able to find a way to improve it, but now, being trapped in the formation of the blood rain demon, and coupled with the words of the blood rain demon just now, it makes Jian Wushwang suddenly stunned, and found it is possible to perfect sword art. That is to use the power of the formation method to improve your sword's skill into a sword formation. A complete sword array must be more powerful than simple swordsmanship. Ha ha! This seemingly unintentional remark by the blood rain demon has actually helped me a lot. Yes, sword array. I can transform my swordplay into a sword array, and it is arranged by the Blood Rain Demon. The formation is there, and I can also feel a lot of things from this formation, and it will be easier to improve in this way. Jianwu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Immediately he sat down on this plate, and then began to realize carefully the surrounding powers. The sky's black flames rushed towards him in succession, countless, the same endless. Even if it was cut, it will not be annihilated, but will be more vigorous. These are all carefully learned by Jian Wushuang. Time began to pass. Jian Wushuang found a way to perfect his swordsmanship, so he was not in a hurry to leave this array, but stayed in this array, quietly participating in the experience. Blink, 600 years have passed. During these 600 years, Jian Wushuang has been staying in that formation and never came out, and the Blood Rain Demon has stayed here for a full 600 years. Although there are strong, the passerby passed by, but when he saw the Blood Rain Demon immediately frightened away, he did not dare to approach at all, and no one knew what the Blood Rain Demon was doing in this array. Ha! Ha! The two streams of light flew from the distant void at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the void where the Blood Rain Demon arranged the array. The streamers dissipated, and two figures slowly appeared in this world. It's finally here! A thousand-edged demon master with a face like ice jade was smiling. Next to the thousand-edged demon lord is a middle-aged man in a loose robe. This middle-aged man has cold eyes and a sense of killing. He is a thousand-slave monarch. In the name of 1,000 kills, there is no doubt that he is a true killer. Thousand Blades, the person you want me to deal with is here? Thousands of emperors began. Yes, he was trapped here by me 600 years ago, and I have been trapped by the Matrix for the past 600 years, and then I went to the 87th Dark Area to invite you. It invited you over. Qian Blade Lord laughed. The price you paid is also high enough, otherwise I won't bother to accompany you on this trip. The Emperor of 1,000 Kills was carrying both hands, and at the same time he took a deep look at the Lord of 1,000 Blades. You made it hard to deliberately go to the 87th Dark Area to invite me, who is also willing to pay such a great price to kill. What is so strange, or why do you kill him at all costs? Although the 1,000 Blades Lord was invited to kill one person for the 1,000 Blades Lord, but the reason and purpose of the 1,000 Blades Lord to kill each other, he did not know, and the 1,000 Blades Lord did not say that. End of this chapter. Chapter 3885. Fourth more. I want to kill him, and you'll know right away. Qian Blade Devil chuckled. I'll let the Blood Rain Demon who control the formation first show respect. Blood Rain. 1,000 Blade Lord shouted aloud. Blood Rain Demon's figure immediately emerged from the formation. 1,000 Blades, the 1,000 slave monarch next to you is famous. Shiryu Mozen smiled. Blood Rain Demon, it is rumored that you are good at matrix formation, and simply discussing the method of formation, few people in the entire Demon Dragon domain can match you, and finally saw you today. Thousands killed the Emperor. He didn't dare to be arrogant. Although in strength, he was slightly stronger than Blood Rain Demon and 1,000 Blade Demon Lord, but not much. 1,000 Blade Demon Lord can fight with him directly, and the Blood Rain Demon Zunare is so good that he has no fear at all. The three met after an embarrassing encounter with each other. Blood Rain, how is the Lord of the Blood Sword now? Asked the Master Qian. Relax, he has been trapped in this array for the past 600 years, but he has never stepped out in one step. Shiryu Mozen laughed. That's all right. 1,000-edged Demon Lord Ishii has been trapped for 600 years. Has he been impatient? This isn't true. Blood Rain Demon shook his head. The Lord of the Blood Sword is very weird. He has been trapped in my formation for 600 years, but he is not in a hurry, and watching his actions over the years, it feels like you have been practicing. Cultivation? 1,000 Blade Demon Lord froze. It's like practicing, but I do know what it is. Blood Rain Demon said. Haha, it seems that the Master of the Blood Sword has a really good mentality. He has been trapped in the formation for 600 years. He is not in a hurry, and he has the mood to cultivate. Thousand Blade Lord sneered. But yes, he did not have any fears of such a good means of life-saving, but he just hasn't seen the power of 1,000 killing emperors. 2. Still advanced formation, let me meet the people you want to kill. Thousands killed the emperor but said, Okay, let's get into the game first. Thousand Blade Lord nodded. Blood Rain Demon immediately opened the entrance of the formation, and the three entered the formation together. Immediately after entering the battle, the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord immediately saw Jian Wuxuang sitting in a certain place in the void, and surrounded by the sky full of black flames. Although he was pressing his eyes, he still shot at will, constantly attacking those black flames. Okay? The Emperor of the Thousand Kills also noticed the sword unparalleled, but in this regard, his eyes were shrunk. Master of the rules? Thousand Blades, the person you want to kill is just a master of the rules? Ashamed, the Lord of the Blood Sword is indeed the Lord of the Rules. There is no doubt about this, but his combat power is very strong, and he can be comparable to the ordinary third-level master. But the real terrible thing is his life-saving means. Very well, Xiaoyu and I have already done everything we can, but there is nothing he can do about it. He can only let Xiaoyu arrange the array, and he has been stuck here. Qian Blade Demon said. Is that so? Thousands of killing the Emperor knew, and did not mean a little bit to sacrifice 1,000 blades. He also understands that the ruler can live in eternal dark prison until now, and the means must be extraordinary. I now finally know why your 1,000 blades are so hesitant to ask me to kill him. The 1,000 killing Emperor glanced at Wu crying Excalibur in the hands of the sword, and his eyes flashed with strange colors. Apparently he had already seen there is no magic sword in both hands, even the rule of treasure. Well, the rule is the most precious sword. If you can get the rule to the most precious sword, its strength will inevitably increase. Maybe it can be comparable to the 10 kings. If I knew this already, the conditions I had proposed before should be higher. Thousands of emperors sighed softly. Thousands of kills, you and I have already said it. Thousand Blade Master said. Don't worry, I haven't set a price for the 1,000 kills. Since I have promised you before, naturally I won't regret it. The 1,000 killing Emperor smiled slightly. You and the 2 will be next to see how I kill him. Then I will wait and see what the rain of blood. The Master Qian also smiled. When the 3 men of the 1,000 Blades Lord, the 1,000 Killing Lord, and the Blood Rain Demon entered the formation, Jian Wuxuang naturally immediately noticed the arrival of the 3, and immediately stopped the movements in his hands and looked up at the 3. Come over. Are you finally inviting a helper? Jian Wuxuang chuckled at the Master Qian with a smirk, and then his eyes were concentrated on the middle-aged 1,000-slave monarch of Weian. I don't know who this is. Lord of the Blood Sword, I'll introduce it to you. This is the 1,000-kill monarch, and is recognized as the first strongest in the 87th Dark Zone. 1,000 kills of the Emperor? Jian Wuxuang's expression moved, and his mind quickly recalled the information of the strongman obtained from the ancient Night Demon King. However, among the information given by the ancient Night Demon King, there is obviously no such thing as 1,000-slave monarch. But it's also normal Guillermo Jun is just a master of the second-level peak. In the first layer of this eternal dark prison, he cannot be regarded as the top powerhouse. Some of the power he knows, most of his information is in the 9th Dark Zone. As for the entire Dragon Domain, although he also knows the existence of some strong ones, he does not know many. For example, now that the 1,000-slave monarch, the ancient Night Demon Prince did not know. The 87th Dark Zone? Jian Wuxuang couldn't help sighing. 108 dark areas of the Demon Dragon Realm, each dark area has a very wide territory. From the 9th dark area to the 87th dark area, I don't know how far apart, you have 1,000 blades. The demon did not hesitate to personally go to the 87th dark area to invite the 1,000-slave monarch, and it seemed very confident that he could kill me. The power of the 1,000-slaying emperor can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Dragon Domain, and his strongest means is even more overwhelming. If he can't kill you, it will be in the first floor of the entire Eternal Dark Prison. It is estimated that only the Xeon's top 10 kings can do anything to you. Whatever you say, it's just a ruler. I do indeed believe in your life-saving means. It's really like that. Cold. Thousands of emperors, please do it. A majestic killing intention rose instantly from the thousand-slave monarch. The intensity of this killing is truly shocking. Even when the Qian demon cast his penalty sword, the burst of killing that came out was not as powerful as that of Qian himself. The thousand-slaying monarch, in the name of the thousand-slaying, is just as shocking as the killing intention on his body. I really want to know, how many people have he killed in this eternal dark prison? Jianwu's eyes narrowed slightly. The look has become extremely solemn. End of this chapter. Chapter 3886. Fifth more. Thousands of killing emperors took out their own magic soldiers. His magical soldier is a big axe. This axe exudes a sense of coldness and majesty, and it is the strongest treasure of a superb level. With a simple step by the thousand-slave monarch, the axe in his hand slashed down. First axe! Thousands of emperors uttered a low drink. The axe swept out suddenly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a towering axe shadow that could open up the world. This axe shadow was bloody, with an endless murderous power, and suddenly cut off. It's a terrible power. This power alone is afraid that it is not weaker than the punishment sword of the thousand-edged demon's full force. The sword has no two-sided dignity, and with the wave of the Wu weapon sword in its hand, it rolls up the power of surging earth rules. In a blink of an eye, a heavy guardian sword area was formed before the sword had no double sides. Like the sword art that resisted the master of the thousand blades at the time, this earth guards the sword domain for 51. Pun! 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 The axe slammed in, and a heavy impact sounded from the Earth Guardian sword field. 41 major sword areas collapsed, 43 directly, but there are still 8 remaining. Huh! Thousands of emperors stared for a moment. Thousands of slaying lords, the blood sword master's body swordsmanship is extremely good. Before I tried my best to perform my strongest sword art, blood sky sword, I could not break his body sword art directly, and your first axe, I'm afraid that Wei Ning is a little worse than my sky sword. It is impossible to break his body sword skill by this trick alone. Qian Blade Lord said beside him. Is the sword guarding? I'd like to see how strong his sword guarding is. The light of the Emperor of the Thousand Kills flickered, but his steps stepped out again. Second axe! Boom! The world was shaken, and a shocking assault on the sky burst into the sky. The Emperor of the Thousand Kills simultaneously raised the axe in his hands, and 2 huge axe shadows appeared at the same time in the void above. The 2 axe shadow powers were not under the first axe just now. But at this moment, these 2 huge axe shadows were directly merged together. In a short time, a more terrifying, more majestic scarlet axe formed. The thunderous axe. The axe shadow is mighty, once again chopped down towards the sword. This axe is stronger than the one just before. I am afraid that it is not weaker than the sword with the strongest sword. The sword of blood Tianjian is secretly weak. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed, guarding the sword area in front of the 51 major agglomeration again. Forming. In the blink of an eye, the 2 blood-colored axe shadows were fused together to form a stronger blood-colored axe shadow, and they were directly bombarded on the Earth Guardian sword domain. This time, the Earth Guardian sword domain ushered in an unprecedented shock. The 51st major sword area collapsed 49 times in an instant. Even the 51st major sword area collapsed, but in the final 51st major sword area, it was able to withstand that. The power of the axe shadow will eventually be resisted by the axe shadow. Haha, my second axe can't even completely break this bodyguard sword art. This bodyguard sword art is indeed good. In this case, then look at my third axe. The thousand-killing emperor laughed, and made another step. The giant axe was raised in his hand, this time above the void, and 3 axe shadows condensed at the same time. The three blood-stained axe images were fused together at an alarming speed immediately after the formation, and a devastating atmosphere spread instantly. Third axe! Thousands of slaying emperors shouted. This axe is like star-cutting and moon-cutting, carrying more terrifying power than the second axe just now. This axe is a few points stronger than the second axe just now. For my 51 major sword area alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist it. It seems to depend on my new means. Jian Wuxuang smiling, with a big wave of his hand, Wu Cry Excalibur swept a special trajectory in the void. Suddenly, the power of a large number of earth rules rose. The power of these earth rules, with the majestic origins of Kendo universe, also began to condense, but this condensing process was clearly different from the previous earth sword area. An endless stream of moods permeated, and the same heavy sword area began to condense, but these earth sword areas overlapped in a special way, forming a heavy sword formation. This is the experience of Jian Wuxuang in the formation of the Blood Rain Demon Zun for 600 years, researching and improving the Land Guardian sword array by himself. This sword array is based on the Guardian of the Earth, and the power of the formation is added. Of course, the understanding of the sword pairing method is not too high. This sword array can only be regarded as ordinary, but it is still enough to allow the original guardian of the sword. On the body power, be strong. Moreover, after 600 years of enlightenment, Jian Wuxuang has not made any progress in protecting the sword of the earth. Although he has only condensed 51 major ground sword domains, in fact, he can already consolidate 52 major territorial swords. Now, the Earth Guardian sword formation formed by the consolidation of the 52 major sword regions has already taken shape. 600 years of enlightenment, perfecting and improving the Earth Guardian sword array, and talking about the ability to protect the body, it is nearly twice as strong as the Earth Guardian sword that was only 51 major land sword areas before. I do know the 1,000 kills. The third axe of the Emperor, can I defeat my sword array? Jian Wu's eyes also looked with a touch of expectation. Finally, the third axe of the 1,000-slayed monarch collided with his guardian sword formation. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang immediately felt a tremendous impact. He rammed on the sword array, and the entire sword array was shaking, trembling, as if trembling. And the 52 major territories of the sword area also collapsed in a moment. But the biggest difference between sword formation and sword art is the repair ability of formation. At the same time, when the earth sword area suffered a bombardment and collapse, the entire sword formation was also constantly repairing the heavy land sword area, which swept the power of the axe shadow, and it was not easy to relax before. Finally, the power of the third axe was completely exhausted, and the huge axe disappeared out of thin air. And the sword unparalleled earth guards the sword formation. Although it has suffered unprecedented damage, the entire sword formation has shattered 89 times. The 52 major land sword areas have collapsed to a level of 51, but it is still worthy of this. The power of an axe resisted. Actually, was blocked? Thousand Blade Lord was terrified. The third axe of 1,000-slayed Emperor is more powerful than my Blood and Sky sword, but it failed to defeat his protection. Body swordsmanship? The body swordsman of the Blood Sword Master seems to be stronger than before? End of this chapter. Chapter 3887. 6 more arrived today. It's stronger. The Blood Rain Demon also Jingjian head. I can see that his body sword contains the formation, although the formation is relatively immature, and can be combined with his sword skills, it is still a large increase in defensibility. This Blood the Lord of Swords has been trapped in my formation for a full 600 years. I have never understood what he was doing for these 600 years, but now I understand. He is perfecting his sword with the help of my formation, and by now, he has achieved some success. Aberrations, just 600 years, or in Eternal Dark Prison and other places, his sword skills can be improved? Thousand-Blade Demon eyes cold and terrible. As for the 1,000-killing Emperor, he laughed at the moment. Ha ha, No wonder the Thousand-Blade Demon Lord has nothing to do with you. I can only go to the 87th dark space to invite me. You bodyguard swordsmanship is true, even in the entire first level of Eternal Dark Prison, it can be called a must. However, this is more interesting, and it also reflects the value of the Thousand-Blade Lord who paid me such a large price. Thousands of lords, this Blood Sword Lord's body sword array is very good, but it definitely can't stop your fourth axe. Thousand-Blade Demon said, but he has seen the Thousand-Kill Lord cast his first 4 axes. That power is truly earth-shaking. My fourth axe is based on the original third axe. The power is more than double that of the third axe. No matter how strong the sword of the blood sword is, it is bound to resist, but this fourth axe is not easy to cast. Now, in order to justify the benefits you give, it can only be cast. The thousand-killing emperor smiled lightly, but suddenly his hands had become a blood red. All he saw was naked. The fourth axe! I saw a thousand-killing emperor gnashing his teeth and violently yelling, and the blood axe was raised again in his hand. Above the void, at the same time there are 4 huge axe shadows condensed and fused together at the fastest speed. Banging! The giant axe stunned. Suddenly, the whole world was dim. The world is dark, without a ray of light, and in the darkness of the sky, there are only the thousand-slaying monarch and the huge axe he sways. Jian Wushuang stood directly in front of the Qiansha Emperor, and realized that the power of the axe that the Qiansha Emperor was wielding at that moment could not be shaken by his heart. It's a terrible power, and before it approaches, give me a feeling that I can't resist. This axe is more terrible than the previous 3 axes. Jian Wu flashed in his eyes, but followed with a big laugh. Ha! Want to break my body sword array? Then come! Jian Wushuang did not have the slightest fear, and his divine power burst to the extreme. The sky's earthly rules were permeated in an instant, and with the rich origin of the Kendo universe, in the blink of an eye, a full 52 major Guardian Sword area was formed in front of them. The 12 major Guardian Sword domains overlapped in a special way, forming the Guardian Sword field of the earth. At this moment, the sword unparalleled used his body protection means to the extreme, to meet the fourth axe of the thousand-slaying monarch. Finally, the great axe in the endless darkness came. Pun! 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 The violent roar continued to sound. Almost instantaneously, the Sword Guardian Earth Guardian Sword array burst more than half. The heavy Guardian Sword army collapsed one after another, but under the blessing of the power of the formation, it was recovering as much as possible. However, the fourth axe of the thousand-killed monarch, as the most terrible killing trick and card of the thousand-killed monarch, the thousand-edged demon had bluntly said that the power of this axe can definitely be compared with that of the 10 strong kings. This is by no means nonsense. The strongest fourth axe of the thousand-slaying monarch's all-out effort, which is based on attack power alone, is indeed not weaker than those 10 kings. And this axe contains more than twice as much horror power as the third axe. The third axe, Jian Wushuang relied on the earth to guard the sword array, which was more difficult to resist. Now in this fourth axe next, although the Earth Guardian Sword formation was desperately supporting it, it only supported it for only a moment. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire sword array completely collapsed, 52 major Guardian Sword territory, all shattered. Jian Wushuang's strongest body protection sword art was defeated by the front. Broken! Can't you stop it? The next thousand-blade monster master and blood rain demon respect this, their eyes are all bright. The Earth Guardian Sword array failed to block the fourth axe, but it also greatly weakened the power of the fourth axe. The remaining power of the fourth axe directly hit the sword's unparalleled body, and passed the Yujin demon armor. Weakened again, but still had a lot of mighty impact on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, humph! Jian Wushuang gave a cold snoring, and a little blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His shape suddenly burst out, and he exploded directly to the very edge of the formation, only to stand firm again. He stood there, staring hard at the thousand-slaying monarch, but with a dignity like never before. Injured? Am I hurt? Jian Wushuang felt his own body. Under the bombardment of the axe, he was indeed injured and lost a lot of divine power. It should be known that since he created the sword of the Earth Guard, no matter who he fights with, he has faced it head on. He has never been injured by this trick, because almost no one can break open his Earth Guard swordplay, not to mention he also has the Yujin demon armor, the strongest armor of the treasure war frame, and his own body is comparable to the most precious, supernatural beings because he has cultivated the supreme immortal. Under these and other conditions, he was still injured, and the power of the axe that Emperor killed had just imagined. Jian Wushuang was just shocked that he would be injured, but the 3,000 masters, the 1,000 blades demon master, and the blood rain demon standing in front of him were all a little dazed. What's the matter? It doesn't matter if he doesn't die, but why the breath on his body hasn't weakened much. I just had that axe, hasn't he been able to wreck him? Thousands of emperors frowned. The breath on his body has weakened a little, but it has weakened very little. Obviously, the damage that the axe just killed the emperor has not caused him much. The blood rain demon also solemnly said. How is that possible? How can this be? Thousand Blade Demon Lord was furious. The strongest axe of the 1,000 slaying emperor is comparable in power to the 10 strongest kings. Facing such an attack, how could he be so lightly injured? Jian Wushuang was injured. This is a fact, even blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. But Jian Wushuang's breath has not weakened much, it is clear that he was not injured. Chapter 3888. The first is more. The strongest axe of the 1,000 slaying emperor is really good. I have been enlightened in this array for 600 years. The improved sword guarding of the earth, I have asked myself that my body protection ability is superb, but I can't bear the 1,000 slaying emperor. This axe, but I do and know how many times can you cast the strongest axe? Jian Wushuang looked at it with a playful smile. Thousands of kills. Thousand Blade Demon Lord also immediately looked at Qianshou Emperor. Thousands of killing emperors look dull. Thousand Blades, I tell you the truth, I am the strongest axe, and it is not easy to cast. Each time I cast it is a great burden on me. Even if I ignore everything, it can only be performed 5 times, and it has to fight hard and be unable to restore its peak strength at the cost of a short period of time. But you can see the injuries he suffered. It doesn't matter at all. Even if I show the strongest axe 5 times in a row, I am afraid that my divine power is less than 10%. I can't help killing him. Thousands of emperors do not want to make a second attempt. It was normal. At a glance, Jian Wushuang saw that the injuries he had suffered under the axe just now were very light, and there was no harm at all. Such an attack, let alone just 5 times, even if it comes 50 times, it may not be able to be killed. But his strongest axe, 5 times in a row, he was afraid to lose half his life, 50 times. It was impossible. It's too perverted. The Blood Sword Lord's life-saving ability is simply incredible. Not only does he have such a good sword skill, but he is also a perfect practitioner of life. His power is magnificent, and I estimate his own deities must have practiced some special refining secrets, and they are equally powerful. These are all added together, and I want to kill him. I'm afraid that the top 10 kings can't do it himself. Blood Rain Demon exclaimed aside. Is it true that you can kill him only if you ask the top 10 kings? Thousand Blade Demon Lord was also desperate at the moment. To invite the 10 kings? Yes, if one of the top 10 kings took the shot himself, it might indeed be possible to kill the Lord of the Blood Sword in front of him. After all, the strongest axe of the 1,000 slaying monarch, although it is comparable to the 10 kings in attack power, but the shortcomings are also obvious, that is, it cannot be cast continuously, even if it is desperate, it can only be cast 5 times. However, the 10 kings are different. Their random attack methods are better than the strongest axe for killing the emperor, which means that their normal attack methods can hurt the Blood Sword Master, and that is normal. As a means of attack, the top 10 kings can completely attack many times. Even if the top 10 kings show their whole cards or some powerful killing tricks, they can completely wreck the Lord of the Blood Sword, and they are sure to kill them. But the key question is, can the thousand-edged demon lord move the 10 kings? In the first level of the eternal dark prison, the 10 most powerful kings are high above him. Even if he takes out all his net worth, he may not be able to ask the thousand-edged demon master to take a shot. Even if he was lucky enough to invite a king, if the king knew that the Lord of the Blood Sword had the rule of the precious sword, I am afraid that he would like to take possession of it for the first time. The rule of the most precious sword, even if the king is not good at kendo, but the value of the rule of the most precious sword is far more than the price that can be given by the Lord of the Thousand Blades. In addition, there are already 10 kings in the eternal dark prison. These 10 kings are also fighting with each other, but no one can help others. This has formed a balance, which has been the case for a long time. And once the thousand-blade demon lord has obtained the lost sword of supreme treasure, it is entirely possible to become a new king, and then the balance of the first layer of the entire eternal dark prison will be completely broken. Knowing this, the 10 great kings will help the Lord of the Thousand Blades to win the magical sword of the sword without hands. Thousand-blade demon master has a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his heart is extremely complicated. He never expected that the ruler of every rule would be so difficult. He paid a great price to invite the emperor to kill the emperor, but in the end, there was no way to take the other party. Obviously, the rule of the most precious sword is in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sword, but he cannot take it from the opponent. Obviously, there is an opportunity to become a king, but he can only watch, but not get it. Thousand Blades, give up! You can't ask the king to shoot, but you also have to admit that you can't kill the Lord of the Blood Sword. Blood Rain Demon persuades. Well, you are destined to miss the precious sword with this rule, but if you are not willing, you can run again to find the Dragon Lord and inform the demon that the owner of the Blood Sword has the rule of precious sword. Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord, although it's impossible to give you that rule of the most precious sword, but more or less it will give you some benefits. As a reward, you can be considered to make up for some losses. Thousands Killed the Emperor also said. Both of them understood that the Lord of the Thousand Blades paid a huge price this time to ask the two of them to come and help each other. However, they still couldn't get the rule of the Blood Sword Master. Not reconciled, but the fact is in front of them, they really have no way to take the Lord of the Blood Sword. Now they can only persuade Thousand Blades Lord to stop. Thousand Blade Demon Lord looked extremely gloomy. Hearing the words of the two, he was silent, and did not speak. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was at the center of the formation, slowly approached the three. Why 3, are you going to stop? Jian Wushuang stood in front of these 3 strong men, with a playful smile on his face. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you are powerful enough. Even the strongest axe of the thousand-slave monarch is only barely hurting you. You have the ability to protect your body. The entire first level of Eternal Dark Prison, as long as the 10 kings do not out, you stand invincible. The 3 of me really have no way to take you, at best can only be stuck with you. Blood Rain Demon said. Then I've been stuck, and then continue to look for stronger people, or simply find more people, such as a strong man like 1,000 killing emperor, and then find 2 or 3 more, if they join forces, maybe can kill me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Huh! The Lord of the Blades could not help looking up. If 2 or 3 other powerful men comparable to the 1,000-kill monarchs are invited to join forces. Huh, do NT think I do NT know, you want me to continue to trap you with the Matrix method, and you can continue to improve your swordsmanship with my Matrix method. Judging by your 600-year progress, if you give you enough time, and your body sword skill will become more intensive. At that time, if you are afraid that the king will come in person, there is nothing you can do. Even if the Master of the Thousand Blades really invites some more powerful people, I'm afraid that the same can help you, but he will pay more for himself. Blood Rain Demon hummed coldly. End of this chapter. Chapter 3889. The second is even more. The words of Demon of Blood Rain made the shimmer of hope that had just risen from the Blade Lord once again, and it was extinguished again. Indeed, judging from the relaxed appearance of the Lord of the Blood Sword in front of him, it is clear that there is no fear, or even hope that he will go elsewhere to invite the strong, and then let the Blood Rain Demon continue to maintain this formation, and the Lord of the Blood Sword can continue to fully improve his sword skills through this formation. Just 600 years before, the swordsmanship of the Lord of the Blood Sword has improved greatly. If he is given another 600 years or more, who knows what level his swordsmanship will reach? The Qianbian demon mainly invited those strong ones one by one. The price paid for each strong one is not small. Like asking the emperor to kill the emperor, the price he paid is extremely great. The powerful who killed the emperor, his entire net worth has been emptied, and may not be available. At that time, if he really invited the strong ones desperately, but still couldn't help the Lord of the Blood Sword, then he would really lose out. 1,000 Blades, you should listen to the 1,000-killing monarch now, and go to the Lord of the Dragons, so that you can make up for some losses as much as possible. As for the rule of the precious sword, you don't have to think about it. 1,000-Blade Devil's eyes flashed thick and unwilling, but after all, he was a strong man who had wandered in this eternal dark prison for so many years. He quickly calmed down and said, "This rule is the most precious sword I do know, but the Lord Dragon is not a good bird. I would rather lose a lot of money than go for cheap." "Oh?" Blood Rain Demon looked at the master of the 1,000 Blades and nodded slightly. "Since you choose this way, then it's up to you, and am withdrawing." "Withdraw." The master of the 1,000 Blades looked helpless. The Blood Rain Demon immediately waved his hand, and a special force pervaded. It had always existed in the surrounding void. The 600-year-old Mo Dafa who had been trapped by Jian Wushuang slowly dissipated. "The formation is withdrawn? Are you really going to stop?" Jian Wushuang frowned. He really hopes that the Blood Rain Demon can continue to maintain this array so that he can continue to enlighten and continue to improve his sword skills. But none of the three in front of the eyes had this patience. "The Lord of the Blood Sword, this time, you are terrific, let's go." The Qian Blade Demon took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and turned to leave. The Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-killing Emperor also both stared at Jian Wushuang for a long time. Obviously, they had all remembered the ruler. The three of them knew that Jian Wushuang could not win the sword and had already planned to leave, but Jian Wushuang was now unwilling. "Three people, wait, don't rush away," Jian Wushuang said suddenly and stopped the three. All three dominators turned around. "The Lord of the Blood Sword, I've decided to let you go, what else do you want?" 1,000-Blade Demon's eyes filled with anger, staring at the sword unparalleled. He had suffered a big loss in the hands of the Dragon Lord, so this time he would rather have suffered a lot of losses, and he did not intend to make the Dragon Lord cheap. But similarly, he hated Jian Wushuang very much. He hated Jian Wushuang and did not hand over that rule to the treasure sword, and his body protection ability was so arrogant. Now he has decided to leave, but the Lord of the Blood Sword is not satisfied. "I don't know how to be so good, do you think you are so patient?" "Ha ha, the three are going to let me go, but I don't necessarily want to let go of three." Jian Wushuang laughed. "Three, look first, something in my hand." After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he turned over and took out something. What did he come up with? 1,000-Blade Demon Masters, Blood Rain Demon Lords, and 1,000 Slave Monarchs all immediately looked at what was taken out of Jian Wu's hands. At this point, the three were truly shocked. "A disciple's token is a disciple's token from Hanyun's veins. In his hands there is a disciple of Hong Yunimai. Is he a disciple of Hong Yun? It's over, run away!" The 1,000-Slave Monarch hissed for the first time, and his voice was hysterical. These three powerful men all have hundreds of times of chaos in this eternal dark prison. According to the truth, all kinds of risks have been encountered. Even if they are facing the 10 kings, although they are nervous, they will not be too much. Fear, after all, the strength reaches their level. Even if the top 10 kings want to kill them, it is not so easy. But now, when they saw the disciples' tokens of the red clouds that Jian Wushuang took out, they had unprecedented fear. This terror has not appeared for hundreds of times of chaos. The three did not hesitate to immediately use their strongest means of life-saving to flee, apparently holding the idea that they could escape. However, Jian Wushuang deliberately approached the three of them before, just to prepare for this moment. The three masters were too close to Jian Wushuang. Even if they saw the token in his hand, they reacted instantly and then fled, but they burst out instantly. The distance is still within the controllable range of Jian Wushuang. I saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts move, directly mobilizing the power of the eternal dark prison. Banging. The majestic power is crushed relentlessly. This power is in the eternal dark prison, which is absolutely supreme and no one can compete with it. Mighty power acted on the fleeing three masters at the same time. The body of these three masters immediately stopped, and then the whole person was pressed to the ground below, being restrained by the oppressive power of the French array and unable to move at all. "Thousand Blades, you hurt me! You hurt me!" Blood Rain Demon screamed frantically. "Qian De, you invited me here to deal with Han Yun's disciples? Asshole, I've been miserable by you!" Thousands of slaying emperors also roared and burst into tears. At the moment, the two of them hate the Lord of the Thousand Blades. Because of this incident, they were originally invited by the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord. They thought they were only dealing with a ruler who had more powerful means, but did not expect that the other party had an amazing identity, that is, a disciple of Hong Yun. Eternal Dark Prison was originally created by Hong Yunimai. Disciples of Hong Yunimai have the supreme right in Hong Yunimai. Although their strength is stronger than the main of the Blood Sword, in the Eternal Dark Prison, the Blood Sword Master can easily use the power of the array to suppress them. Like now, they are suppressed by the other side, they can't move, and the life and death are completely controlled by the other side. He turned out to be a disciple of Hong Yun? Thousand Blade Demon Lord also had a dreadlock in his head at this moment. Obviously, he hadn't fully recovered yet. Hearing the sound of resentment between Blood Rain Demon and the Thousand-Killing Emperor, he also growled immediately. "I don't know him. If I knew who I was, how could it be so stupid to come against him?" Chapter 3890. Third More. Thousand Blade Lord is bitter now. He really didn't know the true identity of Jian Wushuang. He didn't know that Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Hong Yun. If he had known it earlier, how dare he dare to fight the sword without hands and the idea of the most precious sword? Not to mention him, even if he had just invited the Dragon Lord, and really invited the Dragon Lord, in the face of the Blood Sword Lord, it was pure death. Huh! Jian Wushuang's figure has come to the three masters. The three masters were oppressed by the power of the French array, their bodies were unable to move, and they could only barely look up at Jian Wushuang. Thousand Blade Demon Lord, Blood Rain Demon, and Thousand Killing Emperor. Jian Wushuang looked down at the three men with a smile. "Can you three still want to kill me now?" Hearing these words, all three masters were very angry. Blood Rain Demon said, "The Lord of the Blood Sword, the three of me did not expect that you should be a disciple of Hong Yun. No wonder you were so fearless from start to finish. It turned out to be this way. There are hundreds of chaos periods that have been to the Eternal Dark Prison. There are no new prisoners in these hundreds of chaos periods. It has been rumored in the Eternal Dark Prison that the veins of red clouds should have been completely destroyed. The Eternal Dark Prison has also been abandoned, but now it seems that this is not the case. There is nothing wrong with the rumor. Hong Yun's pulse has indeed been destroyed. As for me, I just fortunately entered the Red Cloud realm and passed the test before I can become a disciple of Hong Yun's pulse." Jian Wushuang though. "Is that so?" The three masters all knew. Thousand Blade Masters, in fact I just hope you can invite some other strong men to come, and then let Blood Rain Demon continue to trap me with that array, so not only can I continue to study and improve my sword skills, but the more powerful you invite, the more I will suppress." Jian Wushuang smiled. Thousand Blades Lord looked terribly and did not speak. "Well, three, now it's your turn to surrender or surrender." The sword's double-sided appearance became cold. All three dominated the look. From the moment sword warriors used the array power, they did not kill the three of them in the first place. Just when they were suppressed, they guessed that the Lord of the Blood Sword did not want to kill them directly. Death, now it seems, is indeed the case. Lord of the Blood Sword, if we choose to surrender, what do we need to pay? Blood Rain Demon asked. It's very simple. As long as you give up your soul defense and let me leave a mark on your soul origin, of course, as a condition, I will take you out of this eternal dark prison and return to the universe. In addition, I can now treat the universe. The law swears that as long as you surrender to me, at most 100,000 years, I will lift my soul and set you free. Jian Wuxuang said directly. 100,000 years? Oath to the laws of the universe? The eyes of Blood Rain Demon and thousand-killing monarchs were both on. For hundreds of thousands of years, for those prisoners who have been trapped in the eternal dark prison for hundreds of chaotic times and never see the sky for life, it is too short, almost fleeting. At this point, they didn't care. What they care about is the imprint of the soul. Once you give up resistance, let Jian Wuxuang leave a mark on their soul origin, but life and death are between each other's thoughts. This feeling of being controlled by each other's life and death will make people unacceptable, but only for 100,000 years, but it was worth their consideration. What's more, Jian Wuxuang also added a point, which is to swear on the law of the universe. It must be noted that the law of the universe is paramount, and that is the law of the universe in the midst of meditation. Jian Wuxuang himself understands a bit of the law of the universe. If it is nothing ordinary vows, it does not matter if he does not follow. You can swear on the law of the universe. Once this vow is made, it will resonate with the law of the universe. If you fail to abide by the vow, the law of the universe will not reduce punishment. Affected by some intangible effects, thereby slowing down the speed of understanding, or being hindered by various obstacles, etc. This kind of thing is definitely impossible to accept for a supergenius who has a rule level like Jian Wuxuang, who can comprehend a trace of the laws of the universe. Therefore, they are not worried that Jian Wuxuang will not keep his promise. 3. I will only give you a rest, you think carefully, Jian Wuxuang said indifferently. No need to think about it, I am willing to surrender, Blood Rain Demon directly said. I am willing too, said the thousand-slave monarch. Followed by the two of them at the same time looked at the master of the thousand blades. At this moment, the master of the thousand blades was gloomy and terrible. He stared at Jian Wuxuang, but sneered. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I admit that you are good at it, but you want me to surrender and even obey the soul. Being a dog beside you is dreaming. Thousand Blades, who knows current affairs is Junjie. It is only 100,000 years, which is better than losing his life. The Thousand Emperor next to him advised. Yes, not to mention that the Lord of the Blood Sword is a peerless demon. Not only did he realize a trace of the law of the universe at the level of the rule, he is also a perfect practitioner of life. Such a gift will definitely become the universe superexistence. It is not difficult to ask the Supreme Master. I waited to submit to him. It is not a shame, Blood Rain Demon said. Ha! I have been imprisoned in the eternal dark prison for hundreds of times, and I haven't taken my life seriously for a long time. Am not like to. I'm greedy for fear of death. Lord of the Rules, I die easily. I want to surrender, but I do think about it. As soon as the voice of the Qianblade demon fell, his face was immediately distorted. His eyes were crazy and decisive. Is the soul burning again? Jian Wuxuang looked at it calmly. Blood Rain Demon and Thousand Kill Monarchs did not persuade. They all noticed the determination of the Thousand Blade Demon Lord, and his soul had begun to burn, and he couldn't stop. In the end, under the watchful eye of the three swordsmen, Blood Rain Demon, and Thousand Kill Monarch, the breath of the Thousand Blade Demon Lord gradually weakened, and eventually he died completely. After his death, his body armor and Qianquan ring were all taken away by Jian Wuxuang. After following the sword, there were no two sides before they looked at the Blood Rain Demon and the Thousand Kill Monarch. You two don't resist. The Blood Rain Demon and the Thousand Killing Emperor are naturally honest, and let the power of the soul of Jian Wushuang enter their sea of knowledge, and soon they leave a mark in their soul origin. After doing all this, the two sides of the sword untied the two people. Get up, Jian Wushuang said flatly. Blood Rain Demon stood up with Qiansha Emperor. The two looked at each other, and immediately bowed to salute. Blood Rain, 1,000 kills, meet the master. 3 heads M. Chapter 3891. Fourth more. Get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and looked at the two men who were extremely respectful in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. This time he came to Eternal Dark Prison, one of which was to improve his strength through experience, and the other was to conquer some of the strong in Eternal Dark Prison, and to fight for Taichu Divine Realm. At first, the first prisoner he encountered when he came to Eternal Dark Prison was the Master of the Wing. He also tried to conquer, but the other side directly burned the soul and would rather die. This caused a great blow to Jian Wushuang. Experience did not mobilize the power of the French array. Until now, in the face of the 3 top powerhouses, the 1,000-edged Demon Lord, the Blood Rain Demon Lord, and the 1,000-killed Monarch, he has again mobilized the French array to suppress the 3, and with the last lesson, he took the initiative oath to the law of the universe, to make the other party believe that they will not regret later, and sure enough, both the Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-killing Emperor chose to submit to themselves. And these two masters are the top existence in this Eternal Dark Prison. Like 1,000-killing emperors, the power of combat is estimated to be second only to those 10 kings. Blood Rain Demon, although not as powerful as 1,000-killing emperor, but his accomplishments against the method are extremely high, and now he needs this Blood Rain Demon's formation to perfect and improve his sword array. These two slaves have many uses for themselves. This is a place of right and wrong. Let's go find a quiet place and talk about it in detail. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth. Yes. Blood Rain Demon nodded with the 1,000-killed monarchs. Half a day later, the 3 opened a cave house in an unmanned mountain. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang sat on the stone bench, while Xiuyu Mozin and Qianshou Emperor stood respectfully in front of Jian Wushuang. They have surrendered to Jian Wushuang, and even the soul of the soul has a trace of branding on them. All life and death are controlled by Jian Wushuang, and they have become slaves. And as a slave, you naturally have to be a slave. 1,000 kills and Blood Rain, take out your hands, accept the strongest treasure you use. Jian Wushuang commanded. The Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-kill Emperor knew each other without hesitation. With a wave of their hands, they immediately had the densest and most powerful treasure in front of Jian Wushuang. So many? Jian Wushuang looked at the many strongest treasures in front of him, secretly shocked. These are the most powerful treasures, I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. However, Jian Wushuang soon understood it. After all, the wing master he killed at the beginning was just a master of the second highest peak, but he also had dozens of the strongest treasures, and the Blood Rain Demon and 1,000 kills Emperor. I do know how much better than the master of CE. They have been in the Eternal Prison for so many years. Of course, there are more powerful men who beheaded than the master of CE. In the outer star field, countless strong people will go crazy for a common strongest treasure, but in this Eternal Dark Prison, this general strongest treasure is really flooding. Jian Wushuang shook his head. For the strongest treasure of this ordinary level, he now completely does not care. What he cares about now must be the strongest treasure of the highest level. Now there are more than 20 pieces of the most powerful treasures from the Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-kill Emperor. Jian Wushuang searched one by one, and soon he locked one of them. The battle armor, named Bingmo Xinjia, contains extremely powerful power, far above the Wujing Demon armor worn by Jian Wushuang. The Wujing Demon Dragon armor is just the strongest arcana at the ordinary level. Compared with the strongest arcana at the highest level, the difference is not a little bit. Jian Wushuang smiled. I want this Ice Soul armor. As for the other strongest treasures, you take them back first. Master doesn't want other treasures? Blood Rain Demon was surprised. These treasures are of no use to me for the time being, except for the soul apparition. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The Blood Rain Demon nodded, and immediately reclaimed their respective treasures with the 1,000-killing emperor, leaving only the soul apparition. This apparition god armor is the most powerful arcana warframe at the highest level, and it is extremely powerful. None of the many arcana warframes I have obtained before is comparable to this apparition warframe, or even the apparition warframe itself was also given to me by the 1,000-edged demon lord in order to ask me for a shot. Blood Rain Demon said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. There are indeed many treasures in the hands of the Blood Rain Demon, 1,000 Blade Masters, and 1,000 Killing Monarchs, but there are fewer of them at the highest level, and even the strongest treasure at the highest level is also most of them are attacking magic soldiers, such as Arcane Warframe or other types, and they are even rarer. Among the many treasures they have just released, the Bingo armor is indeed the one with the highest level. As for the 1,000-Blade Demon Lord, this time in order to invite the Blood Rain Demon to fight with the 1,000-killed Emperor, it cost a huge price. Most of the strongest treasures in his hands reach the highest level, and most of them have been given out. There is not much left in itself. Before Jian Wushuang got the Qianquan ring of Qiandao Demon Lord, he also checked it and found nothing worthy of his care. Thousands of kills, you should have a special spar with a higher level on your body. Take it out to me. Jian Wushuang do. Special spar? Thousands of killing the Emperor stunned. I have killed many unknown powers in my hands during the Eternal Dark Prison. I have obtained a variety of resource treasures from these strong, including those special crystals. There are many stones, but I only know a part of these crystals, and I don't know the specific level of these crystals. So, I will take out all the crystals and find them yourself. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The Emperor of Thousands of Kills will put all the special crystals in his hands in one Qianquan ring and hand it to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang took the Qianquan ring, his consciousness swept away, and he immediately saw a large number of special crystals piled up in the mountains. There are too many of these special crystals, and not only are they in large numbers, there are thousands of different kinds, and these thousands of special crystal swords are unparalleled. Fortunately, there were people he knew. Magic Flame, which of these spar is the one that makes you feel good? Jian Wushuang asked. The reason why he wanted the 1,000-slaying monarch to take out all the special spar is because the Magic Flame's soul body in the blood-colored gourd felt that the 1,000-slaying lord had a very high-level special spar. The Magic Flame itself is a swallowing gold family, and has a strong ability to sense various spar. And the higher the level of the spar, the stronger his induction. Don't worry, he'll look for it. Moyen immediately looked for it among the spar piled up in the mountains. End of this chapter. Chapter 3892. Fifth More. After a while, the Magic Flame found a spar with a faint brown light among the thousands of spar. This spar is very ordinary to the naked eye, just like a stone on the ground, but when you see this spar, the Magic Flame is very excited. Jin Sengjia Stone, haha, it turned out to be Jade Sengjia Stone. The spirit body of the Magic Flame laughed directly inside the gourd. Jin Sengjia Stone? Jian Wushuang looked. Master, this golden Sengjia Stone is a very rare kind of special spar in the vast universe. It is produced from a powerful ethnic group in the universe, the Tsung clan. This Tsung clan is extremely powerful and has many ethnic groups, occupying a large area in the universe. The Jin Sengjia Stone is the essence of the Jin Tsung people's life. Generally, only the Jin Tsung people who have dominated the 4th level or above can condense and form a Jin Tsung boundary stone. This gold Sengjia Stone is also very versatile. It can be used for refining and alchemy, but it can also be used for cultivating mystery. In short, it is very precious. Of course, although this gold Sengjia Stone is precious, it is the same as the blood you received from the owner. The iron is far worse than the iron, said Moyen. Jian Wushuang also understands that although the knife plate that he originally obtained contained little blood iron, only about 10 pounds, blood iron is one of the most precious spar in the vast universe. The heavy blood dries iron, even the Supreme will be dazzled. And this Ginseng stone, as long as the fourth level dominates the level of Ginseng, people can condense one, that is to say, there must be a lot of such crystals in the Ginseng tribe. Compared. Although this gold Sengjia stone is not comparable to blood iron, if I can absorb it, the gold-swallowing body that I have been shaping can be perfected, and my help to you will be greater. And if there are a dozen or so Sengjia stones, my gold-swallowing body is expected to be perfected by 20%. By then, my soul body can be combined with the gold-swallowing body, and some strength can be restored. The enemy, that is, if the Lord of the Demon Clouds comes here, I should be able to resist it, said Mo Yen. Jian Wushuang look could not help but move. Demon Flame has surrendered to Jian Wushuang. It has been a long time. During this period of time, it was also sincere and diligent, and he already knew some things about Jian Wushuang. For example, the importance of Jian Wushuang relative to the Taichu Divine Realm, as well as the Earth Demon Star of the Taichu Divine Realm, are all known. And Jian Wushuang also asked Moyan about the strength of the Magic Cloud Star Master. The Magic Flame originally answered like this. Master, the Demon Star Master is the master of the secondary astral world. In the vast universe, he can directly occupy a secondary astral world and become the master of this secondary astral world. Most of them are not weak, and are generally dominated by the fourth series, even the peak of the fourth series, and even the fifth series. Of course, the secondary astral field I mean here refers to the deeper part of the universe, or some of the large star domains in the universe. The master of the secondary astral field is this strength, but the owner of this star the region is in the most marginal zone of the universe. The level of the strong here is far from being comparable to some large regions in the depths of the universe. The demon star is not too far away from your starry region, it must be the marginal zone. The master of the second-level astral zone in the fringe zone is not as powerful as that. According to my estimation, the demon star master is likely to be the third-level master, but after all his luck is against the sky, he even lost his house. In the early days, the kingdom of gods became the heavenly gods. With the help of the early days of gods, even if his qualifications are mediocre, his achievements will not be too low. In addition, he has been retreating all these years, and he deliberately accelerated the early times. The evolution is obviously preparing for his breakthrough. So, the Lord of the Cloud Star is likely to be at the peak of the third series now, but once he goes out, it should have made a breakthrough and reached the fourth series. This is the magic speculation of the strength of the Lord of the Cloud Star. Before the flame was the master of the ultimate level, and went to the depths of the universe, his insight is far beyond his ability to compare. Jian Wushuang believes that Mo Yan's speculation on the strength of Mo Yinxing is credible. Regardless of whether it is the most dominant player in the third series or the higher-level fourth player, Jian Wushuang can't compete now. So he wants to fight against the Lord of the Clouds. There are three ways. The first method is to break through and become the master. This method is the most simple and straightforward. As long as you break through and become the master, you can immediately retake the primordial realm. The Lord of the Demon Star can't stop it in the Devil Star at all. Over here, swords are unparalleled. They can also hide in the primordial world. The Lord of the Clouds dare not come in at www.mtnovel. But he is a practitioner of perfect life level. The main rules of the ordinary rule are many times harder. Do NT look at his powerful ability now, he can be compared with the third-level master, and even understand a bit of the law of the universe, but it will take a long time to break through the master. The Lord of the Demon Cloud may go out at any time, and directly come to the Taiji Divine Realm. Jian Wushuang was not sure that he would break through and become the master before his deity reached Taiji Divine Realm. The second method is to place hope in this eternal dark prison. In the eternal dark prison, there are countless powerful men, and the number of masters reaching the third rank is endless. Like this ninth dark area, there are thousands of masters reaching the third rank, among which there are thousands of blade masters and blood rain demon. Such top powerhouses exist, and the 9th dark area is just one of the 108 dark areas of the demon dragon realm. There are countless strong people in the entire dragon domain, including kings like dragon lords. According to the guess of Jian Shuangshuang, the 10 kings of Eternal Dark Prison have at least the top of the 3rd level. If they do their best or play their cards, they can even reach the top level of the 3rd level. In this Eternal Dark Prison, he has absolute rights and can easily suppress and subdue these powerful men. In this way, he can totally rely on this method to conquer a large number of 3rd-level masters in this Eternal Dark Prison. These 3rd-level masters or 1-to-1 masters are far less powerful than the Demon Star Master, and can join hands with each other. Now, with some battle formations or special formations, you may be able to fight against the Lord of the Clouds. In addition to the above two, there is also a last method to counter the Demon Star Master. This method is the magic flame hiding in the gourd. End of this chapter. Chapter 3893. 6 more arrived today. Demon Flame itself is an ultimate master. On strength, I do know how much better than that Devil Star. Even though it is only a state of the soul body, his soul has been completely repaired, and his gold-swallowing body has also begun to reshape. As long as it is reshaped to a certain level, the soul body of the magic flame can perfectly fit the gold-swallowing body, so that it has a certain combat power during his lifetime. According to the magic flame itself, as long as the gold-swallowing body can recover 10% or 20%, he can rely on this body to barely exert the 4th rank to dominate the combat power, and relying on his experience during his lifetime, he has some secret skills. The Lord of the Clouds, who has just broken through to reach the 4th level, is definitely not his opponent. Whether it is to break through the dominion yourself or to conquer a large number of strong men in this Eternal Dark Prison, it is just that you can barely compete with the Lord of the Devil Star, but it is still not enough to completely remove the threat brought by the Devil Star. Let the strength of the magic flame be restored to a certain level. It doesn't take much. It is just the 4th level combat power. With his previous experience, it is entirely possible to kill the Demon Star Master. Only then can it be completely resolved. The crisis of Demon Star, Jian Wushuang secretly said. Relying on the magic flame to kill the Demon Star Master, this method seems feasible to Jian Wushuang. Although he couldn't fully trust Demon Flame, but now he had at least mastered Demon Flame's life and death. With this method, Demon Flame did not dare to resist him. To restore the magic flame's swallowing gold body, a large number of special crystals are required, and the higher the level, the better. Blood Rain, take out all the special spar in your hand, Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes. Blood Rain Demon nodded and immediately counted the special spar in his hand and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Magic Flame, this golden Sangjia stone, as well as the Blood Rain, 1,000 kills and all the special spar in my hand, I can devour it for you, and in the next time, I will try to find more special ones for you as much as possible spar comes, and all you have to do is to raise the gold-swallowing body as much as possible. Jian Wushuangdo. Understand, thank you, Master. Mo Yan was surprised inside. After talking to Demon Flame, Jian Wushuang looked again at the 2 slaves in front of him. Blood Rain, your accomplishments in the formation method are extremely high, and I just want to transform the sword technique I created into a sword formation. Although I have learned something and formed it in the 600 years of your formation method. The most basic sword formation, but that sword formation is too simple. Next, I need you and Qian Sha to help me improve my sword formation as much as possible, Jian Wushuang said. Blood Rain Demon looked at the Emperor with 1,000 kills and smiled. Although the Master is assured, maybe I dare not guarantee anything in other means, but in the Matrix method, the entire first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison will never be stronger than me. Since the Master wants to transfer sword art becomes a complete sword formation, and I can naturally help. Zuyuzhen laughed. I don't understand high in the formation method, but my attack power is not weak. If you want to test your sword formation, you can find me. Thousands killed the Emperor. That line. Jian Wushuang also laughed. Blood Rain, I will first show the 2 sword arrays I have improved over the years. Take a closer look and help me find as many deficiencies as possible. Jian Wushuang immediately walked out of the cave with his 2 big servants. In the void of the outside world, Jian Wushuang began to cast his 2 big sword arrays directly. First of all, of course, the lightsaber array. Buzzing. The sky and the ocean of swordsmanship swept open, with an endless mood, flooding in all directions, and the entire ocean of swordsmanship looming under the cover of a heavy array. As soon as the wave lightsaber array was cast, the blood rain demon in the center of the sword line was just a glance, and we saw many deficiencies in the lightsaber array. Master, you sword formation, although I haven't really experienced it, but just looking at it with my eyes, I have already seen a total of 13 shortcomings, of which the impact is not great, but there are still 9 places. There is obviously a lot of room for improvement. Blood Rain Demon said. Oh? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. His sword formation has just been cast, and the Blood Rain Demon has not yet truly realized the power of this sword formation, but with just a glance, you can see so many deficiencies? And there are 9 places, there is a lot of room for improvement. Sure enough, you must be good at the Blood Rain Demon of formation, and there is nothing wrong with improving this sword array for me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Blood Rain, you have not yet carefully felt the power of this sword array. Promote the sword formation to show you feel good. Jian Wushuang laughed, and suddenly the monstrous sword-like ocean slammed into the Blood Rain monster. The Blood Rain Demon is plunged into the impact of Jiani Ocean. While arbitrarily resisting the sword impact from the surrounding impact, he is extremely wicked to find out the shortcomings of this array. Find out the shortcomings, and then further improve and follow the recommendations of Blood Rain Demon Jian Wushuang's sword array can naturally be significantly improved. Time passed, and in a flash 30 years passed. In the past 30 years, Jian Wushuang did not go to other places in the 9th Dark Area, but stayed in the same place. The Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-killing Emperor always followed him. For 30 years, Jian Wushuang has been perfecting and improving his 2 sword arrays with the help of Blood Rain Demon and the 1,000-killing Monarch. It has to be said that the improvement of the sword array with the help of Blood Rain Demon is much faster than Jian Wushuang alone in the formation of the Blood Rain Demon. He had been enlightened for 600 years alone in the formation method of the Blood Rain Demon, and in Jian Wushuang's view, he could not improve it by 1 year with the help of the Blood Rain Demon. 30 years later, the 2 sword arrays that are unparalleled in the sword are absolutely different from the 30 years. Above the vast void, Jian Wushuang stood side by side with Blood Rain Demon, and in the void in front of the 2 of them, the Emperor of the 1,000 Kills stood there, but at the same time suffered the impact of the surrounding sword-like ocean. The same is the Sword of the Ocean, but now this Sword of the Ocean has the blessing of the formation, but the power is very different. I saw a heavy sword-like wave, any of which is enough for the general 3rd-level master to treat it with all its strength, and the impact force contained in that sword-like wave is also enough to easily hang the body dominated by the general's 2nd-order smash. In terms of power alone, this ocean of swordsmanship is dozens of times stronger than before. Although the Emperor of thousands of slayers is powerful, he can sink into this ocean of swordsmanship, but he must also treat the surrounding waves with great dignity. Chapter 3894. The first is more. I saw the 1,000-slaying Emperor caught in the wave of light sword array, constantly waving the axe in his hand. Each axe 1,000-slaying Emperor used his full strength and burst out the axe shadow, and then defeated the surrounding sword-like waves. However, a heavy wave broke, and the second heavy hit immediately followed, endless and endless. Even if it was a 1,000-killing Emperor, he only felt that he was now in an endless quagmire. Third axe! Thousands of slaying monarchs were swept away by an astonishing sense of killing, and 3 huge axe shadows appeared on the void and merged together. Quickly cut off. The 3rd axe of the 1,000-slayed monarch is already the strongest axe he can cast without using his whole cards. But even so, this axe bombarded the surrounding wave lightsaber array, and saw countless waves coming in, violently colliding with this axe shadow power. In the end, the power of this third axe can be said to have worked hard for 9 cattle and 2 tigers before they could barely defeat the wave lightsaber array. The sword array collapsed, and the surrounding sword-like ocean naturally dissipated. Thousands of lords came to Jian Wuxuang. Master, your lightsaber formation is harder than ever before. Even if I am caught in this sword formation and hit by the sky as sword-like waves, I must treat it with dignity. If I am caught in it for a long time, I will have a headache. And the toughness of this sword array is much stronger than the last time the host cast it. The last time you cast this lightsaber array, I can break it with ease using the third axe, but this time, although the third axe is also broken, it is extremely difficult, and it can even be said to be extremely reluctant," said the 1,000-killed emperor. It should be noted that 30 years ago, the sword lightsaber wave lightsaber formation had just taken shape. At that time, this wave lightsaber formation did not threaten the 1,000-slayed monarch at all. The emperor of the 1,000 kills directly casts his first axe, and the power sent out is comparable to the penalty sword of the demon lord of the 1,000 blades, and the wave lightsaber array is defeated by an axe. 30 years have passed, and the same wave of lightsaber formations, the 1,000-slayed monarch must cast a third axe to be able to barely defeat. Simply in terms of the toughness of the sword array, it is obviously much higher than 30 years ago. With the help of the rain and the 1,000 kills, the lightsaber formation of my wave is really huge. Now if the general third-level master is trapped in my lightsaber formation, I am afraid that the only thing I can do is use life-saving means to escape, otherwise, you will be trapped in the sword array, but you want to forcibly defeat the sword array. Even the 1,000-edged demon lord, who was previously considered to attack and kill in this 9th dark area, couldn't do it. Jian Wuxuang also smiled. The strongest attack method of the 1,000-blade demon lord who has already died is Blood Sky Sword. The power of the Blood Sky Sword is not as good as the second axe of the 1,000-killing emperor. The burst broke. Of course, the wave of lightsaber array is only a sword array that is entangled with the enemy. If only the defense method of body protection is used, it is still far less than my Earth Guard sword array. That is the truly unassailable sword array. A strange light shone in it. For 30 years, both of his 2 sword formations have greatly improved. Compared with the lightsaber array, the Earth guards the sword array and improves even more. Although on the Earth Guardian sword field, Jian Wuxuang still only condenses 52 major Guardian sword fields. The same number of Earth sword regions can be combined in different ways to form the Guardian sword formation on the Earth. Its body protection ability has not been improved compared to 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the 1,000-kill emperor showed his strongest hole card, that is, the 4th axe, which could frontally defeat his Earth Guardian sword array and hurt him at the same time. But now, if the emperor of the 1,000 kills once again casts that 4th axe, Jian Wuxuang can rely on the Earth to guard the sword array and can resist it very easily. Even the 4th axe is very difficult to shake this method. With these 2 sword arrays in hand, even if the master does not rely on the disciples' tokens of Honyun, you can definitely walk sideways on the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. The first layer of Eternal Dark Prison is countless strong, even if I am afraid that the 10 most powerful kings have also paid an extremely heavy price, so that they may hurt the owner. As for trying to kill you, the 10 great kings may not be able to do it even if they lose half their lives. Laughed. It's also thanks to the help of the 2 of you for the past 30 years, especially the blood rain you. Jian Wuxuang smiled. He is very clear that he can make such great progress in the sword formation in the past 30 years, and he cannot be separated from the blood rain demon and the 1,000-killing monarch. Master, the 2 sword formations you have now are basically complete. Even if I cannot find some shortcomings in a short time, so if the master wants to continue to improve the sword formation in the future, he can only do so with different strong players. Go to war to fight and kill. I discovered it in the middle of the war. Well, I'm going to leave for a break. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. Blood rain, 1,000 kills, and going to leave for the break alone. As for the two of you, just stay here and wait for me. When I leave this eternal hell, I will return here and take you away. Yes. Blood Rain Demon nodded respectfully with the Qiansha Emperor. Immediately, Jian Wushuang left alone. After Jian Wushuang left, the Blood Rain Demon stood side by side with the Qiansha Emperor, with different looks in his eyes. Thousands of kills, it seems that our luck is not too bad. At least the host we met was quite kind to us. Xiu Mozen smiled. Well, we were both forced to surrender to him, and even let him leave a mark on the source of our soul. I thought we would have a miserable life in the next 100,000 years, but now it seems that it's not that bad. At least our master is not the kind of evil creature who naturally treats us. He also nodded. The two of them lived hundreds of times of chaos in the eternal dark prison, and saw too much humanity's coldness and darkness. They thought that after surrendering to the Lord of the Blood Sword, the Lord of the Blood Sword would make a lot of excessive demands on them, and would not even treat them as human beings, and would order to scold them at will. Like the Blood Rain Demon, she is extremely beautiful and charming, and she is even ready to give up her body and enjoy the sword at will. But the result? In the past 30 years, Jian Wushuang only asked him to help him improve his sword array. There were no other requirements. Obviously, the host they surrendered was kind. Chapter 3895. Second more. I'm really glad now that we didn't burn like 1,000 blades, instead of surrendering ourselves, said Qian the Emperor. Me too. Xiu Dezun nodded with a smile. Qian Blade, too stubborn, to be more proud of his bones, not willing to surrender to a ruler, but he did not want to think about this. The Lord is able to comprehend a bit of the law of the universe, and the combat power is strengthened like this at the level of the rule of the rule. Then what will be the future? It is not shameful to surrender to such a strong person. The Lord of the Blood Sword is very kind to us, and it is only 100,000 years. What can't stand, let alone the Lord of the Blood Sword, can promise to take us out of this eternal dark prison, and wait 100,000 years later. He just let me wait for freedom. When the universe is vast, we can go wherever we want. Haha, now I feel vaguely that being able to surrender to the Lord of the Blood Sword is a chance for you and me. Thousands killed the Emperor. Yes, I think so too, but surrendering for 100,000 years, but being able to leave this eternal dark prison in exchange for true freedom, is definitely worth it. The Blood Rain Demon's eyes also flashed with light. If 30 years ago, the two were more or less reluctant to surrender to Jian Wushuang, but the situation forced them. So now, 30 years later, the two of them have no reluctance in their hearts. On the contrary, they are more than willing to accept the fact in front of them, and even regard it as an opportunity. The Ninth Dark Area. After separating from Blood Rain Demon and thousand-killing monarchs, Jian Wushuang is still rushing here. Different from the previous alone, he now has absolute self-confidence in his own strength. Even if there is no disciple of Hanyun's disciples, he already has the first-level capital of this eternal dark prison. 3 days later, Jian Wushuang met a strong man who was running alone, dominated by vultures. Vulture dominates. Among the many strong in the Ninth Dark Zone, the strength is enough to rank a third-rank dominate in the top 100. He is extremely powerful in attacking and defending, and he is also good in speed. If he fights in close quarters, he can say that there are no weaknesses. However, the only disadvantage of this vulture's dominance is that his life-saving ability is a bit weak, and there is no such powerful means of life-saving. You are the Lord of the Blood Sword? Vultures in black armor and dominated with swords are dominated by the vultures, staring coldly, staring at the sword unparalleled in front of them. It is said that when you were in the Ninth Dark Zone for a long time, you were followed by the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord. The Thousand-Edged Demon Lord was searching for your tracks in a wanton way, and in order to take away the rule of God from your hand with the ability of the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, it should have been possible to find you, but you are still alive. Did you give the rule of the precious sword in your hand to the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord in exchange for your life? frowning. Vulture dominates, it doesn't matter what, just shoot. Jian Wuxuang was too lazy to explain too much. Look for death. The vulture dominated his eyes coldly, and his figure turned directly into a cold black blade, killing him directly. A suffocating mighty power came from the sword. Knowing that the vulture dominated the fighting force, Jian Wuxuang did not want to kill him directly at all, but directly waved the Wu-crying Excalibur in his hand, and the endless artistic concept swept away. In a hurry, I saw the sky full of swords and oceans flooding all corners of the world, surrounding the vulture in the center. I ran all the way in this 9th dark zone to the present. I have encountered many strong people, even if they are the masters of the 3rd rank. I have also played with many of them. But so far I have not purely relied on my sword skills to killed any 3rd level master. Vulture dominates, you will be the first 3rd rank dominated by my own strength to kill. Jian Wuxuang's cold voice sounded, the sound was trembling. The words were heard in the ears by the vulture master, but it was like a joke. Haha, ridiculous, you want to kill me? Even the 5 strongest people recognized in the 9th dark zone may not be able to do it, what else do you think? The ruler of a district should be so eloquent and suffer. Dominated by drinking and killing the sky. But he couldn't get close to the sword unmatched at all. The sword wave is huge and powerful. With the blessing of the sword array, the power is also extremely strong. The power of any heavy wave is not under the attack of the general 3rd level master. The vulture dominates like a sword and is extremely sharp, crushing a heavy epee wave coming from the surroundings. But a double-edged sword-like wave is okay, but after defeating dozens or even dozens of waves in a row, the face of the vulture dominated changed. How come? This sword-like wave, the mighty power is not weaker than the attacks of ordinary 3rd level masters, but why the sword-like wave seems to be endless and torrential, and it comes from all directions at the same time, so I can only passive resistance is good for a short time. If it continues for a long time, how can I resist it? The vulture dominates the cold face. He noticed the intractability of this sword array. Without hesitation, he immediately performed his best trick. I saw that he was turned into a black sword. The black sword was 10 feet long, exuding a mighty power, and slashed directly into the ocean of swords in front of him. But in the end, the sword-like ocean was only partially smashed by the dark sword, and a large amount of sword-like was filled immediately, and the sword-like ocean was immediately repaired. What? The vulture dominated by surprise. He realized that the sword array developed by the sword unparalleled was not only extremely difficult, but also extremely tough. His strongest attack method could not completely break the sword array. Without breaking the sword array, he can only be trapped in the sword array, passively resisting the impact of the sword wave again and again, unable to escape at all. His divine power has also been consumed at an alarming rate, and over time, most of his divine power has been consumed. Before the evolution into a wave lightsaber array, although the initial wave lightsaber technique alone could entangle people, but the heavy saber wave of the wave lightsaber technique was too weak to impact any 3rd level the master can easily resist, and it doesn't even take much divine power, so at that time, even if a 3rd level master was stuck in the wave lightsaber, I could not kill the other party. But now it's different. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The wave lightsaber array evolved from wave lightsaber is not only tough and extremely difficult to break, but also the heavy sword wave impacts, and the power is extremely powerful. This kind of power is not dare to be ignored by any 3rd level master. They must try their best to resist, so that the other's divine power consumption will be great. 3 Heads M. Chapter 3896. Third more. Like the vulture dominated by the wave of lightsaber formation, at this moment, he is facing an unprecedented dilemma. He is very powerful in attack, defense, and speed. The only secret technique, or method used for escape is not very good at it. He fell into the wave lightsaber array. He could not directly defeat the wave lightsaber array, nor could he perform the escape mystery to escape directly from the wave lightsaber array. he could only be trapped in this sword array. When caught in the sword array, he can only withstand the impact of the sword wave from the surroundings as much as possible. This must take a lot of energy to resist. But if you do anti-resist, let GNE waves impact him, that sword waves can be enough to hurt his body, which will make him consume more divine power. In short, no matter how you choose, his divine power is continuously consumed. In contrast, Jian Wushuang has many suggestions made by the Blood Rain Demon. After improving it, he has continued to cast this lightsaber array. Instead, he has consumed less magic power than before, and his own power is nearly 100 times bigger than the average master. Under this circumstance, even if he played the lightsaber array for a long time without stopping for a long time, it is estimated that the divine power is still very abundant, but the Vulture Master can't carry it. No, no! Forgive me, Lord of the Blood Sword, forgive me! The Vulture Master has begun frantically begging for mercy. He had to ask for forgiveness, and the divine power was consumed all the time in the sword formation. By now, his divine power has been consumed more than 80%, and 90% will be consumed soon. Keep going, he will die. Beg for mercy? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. If now the beggar is the master of the level of the Blood Rain Demon, and the Thousand Blade Demon Lord, Jian Wushuang may still open the net to force his surrender. But this vulture dominates, it is a lot worse than the level of Blood Rain Demon. This third grade dominates. What is more in the Eternal Dark Prison is that Jian Wushuang is not interested in conquering him. Although I have a disciple of Hanyun's disciples, I have supreme power in the Eternal Dark Prison, and I can take these prisoners at will, but I can't conquer these prisoners unscrupulously. After all, my own soul level is too low after all sum. It is necessary to leave a mark on the soul of this prisoner and control it. It is not a problem to reduce the number, but if there are too many marks left, I am afraid that it will be difficult to control them absolutely. Now, Jian Wushuang secretly said, it's like manipulating the puppet with the power of the soul. The stronger the puppet, the harder it is to control, while the puppet of the same level, controlling 1, is definitely not the same as controlling 10. Although Jian Wushuang can leave a soul imprint in the prisoner's soul origin and control it absolutely, if the soul imprint is too much and too scattered, the control effect may not be so absolute. Therefore, Jian Wushuang decided long ago that he would conquer the strong in the Eternal Dark Prison, but he must be the true strong to conquer, at least it must be at the level of Blood Rain Demon Lord and Thousand Blade Demon Master. The vulture dominates, although it is also the third rank dominates, but has not yet become a sword unparalleled slave. Vulture dominates, you still obediently fall. Jian Wushuang smiled. The sword of the impact of the ocean at that moment did not stop in the slightest. No, no! The vulture dominated insanely, screaming hysterically. Ha! Lord of the Blood Sword, you are fierce enough, but don't be proud, you are just a ruler, but you have the magic sword of magical treasure in your hand. This alone, in the first level of the Eternal Dark Prison there are many people who kill you. Although I die, it won't be long before you die. You will surely die. Thousand Blade Demon Lord, even Demon Dragon Lord, they will surely kill you. The vulture dominated the mania at the last moment, but no matter how he was crazy, he could not change the fact that he fell. Soon, the vulture's power was exhausted and was directly killed by Jian Wushuang. When he came to the body of the vulture dominated, Jian Wushuang waved his hand to collect the soldier, armor, and ring of the vulture. Looking down at the vulture dominated below, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. This vulture dominated, even before he died, cursed me? Thousand Blade Demon Lord, Demon Dragon Lord, they will surely kill me? Huh, but he didn't know that the Thousand Blade Demon Lord had come to kill me long ago. Unfortunately, it was him who died in the end. It is indeed stronger than the Thousand-Edged Demon Lord, but even if he comes and kills me, I have no fear at all. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had no pity for the vulture dominated by him. These prisoners, who were detained in the Eternal Dark Prison, had committed the heinous sins, and they spent many years in the Eternal Dark Prison. You killed me, I killed you, and I can live to this day. I don't know how many powerful men have been killed. It is normal for them to be killed by themselves. However, with this vulture dominating the battle, Jian Wushuang really understood his dominance of the two major sword formations. He just performed the wave lightsaber formation, and relied on the ability of the wave lightsaber formation. It directly consumed a powerful third-level master. That is to say, the general third-level master, unless powerful enough to compete with the thousand-slaying monarch, can frontally defeat his wave lightsaber array, or possess the extremely good means of escape, which can instantly be removed from the wave lightsaber array. Flee in the middle, otherwise, once you fall into your sword formation, you will almost die. The vulture dominates. It is only the first and third rank dominated by Jian Wushuang by his own means, and then, 10 days later, Jian Wushuang encountered the 9th Dark Zone. The combat power can also be ranked in the top 100 of the 9 lords. On the strength, the 9 lords are a little stronger than the vulture master, but he can't break the sword of Wushuang. Sword formation, and the secret technique used for escape is not arrogant, nor can it escape from the wave lightsaber array, and finally step into the footsteps of the vulture, and die in the sword matchless wave lightsaber array. Half a month after the death of Jiu Jushin, Jian Wushuang and the 9th Dark Zone battle force could rank in the top 10 Wan Ghost Kings, and eventually Wan Ghost Kings died. After another month, Jian Wushuang knew the place where Jiu Xing Emperor, one of the 5 strongest in the 9th Dark Area, lived in, and came directly to challenge. The two men fought, and the Emperor Jiu Sun was trapped for nearly half an hour in the wave light sword formation. After spending more than 60% of his divine power, he had to use his own life-saving techniques to escape. In this battle, the Emperor Jiu Sun suffered heavy losses and fled, just like a bereavement dog. Another month, Jian Wushuang found the sword dome of one of the 5 strongest men in the 9th Dark Zone. The ending was the defeat of the Knife Dome. Chapter 3896 Beheaded, page 1/1. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 3897. Fourth More. The 5 strongest players in the 9th Dark Zone, 1 died of the Sword Warrior, 1 surrendered to the Sword Warrior, and the other 2 were defeated by the Sword Warrior. The last one was the Blood Bao King. The Sword Warrior did not go looking for a challenge, but after fighting the Dome of the Sky, he left directly from the 9th Dark Area and went to other surrounding dark areas. There are 108 dark areas in the Magic Dragon area, and the strength of each dark area is similar. In the 9th Dark Area, there are 5 recognized strongest, and other dark areas are similar. After Jian Wushuang left from the 9th Dark Area, he walked along the surrounding territory and challenged one by one. What he challenges are the strongest of these dark areas. The strongest of these dark areas are invincible in their own dark areas. Most of the places where they live are fixed. Unlike prisoners, they move around and find them easier. And to find one of these strongest, Jian Wushuang directly confronted the enemy with the sword array. Once the wave lightsaber array came out, most of these so-called darkest strongest people could only use mystery to escape. Only a few attacking superpowers or strong cards with special cards in hand were able to act like a 1,000-slayed monarch. Opening his wave lightsaber front, he retreated calmly. However, even if such a strong person is extremely scarce in the entire dragon domain, there may not be one in a dark area, which also causes Jian Wushuang to roam in these dark areas, which is almost rampant. A full 80 years passed in a flash of time. Over the past 80 years, Jian Wushuang has walked through more than 20 dark areas in succession, challenging hundreds of top powerhouses, of which more than 90% of the top powerhouses can only escape when he encounters them. The strong man's life-saving mystery is generally not able to escape from the wave lightsaber array, and was consumed by the sword Wushuang alive. Such a crazy challenge, coupled with such a terrible record, and Jian Wushuang's identity as the master of the rules, made Jian Wushuang's reputation in the Magic Dragon domain gradually grow louder. Although the information transmission in the Eternal Dark Prison is inconvenient, it is not completely blocked. Soon, some of the top powerhouses in the Devil Dragon domain have heard of him. Demon Domain, a dark corner. A skinny old man in a black robe just sent us strongest man in the dark to leave, and then groaned. The Lord of the Blood Sword? Just a master of the rules, he was able to let one after another the strongest in the dark zone run away, and even the strongest in the dark zone died in his hands. The Blood Sword Master, a bit great, what does he rely on? Listen to the strongest man in the dark zone who just lost. The Lord of the Blood Sword has a deep sense of the origin of the Kendo universe, and he also understands a bit of the law of the universe. He also has a rule of the most precious sword in his hand. Of course, he the most powerful is a sword array entangled with the enemy. As soon as the sword array came out, the general strongest person in the dark zone could not be forcibly broken. It could only be trapped in the sword array and was constantly consumed by its power. Unless the escape mystery was released from the sword array, it would be consumed alive. Dead. Well, his sword array is also very good. The elder man in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, but the corner of his mouth was a weird smile. Well, suddenly there is such a powerful ruler in the demon dragon realm, and there is a magical sword of magical treasure in hand. The master must be very interested in this Bloodsword Master, and he will inform the master of this news. Maybe I can get a reward from the owner. The thin old man in the black robe flashed a zeal in his eyes, but then went into the depths of Dongfu and took out a cage covered by a black cloth from the inside. With this cage, the emaciated old man in the black robe walked out of the cave and came to the outside void. Then he tore off the black cloth, exposing a black bird inside the cage. At first glance, this black bird is no different from ordinary birds, but if you look closely, you will find that there are special black secret lines on the black bird. Although these black secret lines are not too deep, they are extremely complicated, and the pair of black eye pupils of the bird are extremely agile, just like human eyes, but at this moment, the eyes are already filled with despair. Well, little guy, am bothering you to run around and give this mastery to the master. The elder man in the black robe tied a Qianquan ring to the feet of the black bird. There was only one sign in the ring, and in the sign was a message about the Lord of the Blood Sword. Then, the elder man in the black robe opened the birdcage. Go, little one. The black bird immediately flew out of the cage. As soon as it came out of the cage, the black secret lines on the body of the black bird urged to start. The volume of the black bird began to grow and turned into a black eagle. Speed broke out, and tens of thousands of miles were drawn in the blink of an eye. Too fast, the speed of this black eagle is many times faster than the speed of general domination. In less than 3 years, the black eagle swept out of the dragon domain, and it was unimpeded along the way. Even if a strong man saw the black eagle, he was immediately frightened to bypass it, and was afraid to stop the black male. Eagle's Way. From the magic dragon realm to another large domain Dan magic realm, if the normal speed of the 3rd level dominates the road, even if the road is unimpeded, and the fastest speed of the explosion is at least hundreds of years or even thousands of years. But this the black eagle rushed all the way, but it took only less than 10 years to reach an ancient black castle in Dan Mou. This black castle is vast and magnificent. You know, here is in the Eternal Dark Prison. The Eternal Dark Prison kills extremely crazy, even the strongest one in the Dark Zone, has extremely powerful strength, dare to live somewhere, but dare not be in himself where you live. You build castles, let alone a castle that is so vast and so magnificent. The owner of this black castle is obviously extraordinary. Call! The huge black eagle swooped down and landed in a courtyard of the black castle. With the secret lines running on the body surface, it turned into an ordinary black bird. At this time, a Tsingy man appeared in the courtyard. He took off the Qianquan ring next to the black bird's feet, and returned the black bird to the bird cage. Then he took the Qianquan ring and headed towards the central area of the castle. The Tsingy man marched all the way inside the castle, and on the way, there were some livestock or animals around him. For example, some domestic animals such as pigs, dogs, cows, horses, etc. can only be seen in the mortal world. There are also lions, tigers, cranes, snakes, and other birds and beasts. In this castle, you can find everything, and the number is very large, no matter what kind of livestock or animals. They have one thing in common, that is, the body surface is covered with some special secret lines, and the eyes are dull, empty, and hopeless. Chapter 387 Blackbirds, page 1/1. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 3898. Fifth More. In the center of the Black Castle, above the clearing, a man in a white robe with white hair hanging down to the waist, but with a handsome face, lay there halfway, squinting his head with one hand, slightly closing his eyes, humming a small song, and his figure followed the rhythm, lightly shaking gently, a relaxed and self-sufficient look. This white-haired handsome man looks only like an immortal from the appearance. However, if this top echelon of the eternal dark prison sees him, he will be horrified like never before. They know very well what a terrible demon the white-haired handsome man is. There are countless strong people in eternal dark prison, many of which are evil and poisonous by nature. They used to be the devil who committed heinous crimes outside. But if you want to say who is the first devil of eternal dark prison, I am afraid most of this first layer, the first thought of the top powerhouse is him. In front of the handsome man in white, there was a white cat cleverly walking there. The former occasionally reached out and stroked the white cat's hair. And when you look down, you will see that there are dozens of white rats standing on the ground. The figures are shaking slightly, and their eyes are full of tension and panic. "Little ones, you are ready?" the white-haired Junie man said softly, but his eyes were still slightly closed. The hair of dozens of rats on the ground erected instantly, and all the pupils of the rats were locked to the forbidden area in front of the open space, where there was a red line. "Go!" the white-haired Junie man spoke again. Suddenly, the dozens of white rats were like arrows off the string, sending out the fastest speed in their lives, rushing towards the red line crazy. 3, 2, 1. The white-haired Junie man whispered the numbers, and the moment the one word fell, the white cat that was originally under his palm came out instantly. The speed of this white cat is obviously much faster than those of the 10 or so white mice. Although the white mice set out first, the white cat still caught up with them very easily. After a few kills, dozens of white mice, 6 of them the white cat killed on the spot, and the rest escaped beyond the red line by chance. After the red line, the white cat no longer hunted, but slowly returned to the white-haired Junie man. "Ha ha, a small thing, it's a good job." The white-haired Junie man smiled and touched the white cat's head, and in the gap between the narrow eyes narrowed, he looked at the white rats with a sharp smile. "The little things that survived had good luck. As for the 6 dead," the white-haired Junie man waved lightly, and immediately the smashed 6 white rats that had been torn by the white cat were immediately visible to the naked eye. The speed was regrouped. After a while, the 6 mice recovered completely, but their eyes and pupils were more frightened. "Remember, you 6 and died again, so you have to add another 100 million years to your deadline." The Bifa Junie man chuckled. Hearing these words, the 6 white rats trembled, and there was no emotion in their eyes except despair. At this time, the Tsingy people finally arrived. "Master," Tsingy said respectfully. "What is it?" Bifa Junie asked softly. "There is a message from the Devil Dragon realm, and it was sent by the black bird you gave from the owner." Tsingy humane. "Oh?" The white-haired Junie man finally opened his hands completely. His pair of eyes were weird, but they were blue, without any emotion. "The black bird that can shuttle the entire first level of the eternal dark prison as fast as possible. Over the years, I have only created 9, 8 of which were placed in the 8 domains, the dragon domain. Since the black bird is used to convey information over there, something must have happened over there." The white-haired Junie man smiled and stretched out his hand. "Information to me." The Tsingy people respectfully handed the Qianquan ring to the white-haired Junie man. After the white-haired Junie man took it, he immediately took out the command sign of Qianquan ring, and after a brief browse, he knew the truth. The Lord of the Rules? You can even force the darkest, strongest one to run away, and still have a magic sword in your hand? Baifa Juni's brows frowned. Haha, interesting, so interesting. But the entire first level of the Eternal Dark Prison, whether it is the 8th territory, or those remote areas outside the 8th territory, as long as it is a slightly more famous strong man, I know that if the Lord of the Blood Sword was really Hong Yun was imprisoned in a vein, and had already spent hundreds of Chaos Era strong men in this Eternal Dark Prison, it was impossible for him to have no fame as the ruler of his rule, and I would not know it until now. That is to say, the Lord of the Blood Sword should have just entered Eternal Dark Prison. The master of the alien rule? How did he enter the Eternal Dark Prison? The blue eyes of Baifa Juni's man flickered slightly. The pulse of Hong Yun has long since vanished. This is beyond doubt, and the Eternal Dark Prison is left in the universe. Maybe it is the Lord of the Blood Sword that has good luck, and inadvertently broke into here. Anyway, the Blood Sword Master, it's worth me to go there personally, Master. Do you plan to go to the Devil's Land in person? The Tsingy people looked over. Yes. The white-haired Junie man smiled and nodded. It's time, it's not too far away from my ancestors' next trip. This time, let's leave in advance. As for these little things in my castle. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the man with white hair. Congratulations, you can be relieved in advance, ha ha ha. With extremely insane and wanton laughter, the white-haired handsome man jumped straight to the sky, and immediately emerged from the castle with a white horse with wings, which appeared on top of the void, forming an extremely gorgeous carriage. Baifa Jun and the E-man sat in a carriage and went directly in the direction of the demon realm. After the white-haired Junie man left the castle, a special force that had been permeated in the castle dissipated. Suddenly, great changes began to take place throughout the Black Castle. I saw dozens of white rats fighting on the clearing ground. All of them were transformed into a famous practitioner. These practitioners have male and female, and the breath from their body is not weak. Surprisingly, they have reached the 3rd level. There are also many livestock and animals in the castle, which at this moment have turned into human cultivators and restored their former appearance and strength. Followed by a roar of hysteria, it echoed over the castle. Star Demon Patriarch, I will never die without you. Star Demon Patriarch, I swear to kill you. Brute. In addition to yelling and yelling, there is also a sound of relief. Finally released. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.